Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impact we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together
To push boundaries.
Building a better future.
For everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff.
Our youth.
Our community.
Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
Roland Jones bowls. This is cut beautifully. It goes through backward point, and Sir Alistair Cook gets his first boundary of the morning. Roland Jones in. This time Brown drives into the offside, gets right to the pitch of the ball and drives it to the short boundary at extra cover. Roland Jones bowls. This is Nick. This has actually beaten the batsman. It's got an outside edge which goes down to fine third man, where there is 4 runs. That's a moral victory.
Bamber again, charging in. Bowles, and Brown's cracked it for 4. That's a lovely shot off the back foot through the covers. The previous Bamber over, he hit the ball to a very similar area off the front foot.
Means his length was good on this occasion. A big stride from Cook, and he's paddled that to the vacant fine leg for 4.
Higgins bowls, cut down to the vacant third man, played intentionally with the open face bat as Higgins comes in down the leg side. This is going to run away possibly for 4 leg byes. We await it is 4 leg byes there.
Josh De Carey's at the River 80 bowls, and this is driven away. Lovely shot, fine of extra cover, and that is a tremendous 50 for Sir Alistair. 50 from 89 deliveries. De Carey's bowls, and this ball's tickled for a single.
That's a nice warm-hearted applause for Nick Brown.
Here's De Carey's bowls, and this is clipped and gone. That's short leg. Robson takes the catch. Brown departs, sharp chance straight at Robson. De Carey's bowls, and Cook. Oh goodness me, he's gone. Now, Cook's gone LBW.
And this is driven in the offside. It pierces the infield, runs away quickly across the green outfield here for 4 through extra cover.
De Carey's is in bowls, and here's a very elegant drive indeed from Tom Wesley, and that's gone all the way to a covered boundary. What a lovely cricket shot that was. As this
bowled him.
Ball, he's bowled.
He left it.
And he left one that turned back, off-break bowler.
There's a nick down the leg side, and he's been given. Oh, what a way to go. They're going to have to take himself off. Dan Lawrence will be desperately disappointed.
Here's oh, he's got him! De Carey's bowls one that Walter just completely misjudges. It's bowled him. What a flight again from Robson. Ah, an open face. from Critchley. That's pleasantly played down to the vacant deep third. There's a backward point, but just chops down on it.
But it's going to be Higgins in. Higgins bowls, and Rossington gets a thick outside edge as it runs away to the river stand beneath us, and he collects 4 runs.
Here are 4 runs as he goes on the reverse sweep and gets it so fine that had there been a first slip there, he'd probably have stopped it.
As here's to Carey, he bowls, and down the track comes Rossington, lifts it in the air, and down the throats of Holman at long on. And Middlesex have another wicket.
There's an LBW shout, and he's given it. He would like to go upstairs and ask for a review, but he's been given out and will have to walk on.
To Carey's bowls, a lot of flight. Oh, goes back over his head, and this time it should be 6. Slaps that one dismissively, Yadav. To Carey's bowls again, and there he goes again. This time he hasn't got all of it. Has he got it wide enough of long on? He has. In fact, he has got all of it, has he? That's kept going. Let's see. No, is the catch taken? It's down below us, out of our sight. And he has. He's taken the catch.
This next ball has been chipped up in the air, and they're just waiting to see if that has been caught, and it has. At long off.
Bamber's in. This is driven. It's an inside edge. It's gone down to fine leg where Porter will keep the strike. And that is the end of the day's play with Essex 302, or is it 303?
303.
303 for 9.
Nick, well battered. What are your thoughts on where we stand after day 1 of this game?
Yeah, obviously there's a good opening partnership there between me and Cookie. I think it would have been nice to probably kick on both of us and make sure we got 100 or a big score, but I think if you get 300 on day 1, then it's a good day.
Yeah. Now you mentioned the opening partnership. It must have been pleasing to start so well.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, I think we both played quite nicely. Because Cookie played very nicely actually. I thought fluent, very fluent for him. But again, like I said, it would have been nice if we'd kicked on.
Did it feel like a good toss to win, especially in the context of the nice weather we had?
Yeah, definitely. And there's always, in September, it's a 10:30 start, so there's always a bit in the back of your mind thinking, should we bowl? But I think on a dry wicket, when you've got Simon Harmer in the team, you want him bowling last on it. So yeah, a good day. Yeah, I think 300 is a good score at the moment.
Now you mentioned Simon Harmer, of course, we've seen a bit of turn on display, even on day 1, 7 wickets for Decay. It must give you some confidence going forward with Harmer in the squad.
Yeah, I'm sure he's up there licking his lips at the prospect of bowling on this wicket, but it's not all down to him. Hopefully the opening bowlers can get a couple of poles and Umesh can come into the game, and then let Simon do what he does best.
Where can you see Umesh having an effect on this game? Maybe if the wicket's a little bit dry, it might be more what he's used to back home.
Yeah, definitely, and he's an impact bowler, and he's got a bit more ball speed than Jamie and Simon than Cookie, and so hopefully he's a bit more extra pace, and he'll be a bit more of an impact bowler, I feel.
Now you mentioned obviously Jamie and Sam, their bowling ability, but they showed a little bit of handiness with the bat as well, picking up a second batting point. That's valuable.
Yeah, very important batting point there to get an extra 20 there. Good partnership. Yeah, brilliant effort. You never know, they might go for the next bonus point.
And a very good morning to one and all. Welcome to Chelmsford for day 2 of the Essex versus Middlesex County Championship. It's a 4-day game. We've got beautiful sunshine yet again, which is an absolute delight. It was boiling hot yesterday, and we anticipate it's going to be the best part of 26, 27 degrees here at Chelmsford. So you can already smell the aroma of sun cream being applied to many people's faces and legs because they're wearing shorts. It's going to be a beautiful day. My name is Don Topley, and our commentary team today is Guy Swindles of BBC Radio London. We have Paul Newton, BBC Essex, and we also have the luxury of potentially a fourth commentator in BBC Radio 5 Live Extra, Kevin Howes. Good morning, Guy.
Morning, Don. Morning.
Right, well, the game of cricket, Essex won a significant toss and they ended up opting to bat, rightly so. Anyone in their own right mind would have done that because it is a used wicket, not just we're in September, but Essex only have about 7 first team wickets to play. All their cricket, not just Championship, but T20s, 50 over.
Sunrisers.
Well,
yeah.
The Sunrisers and second teams can play to the edges because they have they can have a smaller boundary. But in first class cricket and first team cricket, there is a minimum boundary length of which Essex have to adhere to, which means there are limitations on the number of wickets. The umpires are walking out beneath us and they're heading straight to the square. I'm looking, that's Russell Warren and the former Ian Blackwell, former Somerset off spinner, left arm spinner. And Essex will resume on 303 for 9 with Cook and Porter coming out to bat. They won the toss yesterday, but the story must be Essex got to 122 for no wicket, eventually lost a wicket, and Josh De Keris, Michael Atherton's son, he is an up-and-coming off-spinner batter, and he bowled damn well yesterday, bowled very impressively. In respect of, look, this wicket is slightly used, but it isn't a bad wicket. It's turned from outside off, hasn't turned from the straight, and occasionally there's been a little bit of bounce. So he's attacked the outside edge really, as Essex players and batsmen have looked to play for a bit of spin. It's sometimes not being there, and then that's induced the edges or playing and missing or being bowled. But he was very impressive in taking his 7 for just over 100, and that's the second time he's done it because he took a 7-wicket haul down at the Ageas Bowl for Middlesex against Hampshire, I think just about a month ago.
Absolutely. So yeah, he's taken 18, 19 first class wickets, 14 of them in 2 innings. Middlesex think highly of him. He's been keeping Luke Holman out of the county championship side, who looked as if he'd pretty much cemented his place, the leg spinner, last season. But they're actually playing both in this match for the first time, so that's because of visa problems with Yadav. But
yes, interestingly, Kevin, we were talking, wasn't guaranteed that Josh De Keris would play.
He may have missed out.
If Yadav was playing here, who is an off-spinner batter with Indian Test cricket experience, so it would have been very interesting. Would you like to start with the over of it's going to be, in fact, Josh De Keris?
Yes, looking to improve on his equalling 7 wickets in an innings, looking for his 8th. As Don just goes to get the binos so he can get a better look at how things are going, and it will be Josh De Keris, who bowls to Jamie Porter, who plays it nicely defensively, again attacking that area just outside off stump, but a good stride forward from Jamie Porter, and these two have frustrated Middlesex really. 279 the score when they came together. They've put on 24, a little bit more air that time, and trying to go back and cut. Porter is beaten outside off stump, taken very smoothly, as it invariably is, by John Simpson behind the stumps. He's got a slip and a short leg in as far as close fielders are concerned. in once again, and that has a little bit extra bounce, which I think that Stephen Harmer will be quite pleased to have seen. But that one did fizz up off the wicket.
It did indeed. It did indeed. Interestingly, they took the new ball 6 overs late, so it's only about 10 overs old, this ball, so it's still quite hard.
De Carey's in again. This time he pitches it up, and Porter can take the long stride forward and negate any chance of spin and play it back to the bowler. And De Carey's just flicks it from left to right hand. Right arm over the wicket from the river end, and that's played quite nicely by Porter into the leg side, but straight at the man at short leg. And it's Max Holden who is in gun alley.
He went off the field for a little bit. He dived and hurt his shoulder in the morning session. Was replaced by Tom Helm, who's not selected for this game, but he's back under the lid on the leg side.
They would like him to remain fit, I'm sure. There's a couple of 50s this year already in the county championship, and there haven't been that many by Middlesex. And that's a beautiful shot from Jamie Porter. He takes a big stride and plays it out to deep extra cover. De Carey's a little bit cross with just over pitching on that final delivery, but that is the only run that has taken off the over. So we've added 1 to the overnight total, 304 now for 9. Porter's nicked the strike. He is on 10, Cook's on 19.
He has indeed. We'll have a look. It could be Toby Rowland-Jones, who at the moment is capless, so that's my guess that he's going to start and open up from the Hayes Close end.
He's got the trudge of the start of a spell for Toby Rowland-Jones.
Is that a similar trudge that was sort of taken from Angus Fraser?
It's almost as if there is something in the Kent DNA, the Middlesex DNA that has passed down. And then, of course, just as Gus did, he runs in at good pace, but there is certainly a trudge back to the mark.
I thought Middlesex, actually, their body language, it could have been awkward after lunch, but they fought back. It was Essex's morning. There were no real clangers in the field, but they kept coming back later in the day, did the Middlesex seamers. Rowland-Jones from the Hayes Close end. This is an LBW shout. I'm not particularly interested, only because the way Porter shaped up to play looked as if it was going to go down the leg side, and the umpire wasn't interested either.
Certainly that the TV, they're not even bothering to replay it, just watching it on the box, because that actually gives a slightly straighter view of a possible LBW decision that was definitely sliding down leg side.
Certainly agree with bowling wicket to wicket on this wicket, and I think Porter and Cook will do that later in the day. Meanwhile, Toby Rowland-Jones, this is an inside edge onto the pad, into the offside, no run. Toby Rowland-Jones, I'm just going to check his figures quickly. I thought he did well. Also, Ethan Bamber. I think did he get Lawrence down the leg side? Dan Lawrence was strangled.
Yeah, caught by Simpson down the leg side for 13 off Bamber. And Rowland-Jones got rid of Matt Critchley, LBW.
LBW, yeah, that was plum. Porter facing Rowland-Jones. He clips it straight to mid-wicket where there is a man. He is catching. He is catching. He wanders back now, but he was catching. He was hit fiercely with a big bottom hand from Porter, straight to the man at short mid-wicket, which he was under the lid last over. A former Cambridgeshire pathway cricketer who had a fantastic 100 with the Manchester Originals. Rowland-Jones, 2 slips waiting, comes in. This is clipped into the leg side. They were looking for a single there. Porter declined it at the last minute, and rightly so.
You know, he's flourished in the shorter formats this season, Max Holden. He's got 100 in a losing cause against Kent. I think it was 120 or 59 balls. So he's in decent nick.
Yes.
It's whether he can make the move now back to the longer form.
Rowland-Jones coming in down the slope from the Hayes Close end. 2 slips waiting. This is played off the back foot, sensibly, smartly, disciplinedly by Porter, and plays it into the offside, no run. Rowland-Jones then, so he's in his 19th over, 4 maidens, 1 for 58. Josh De Carey's 1 over shy of 40 overs in this first innings, 7 for 106. Bamber 18 overs, thought he kept coming in well, 1 for 51. Higgins 14 overs, probably the most economic, 0 for 39. Roland Jones forces Porter on the back foot, plays with a straight back in back to the bowler, end of the over, the second over of the morning, the first over of Toby Roland Jones, 304 for 9, and we're about to commence the 98th or the 99th over. I'm just looking, and we've had 97 overs.
Ethan Bamber's been a real success story as far as Middlesex have been concerned this season. There haven't been that many, if Middlesex fans are completely honest, but Ethan Bamber has been one of them. He has definitely flourished in the first division. He's stepped up, and most people who have seen him this season have been impressed by him, but also Josh De Carey's will continue for fairly obvious reasons. A big beaten outside the off stump on this occasion.
That he's targeted the outside edge a lot. Talking to the Essex batsmen this morning, they felt it was turning a little bit outside of off, but it wasn't turning too much on the straight, but there was just the occasional bit of bounce.
Well, into Sam Cook, who goes back and edges, and that is the end. It's an 8th wicket. It's caught in the slip. A slightly loose shot outside off stump. But Sam Cook doesn't spend too much time looking as if he's going to suffer for that particular shot. He and Jamie Porter, in fact, jogging off to get ready to start bowling at the Middlesex side, who go up each and every one of them team to go and congratulate Josh De Carey's a remarkable 8 now for 106. So
I would have been jumping for joy if I'd have got an 8 for. What a one! I mean, that's a career best naturally, but I'm wondering how long that will remain a career best for Josh De Carey's. A lot of people should be talking about him. Anybody that gets 8 for 100, 106, but that is a notable effort, and I am sure, and we're going to hear, there's not a huge crowd at the moment, it was yesterday, and I expect this to build up, but we are sure to go and see and hear the applause now for Josh De Carey's. A wonderful effort there of just shy of 40 overs, 39.1, 39.2 I think it is, 8 maidens, 8 for 106, and now you can hear the applause as he throws the ball, in which he claimed 8 wickets from hand to hand, and disappears up the player's steps.
Yes, I think he might be hanging on to that ball for some time. No, it's a magnificent effort when you think that he's already taken a 7 for, which most spinners would consider quite a decent performance, and now has done even better. But I think that also what Middlesex will have taken, yes, 8 wickets, fabulous, but also the fact he was only going at 2.5 and over. And that's something that he hasn't always been able to bring to his game. He can be going for 3.5, 4 and over while taking the wickets.
As a young spinner, that's understandable. What was so impressive for me is that he came on to 2 left-handers, Cook and Brown, who were quite well set yesterday, and Essex looked comfortable. There weren't any near misses, and he bowled tidily and he bowled quite economically. And look, it was impressive. What was impressive throughout the day for me, how he varied his pace. And he tried to disguise his pace with the odd one looping and the odd one a little bit quicker. And I think he should take great credit. Essex opted for the light roller for 7 minutes before the start of play. And Middlesex, by the looks of it, have asked for the heavy roller, which surprised me a little bit.
Go on.
Well, sometimes it can deaden the pace for a little bit, but it just, you're compacting it. Will you make the pitch move a little bit? Will it break up? Will it encourage it to just change at all, but Middlesex have felt it won't, so they've opted for the heavy roller.
Well, I think the other thing that Middlesex will definitely have in the back of their minds, and I think every conversation I was listening to as I came into the ground, was if De Carey's is getting 8 wickets, Mr. Harmer might be a handful on this pitch. I know it doesn't, but you can understand perhaps why they'd like to deaden the wicket a little bit.
Yeah, well, look,
Cook and Porter.
Yeah, well, and Yadav.
Yes.
I don't know if Yadav will open the bowling or come on first change, but normally Harmer will be introduced quite early from this river end, which is his favoured end. Critchley will have a part to play, and we may even see Dan Lawrence bowling, twirling a few off spinners if needed. He turns the ball, probably not quite as accurate, bowls a little bit quicker, but we'll have to wait and see. But Harmer will cause some issues, I'm sure. But as we saw yesterday, cricket is a funny old game. They got to lunch, Middlesex hadn't taken a wicket. Essex were looking, and people. I went with your colleague Kevin Hand for a walk yesterday, and Essex were thinking, 400 and a few, and then Middlesex were saying, oh my word, this is terrible. I want to jump in the river. This is going to be 600. You know, it really was a difference of emotions. Yet that afternoon session was absolutely brilliant from Middlesex. So, you know, there's no guarantee Harmer will get wickets. He's going to have to bowl well, and Middlesex are going to have to respect him. But first and foremost, they're going to have to fend off 2 bowlers. In my mind, it will be Cook and Porter, who bowl so straight. They bowl straighter than most other attacks.
Now, and if you go through Middlesex's batting this season, there's only been 1 century so far.
Yes.
Sam Robson. Ryan Higgins tops the averages. He's got 750s, but his average is still only a fraction under 40.
Yes.
The batting has been the issue. The bowling has been pretty good on the whole, but the batting has been the problem.
Funny enough, your colleague Kevin Hand, I sort of half grilled him because, you know, we weren't on Middlesex streaming, so we could be honest and open. And you know, with the away supporters, there is as many watching from the away side as there are the home side. So from that point of view, it was a good opportunity to have a little bit of realism or honesty. And he said, the batting has been disappointing. You know, and it's going to be interesting how they respond here, because they haven't got too much form. It'll be interesting to, I found it quite interesting that Steve Eskinazi, who I think is a really good batsman, and they tell me he's a great human being, a good leader, I found it quite strange that he wasn't playing. Yet, young fella, left-hander, Cambridge.
Oh yes, I know who you're talking about. You're talking. We've just been talking about it. Max Holden.
Max Holden also was playing in the 100, but is playing. Eskinazi isn't. And I would have thought, when you're in a little spot of bother, where, without stating the obvious relegation trouble, I would have want your quality batsman to be in the lineup. That's my thoughts.
I'm going to be honest. I was quite surprised that Jack Davis kept his place in the team if Eskinazi is fully fit.
And there was a Cracknell as well, that he came into the equation. Done quite well in the 50 over World Cup.
Done well recently, and he's also been given his first outing as well. So it's almost as if they're looking for next season already at times, Middlesex, and just seeing whether the youngsters are going to come through.
Well, it's going to be certainly, I'd like to think, entertaining. It's going to be a challenge. Essex need to get wickets. They will, they have to win, and they will know that things are going Surrey's way at the over of the last 2 days. Probably, we have to say, Warwickshire haven't really turned up too much there. They've been certainly deposited by Surrey at the moment. Surrey are probably going to win this morning. But from our own point of view, Essex can only do what they can do out there today, and they need to get some wickets by Porter, Yadav, Cook, whether it's Critchley and Harmer. But it's going to be an entertaining, what have we got? Well, we've only had a quarter of an hour so far of the morning's play, and 10 minutes of that has been in between.
Yes, exactly. A lot of guff from you and I, Don.
It has.
But yeah, I'm intrigued to see how it goes, because there have been signs that Mark Stoneman's been running into form. It's just getting past the 30s and 40s. We've seen him make so many starts this season. He's got 550s in the championship season so far. He also made very bright starts in the 50 overs on several occasions, but this has been Middlesex's problem: someone to go on and put the spine of an innings together that everybody else can bat around.
Well,
Sam Robson's done it once, and they could do with him doing it again.
The umpires are on the square. Essex are in the huddle to our right, 15 metres inside the boundary, and the two Middlesex batsmen are overlapping them now towards taking guard. They're marching stridently there towards the crease. A recap then: Essex made 304 all out, only the one addition to the overnight total before Sam Cook was caught at slip off the bowling of De Carey's. De Carey's 8 for 106. Many congratulations to him. A mammoth spell of 39.2. Just to recap, Brown and Cook made 59 and 58 respectively in their 122 stand. Other notable contributions from Critchley 36 and Rossington 37. So nobody got anything above 60 or above. So that tells perhaps a bit of the story. Essex 304 all out, probably wanted, as they opted to bat first, a minimum of 350. They're in the field now, and it's the time for them to turn to take some wickets.
Absolutely. Middlesex, however, still need points desperately if they're to get out of the relegation battle, so they indeed in turn need to score runs. So this is a crucial match on so many levels, you feel. Top and bottom of the table. Essex could have done with a favour from Warwickshire. That ain't going to happen. But
we had a favour many years ago where they lent us some money to buy the ground. But we could have done with a favour.
So this would have been the interest on the loan if they could have done that yesterday.
I'm sure we would have bought them some drinks and some food. Porter around the wicket this time. First ball short of a length. He bowls at the opening batsman. Haven't been named as yet, but
Stoneman and Robson.
Stoneman and Robson. So Stoneman takes the first ball, plays it off the back foot, down the wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, Mark Stoneman, 2 England openers, which is handy to have. But Jamie Porter, even after the heavy rollers, getting decent lift from that first delivery.
Got to negotiate the new ball here. Porter round the wicket. This time, model defence there by Stoneman. Comes forward, top of the bat, top of the splice. Immaculate. That's definitely out of the MCC coaching annual. Very good.
No, he'll be pleased with that. Pleased that you noticed. So we'll let him know that. Full marks. No, there is something actually aesthetically pleasing about a really nice defensive shot, and that was a proper defensive shot. Because sometimes he doesn't always put the big stride in, Mark Stoneman.
Porter around the wicket again from the river end. This time it's an inside edge, sensibly played into the leg side. Stoneman calls back his partner back for 2, and he gets in. Cook does the fielding at a very square, quite a short boundary on that Felsted School stand. Square of the wicket, the opposite side to the pavilion. The pavilion side, let me tell you, there is acres of greenage that side. Really is acres.
There were quite a few threes out there.
There were. Kevin Hand called it a par 3 for him.
Very nice.
Round the wicket to the left-handed, and this one just bounces and probably catches him on the abdominal protector into the offside, and there is no run. 2 without loss.
No, decent start by Jamie Porter. Good battle already between a man who might consider himself slightly unlucky never to have played for England against Mark Stoneman, who played 11 tests, over 500 runs at an average a bit under 30.
is in Porter. Decent play and a miss. We're not quite in line. I can't tell you if it did too much.
Straightened a little.
Did it? I would just wonder as well whether that was a genuine play and a miss or whether he played inside of it. I couldn't be guaranteed of exactly that. We're 11, 12 strips across to the right. Yeah. I think he
played it. I think he left it. Yeah.
I do. As Porter round the wicket to Stoneman. Comes in. This is an inside edge again. That's fine. The outside edge is the bowlers. The inside edge is the batsman's. And he gets a single and he will hog the strike because it's the end of the over. It's going to be Sam Cook to start, which means Middlesex's former player, Umesh Yadav, is going to probably bowl first change from the Hayes Close end. Doesn't surprise me. These two Essex bowlers do bowl particularly straight. They bowl wicket to wicket. They're searching for bowled and the LBs. And indeed, if it nips away or they just bowl on the fourth stump line, then they're inducing the nick to the slips.
And they bowl well as a pair as well, don't they? There are partnerships.
They are. Cook is a little quicker.
Yep.
Cook is not just a little quicker, gets a little bit more bounce. Porter isn't quite as quick, but he hits the seam a little more.
Nagging, yes. So it is Cook. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman, and as described by Mr. Topley, it was a little bit sharper perhaps than we've seen so far. Good carry through to Rossington, the wicket-keeper.
Another former Middlesex player, Rossington.
Yep.
Umesh Yadav.
3 slips for Stoneman.
And of course Essex have another keeper joining them for next year, Cox from Kent. Felsted boy, I might add.
Coming back. Oh, and there's extra bounce there. It's guided down, I think, to say politely. It certainly was safe. It was nowhere near the 3 slips. There's no one in at gully or point particularly. So that goes away for the first boundary of the Middlesex innings. Up on his toes. Kept it vaguely under control, Mark Stoneman, along the ground for 4.
Well, he's got all 7 of the 7 scored so far. Slightly flirted with it.
Yeah. With
a bit of bounce there with the new ball from Cook. But it was safe. The area it went in, there is no catches there. So, for slightly fortuitous, moral victory for Cook.
Cook is in once again, and this time Stoneman looking to attack and drives it pleasantly up to mid-on, but straight to mid-on, and there will be no run. There is a mid-on, a mid-off, a mid-wicket, an extra cover, a deepish point. I'm just saying, I'm sure there is a fine leg somewhere. Just can't quite make him out.
He's beneath us.
Yes.
In the Tom Pearce stand, about 10 metres to our right. We're just out of view.
So a very traditional looking field. Cook is in again, and that's a beauty, and that one has, I think, beaten Stoneman outside off stump. He's again making I was playing the correct line, the ball moved away, I just left it, but I'm going to give the bowler the credit on that one.
Yeah, very good bowling indeed. He's probably gone ahead of Jamie Porter these days. Jamie Porter is a fantastic servant of Essex cricket, and Sam Cook has, he's done particularly well as well and just gone ahead of him.
Cook is in again. This time he pitches it up a little bit more, and Stoneman altogether more comfortable with that particular delivery, just plays it defensively out into the covers, no run.
Jamie doesn't play too much white ball cricket. I think he'd like to, but he realises the demands on a bowler today. He can't do everything. Sam is a very skilled white ball bowler. He won the man of the match for the Trent Rockets in the 100 final last year, but he's done very well for Essex as well in white ball cricket.
So an all-rounder with the ball, and that's nicely played by Stoneman, who drives it up to mid-on, wide enough of mid-on that they can go through for a single. He steals the strike again, so all 12 deliveries we have seen so far this morning in this Middlesex reply have been faced by Mark Stoneman. He has moved on to 8. Sam Robson, who's yet to face a ball, is yet to get off the mark, and it is indeed 8 without loss after 2 overs.
Just looking then, my cricketing intuition,
which is, so we know, is...
I don't know, I'm trying to look at who, I can't see his number, but whoever is at mid-off now, is that Wesley or Lawrence?
Lawrence.
I'm wondering if he's limping. As Porter comes in from the river end, it's driven, and he's been caught at backward point. He's driven as Stoneman, he's driven in the air, and I have to say that's a very good catch by Paul Water, who's a big fella. They all call him Tall Paul throughout English cricket, but he snaffled that around his bootlaces. I think that is a tremendous catch for Essex and for Paul Water. Well done.
Well, Mark Stoneman will be livid with himself because he very nearly middled that, but not quite. And it was a very decent catch, and he found the only man who could have possibly caught him within about half a mile of half an acre of Essex parkland. So
long way down for Paul Water.
It's a great catch. It's funny, it was almost in slow motion because half the crowd didn't think he played it on the up, and the other half couldn't believe, because Paul Walter didn't make a big song and a dance about it, that he'd actually snaffled a very good catch indeed.
Well, excellent bit of cricket for Essex there. Porter bowls a decent ball. He's gone at the ball, he's gone hard at the ball, and he's gone in the air for Stoneman and indeed Middlesex, and it's been snaffled by Paul Water at backward point. That is a decent wicket for Essex. Middlesex 8 for 1, and we're going to change commentary. It's Don Topley and Guy Swindles here before Paul Newton will join us in a couple of moments, because he has an 11 o'clock update, so we're expecting him to come in just in a moment, but he'll be chuffed to report to his parish in Essex that Essex have struck with a wicket, and it's that man Porter.
Yeah, who also carried his bat in the Essex innings as well, so he's having a decent morning. He was the not-out batsman and now has taken the wicket of Mark Stoneman.
So Porter is now bowling to the right-handed number 48, which
Cracknell.
is Cracknell, Joe Cracknell.
No pressure in your first match then, Joe.
He's facing Porter, who's running up the slope here from the river end. Porter bowls. He comes forward, and rightly so. Porter isn't the quickest, so your game plan is to come forward, and Cracknell did. He was, courage in his conviction. He was certainly looking to come forward against Porter and did well with that forward defensive.
Indeed. It'd be interesting to see how, certainly John Simpson, if he sees batters do that against Middlesex, will start to come up to the stumps unless the bowler is absolute lightning. I don't think that will be happening quite yet, but
3 slips awaiting. Porter's in, bowls, and this is a good ball. Walks his shot, comes forward again. Good cricket, good all-round cricket, great delivery, excellent competent forward defensive, played into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, this is only his second first-class match, Joe Cracknell. He's played lots of white ball cricket, but this is, and as you say, with Steve Eskenazi not in the side, Peter Milan not in the side, this is a big
opportunity,
show of faith and an opportunity.
Absolutely. 3 slips awaiting. Porter's in, he bowls. This is played into the leg side competently, looks good, looks to have time there, as I think it's Umesh Yadav does the fielding at square leg. Yadav, for me, I've watched a lot of his cricket in India, funny enough, and he's often the enforcer. End of the over, Paul, if that's all right.
It's a bit tight time.
A bit tight for time, so I'm going to say cheerio.
I'll carry on.
You're going to carry on. Yadav, I'm looking forward to.
Yes, we need the 11 o'clock bulletin needs to be done, so we will say hello again to Don in a second. As Porter upright runs in now, and there's another wicket, and Cracknell's innings comes to a very early finish, and what a start this is from Jamie Porter. He's got 2 wickets now in this over, found the edge of Cracknell's bat. It has been snaffled, and Middlesex now in all sorts of bother. They are 8 for 2, and Jamie Porter has the figures now of 2 for 3. We just watched the replay again. And Cracknell has gone. Sam Robson, who still hasn't faced a ball, bizarrely, is at the other end watching the carnage at the Hayes close end. The new batter coming in looks to be Max Holden.
Yes, fantastic start for Essex here. We'll be going into the BBC Essex 11 o'clock news very shortly. I'm Paul Newton, with me is Guy Swindles. Don Topley will be back with us at 11:30. And, well, not the start that Middlesex wanted, because you could say, based on the Essex innings, that any wickets the quicker bowlers got would be a bonus. Only 2 wickets going to the quicker bowlers in the Essex innings. Did you get the catcher there?
I didn't. We were having a small crisis of equipment, so I missed the actual catcher. But
it may well have been Harmer. I think it was roundabout second slip, wasn't it?
Certainly looked around there. Well, interestingly, no Max Holden, who was down to come in at 3. Joe Cracknell came above him, and now Jack Davis, who was down at 5, is in at 4. So Jamie Porter right arm round the wicket, and that is left just outside the off stump. That is the end of a superb over from Jamie Porter, a double wicket maiden. That means that both Robson and Davis are yet to get off the mark. Robson hasn't faced a ball, but will finally now. 8 for 2 in reply to the 304 all out.
Yes, a double wicket maiden. Fantastic going there from Jamie Porter, who's a man reborn this year. He was a terrific bowler for Essex in the 2017 championship win. Then he's had a couple of years in the doldrums, but very much back on song this year. A terrific start to the day here on another cloudless morning here in Chelmsford. Essex 303 for 9, soon lost their final wickets, 304 all out. Cook, the man to go for 19, and yes, it was Josh De Carey's, Mike Atherton's son, who picked up the final wicket to finish with incredible figures of 8 for 106 in 39.2 overs. But Essex already have got 2 Middlesex wickets. They are 8 for 2, and already Stoneman has been caught in the covers by Paul Walter after bowling of Jamie Porter, who in the same over, double wicket maiden, has just removed Joe Cracknell on debut, caught in the slips. So a great start for Essex. They made 304. Middlesex are 8 for 2. Surrey are about to beat Warwickshire if they haven't already, so it's imperative for Essex they win this match.
Commentary from Paul and the team continues on the BBC Sport website and app.
And a couple of deliveries while I was doing the update there have gone through without incident, and no addition to the score. In fact, they've added 1. It's 9 for 2 now. They've just got to run off the next delivery, and that run has gone to Sam Robson to get him off the mark. But yeah, it's certainly been the sort of start that Middlesex would not have wanted, bearing in mind, Guy, that this match is every bit as important to Middlesex as it is to Essex for different reasons.
Absolutely. They need points as well if they're to stave off relegation.
Porter's in, around the wicket, Hayes close end. As ever, it's always been Jamie Porter's end as this ball, a mixture of bat and pad, just goes a few yards down the track, and there is no run there. But certainly Middlesex will need, I think it's still 150, isn't it, the mark for the follow-on. So they will need 155.
Yes.
To save any possible follow-on. And although, to start with, you'd have thought, well, they'd probably get that, but doesn't look quite so likely after losing 2 wickets so soon. And looking for a third is Porter here. Bowls, and so well defended out into the offside by Jack Davis, who impressed me in an appearance in the 50-over competition. And he has made a solid start here in the few deliveries he's faced so far. 9 for 2. And Max Holden was down on the card to come in already.
Which is a concern because he did go off the field yesterday.
He did. He sort of snagged the shoulder with a great bit of fielding actually in the covers, but it hurt his shoulder in so doing. Next ball is driven to mid-off. Nice shot from Davis, but skipper is there, Tom Wesley, and there is no run. But he did come back though well before lunch, so he wasn't off the field for more than about half an hour, and I'd be surprised if that would actually prevent him batting. Not that one should ever underestimate having a bad shoulder can affect you, but certainly Middlesex could do with him out there. Fine young player. Porter coming in, thundering in again, puts everything he's got into his bowling, and that's a great delivery as Davis playing and missing outside off stump. Probably straightened on pitching that, and Porter unable to repeat his feat of a 2-wicket maiden, but nevertheless he is looking in terrific form.
Yeah, well, Jamie Porter, after that double wicket maiden, is back on from the River End. At the end of that over from Sam Cook. Porter just looking around, he's got the 3 slips still. Again, that pretty steady field. There's no third man though, and no gully, so there are runs to be had off a glance or a thick edge. With elbows pumping, Porter is in once again, and that is flicked away into the leg side. Nicely fielded on this occasion by Umesh Yadav. There is no run. Been pretty busy in that mid-wicket position so far. Robson just making sure that everything's under control. This is the first time he's faced a ball at this end, so has guard all correctly set out as he waits for Porter to come in once again. It's nice forward defensive, using his feet to get down the wicket and try and negate any possible jagging off the wicket from Porter.
Well, it's a very good start for Essex, but I don't think, even so, that it's going to be terribly long before we see Simon Harmer come on at his favoured River End. Be particularly favoured here because the pitch is right over to the left-hand side, and therefore the long boundary is to the leg side, which an off-break bowler would always prefer.
In once again, and that is again defensively played back to the bowler, who picks it up and flicks the ball out to extra cover, who in turn hurls it to mid-off. Emails to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. My apologies at previous over. I lazily said Porter bowling because he's usually from the Hayes close end. Do put me right if you notice I've made a mistake, Guy. It was Sam Cook, because this is Porter now. And just in the last couple of games, Porter has been bowling more from the River End. And that is flicked nicely out into the leg side. Yadav does well to ensure that there is only a single as he tumbles to his left to stop the ball, but a single is taken, so Robson doubles his score to 2. 10 for 2 the score, and Middlesex looking now to rebuild. Jack Davis, a lot of pressure on his shoulder. This is his 3rd match of the season. He's averaging just under 18 with a high score of 18. So just looking to establish his place in this team. He plays that with plenty of time and just pushes it out into the point region, where it is fielded comfortably by Paul Walter. Without anticipating who may win this game, it is a fact that Essex, who won all 7 home games when they last won the complete championship in 2019, they're not an easy side to beat here, that's for sure. Porter and Cook very much in their element here, and then of course there's Simon Harmer to deal with. Absolutely, and as I was saying to Don, the conversations I was hearing as I walked into the ground today were largely, well, if this lad De Carys can get 8 wickets, how many's Harmer going to get? Well, he can't get any more than 8 now because Jamie Porter has taken 2. He has the rather splendid figures now of 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 4, in a total for Middlesex of 10 for 2. Stoneman out for 8. Cracknell without scoring. Robson is 2 not out. Davis yet to get off the mark. And it will be that man Cook to continue from the Hayes close end.
And Surrey have beaten Warwickshire by an innings of 97 runs. So Warwickshire 7 down overnight, soon lost the last 3, 138 all out. Warwickshire have really gone to pieces in recent matches. As here is Sam Cook from the Hayes close end, and this ball's been neatly turned off the pads for 4 runs to backward square leg. So that will improve the batsman Sam Robson's confidence there. Not that I'm suggesting he lacks confidence. He's been a fine player, several test matches for England, and at one point looked as if he might make the an opening slot for England reasonably permanent, but it's not easy opening the batting at any level, actually, county level just as much as test level. It's not easy, and England really have struggled over the years this century to find good openers. Obviously the notable exception, Alistair Cook, as this ball goes through outside off stump without a shot needing to be played, and with that boundary earlier in the over, the score is 14 for 2, with Middlesex's immediate thought is that they will need 155 to avoid the possibility, and I think it might only be a possibility, of being asked to follow on, because with a perfect weather forecast to follow, if Essex bowled Middlesex out quite quickly here, I think they probably bat again.
Yes, bat them out of the match.
Porter's in, bowls, nicely played by Robson, who's a very correctly organised defensively, plays it to mid-on, Jamie Porter, 14 for 2, and I can't say that I know for sure, but it always strikes me that there is great rivalry between Cook and Porter, particularly from Porter's angle, because he's an immensely competitive man, and he's had a couple of years in the doldrums where, for instance, at Canterbury a few years back, I think it was 2019, Cook took 7 for 20, and the only wicket Porter got all match was the final wicket in the second inning, as this is a very good delivery from Cook, which beats the batsman Sam Robson all ends up there, as he didn't really move the feet very much and groped outside off stump. Didn't really know, I think, what had happened to the delivery. We're not in our usual position where we can see pretty well whether the ball has done anything. And we do have a replay screen, but when the sun's shining in, it's very difficult to make anything much out. But clearly, the ball was too good for Robson, and in the end, narrowly missed the stumps and the outside edge as Cook's in again and bowls, and this ball's flicked away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Ian Blackwell, a left-handed man, signals it, the very stylish sort of swish of the hand to signify the boundary, and it's 18 for 2 in the 6th over. Runs just beginning to come a little more freely now as Robson moves into double figures on 10.
Yeah, it's a good battle, isn't it? We saw beauty from Cook beat Robson's outside edge, then he just strayed towards leg stump, and Robson made that little glance look very easy for 4.
Cook, Hayes close end bowls, played to mid-on, and Jamie Porter, and there is no run there, and the over ends as the Essex fieldsmen scurry to the opposite end. 18 for 2 in 6 overs, replying to Essex's 304 all out, with Josh De Carys, who no praise could be too high for him yesterday, and he just took only a couple of deliveries to remove Sam Cook for 19 and finish with fantastic figures. 39.2 overs, 8 maidens, 8 for 106.
Yeah, it really was a splendid performance by Josh De Carys, who probably himself always saw himself as a batter who bowled a bit. Middlesex see him exactly the other way round, and now he's and that is a beauty from Porter, who really has bowled well this morning. So no ball, he's just overstepped, but again it jagged away past the groping outside edge of Davis. However, it will be runs added to the Middlesex total, and at the moment, and they've only got 18 of them going into that particular delivery. Any extra runs would be gratefully received, thank you. Porter it will be who has to bowl at least one extra ball in this over, round the wicket to the left-handed Davis, who plays it defensively, the man at point.
Yeah, I was talking about the rivalry between Porter and Cook, and they came through in identical circumstances through the academy, but Porter in 2014 made his debut in September of that year, and Cook made his debut again in September of 2017, 3 years later. Took Cook a long time to get his, Porter a long time to get his first 5-wicket haul. Come back to that.
He's in again, and this is just played not entirely convincingly into the leg side. I'm not entirely sure indeed that Davies knew exactly where the ball was, but Robson did and called him through for a very quick single. Nicely done. So Davis is now off the mark.
Whereas, yes, Sam Cook came in and already had 2 5-wicket hauls in his first 4 games. But nevertheless, Essex have been blessed with 2 wonderful young bowlers to carry their attack for in Porter's case, not far short of a decade now. And this would be Sam Cook's 7th season.
Porter in again, and he beats him for fun outside off stump, Sam Robson, on this occasion. Again, ball didn't do a huge amount, but in that nagging 4th stump area that just had Robson feeling for it a little. And he really has bowled well this morning, Jamie Porter.
Well, he has, because the Middlesex bowlers, who are very good, I mean, Toby Rowland-Jones is a very fine bowler, but whereas the Middlesex opening bowlers got very little out of the pitch yesterday morning, Porter is virtually unplayable today.
Porter is in again, and this is pitched up and played nicely in the end by Robson, who was hurried a little, but managed to get the ball under control to the man at point. No run.
And Cook isn't exactly trailing that far behind. He's beaten the batsman on a few occasions without so far getting a wicket. What will tend to happen here, I think, is that Cook will bowl for longer than Porter. Harmer will replace Porter in a few overs' time, perhaps at any moment from the river end, and Porter will then be switched to the Hayes Close end.
Porter in again, and he's bowled him, he's taken his off stump out of the ground. It's a 3rd wicket for Jamie Porter. Sam Robson can't quite believe what's just happened, but if he turns round he will see the evidence. It's 3 wickets down now for Middlesex. They're 21 for 3, and Porter has the remarkable figures of 3 for 7.
And Porter could be paid no greater compliment than, as you've just intimated, Guy, after it dawned on the batsman Robson that he'd been cleaned out, he looked back in astonishment at Porter, as though to say, well, what did you do there then? He just couldn't figure out how he missed the ball. And he's a good batsman, Robson. You know, it's not as if he's sort of someone just finding his way in the game. So Porter, as I said only a moment ago, he's virtually unplayable.
Well, Max Holden, if he is carrying an injury, they're not going to be hiding him anymore. He's come in at number 5 with his team in deep trouble, as we just watched that delivery from Porter again. It beat a very small gap between bat and pad. Maybe we'll have more of an idea, and it did jag back in at the right-handed batter, Sam Robson.
Worth recalling that in Essex's championship winning year of 2017, no less an opening batsman than Marcus Trescothick described Jamie Porter as the most difficult bowler he'd faced all season, after Somerset came down here in what was just about the last game of the season, and Porter had dismissed him twice in the game. And a little bit similar in that, if I remember rightly, one of the dismissals of Trescothick he was bowled by Porter, and again, rather like Robson today, looked back at the bowler, just trying to fathom out how he'd managed it.
Yes, it's been a superb opening spell. And again, as we mentioned earlier, perhaps unlucky not to have got closer to an England call-up. And this is played nicely by Max Holden, happily for Middlesex. Got warm applause from the local supporters. Porter now has the figures of 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 7. Middlesex, in reply to that 304, are still 283 runs behind, languishing on 21 for 3.
Yep, it's been a nightmare start from Middlesex's point of view. They got rid of the last Essex man, Sam Cook, easily enough, as De Carey's picked up his 8th wicket in a magnificent spell, 39.2 overs, 8 maidens, 8 for 106. But then I'm afraid that may have been Middlesex's biggest mistake, taking the last Essex wicket, because they really have had a terrible start to this innings as Cook comes in around the wicket from the Hayes close end and 4 runs. Cook just over pitching, which is fair enough. Both he and Porter like to pitch the ball up, try and take the edge, but on this occasion very well played away through the covers for 4. And that's from Jack Davis, who, as I say, had an innings down here in one of the 50 overs games where it's the first time I'd seen him bat, and he got about 30, very impressively indeed. As Porter's in, bowls to the left-handed Davis. Oh, appeal for LBW, it's closer than close, it's out. And well, as I say, for Middlesex, the seam bowlers didn't really seem to find any sort of movement, didn't present too many difficulties to the Essex batsmen, but at the moment I was saying that Cook was not trailing far behind Porter for his effectiveness today, and as if to get his own back for the boundary just taken from him, he has trapped Jack Davis, not really moving the feet, just shuffled across the stumps. And I have to say that before the umpire raised his finger, I thought, well, that is quite likely to be given out by umpire Ian Blackwell. And 25 for 4.
Yeah, you can often tell with LBW decisions from the batsman's reaction whether they think they've been sawn off or not, and I have to say Davis looked unsurprised when the finger went up on that occasion. Well bowled by Cook. It's been interesting, as Cook has bowled some loose deliveries this morning, so there have been 4s taken from his bowling, but every so often he's put one right in the right place, and that was another one.
Yeah, I mean, you are right actually to just imply that Cook, he normally is incredibly economical.
Yes.
You can normally say he'll go for under 2 and over. I've noticed this season, in amongst his usual very fine wicket-taking deliveries, he's just been a little bit more expensive. 1 or 2 more wayward balls, but I think you can put it down just to the fact that he's still a heck of a good bowler, and all bowlers are entitled, or batsmen for that matter, to have some years that are better than others. He started this game pretty much on the heels of Jamie Porter. 42 plays 37 in Porter's favour, but 37 wickets going into this game is not a bad haul.
No, oh, he's a very, very fine bowler. It wasn't really that, it was just, maybe it's the change of ends that this season he's bowled more from the Hayes close end, but every so often does stray onto the leg side this morning, but has still taken a wicket and still beaten the bat for fun on occasion.
Cook is in. Bowls, and that didn't miss the stumps by very much. John Simpson is now at the crease to join Max Holden, and well, I think you put it down to a well-judged leave,
yes,
but well-judged with a slight trace of irony.
Yes, a brave leave, as that one jagged back and only just missed the off stump. First ball you've faced, but Simpson happy and confident in his ability to see what the ball is doing, and I guess as a wicket keeper he'd know better than most.
This ball goes through outside off stump, and for once the batsman can leave it with total conviction. John Simpson, Middlesex's wicket-keeper batsman, goes on quite a long prowl. He must have taken about 8 strides away to square leg, not when the bowler's bowling, I hasten to add, but between deliveries before coming back. And who can blame him, really? I think anyone who's out there following what's happened. 25 for 4, and we're only in the 8th over. Cook again. Round the wicket, bowls another one that the batsman can safely leave. And Essex have set about this as if they've realised, and they would have done anyway before a ball was bowled today, that Surrey were going to absolutely muller in that current verb that's been invented by Surrey, absolutely mullering Warwickshire, and Essex have gone about it as if to show we're still in this fight, we're not taking a backward step. They will, if they win the game, Essex, lose 1 point in relation to Surrey, who've taken 22 points already. Essex's will be a 21-point victory if they get it. This next ball, again, Cook just not quite getting his line right for the last 3 deliveries of an otherwise superb over, in which Middlesex have slumped to 25 for 4 with neither batsman yet to register their first run.
Yes, it's going to be tough for Simpson. He's been one of the better batters for Middlesex this season, but even he is averaging under 30. He's at least scored 4 50s, high score of 75, and so often he has had to come in this situation.
Tell you what the irony would be here, Guy, and that would be if Essex took all 10 wickets to the quicker bowlers and Simon Harmer didn't get any, whereas Josh De Carey's off-break bowler 8 wickets.
And there's a big shout for LBW that is eventually strangled, and it's not given, and nobody looks particularly surprised.
I think he got outside the line of off stump there, the batsman, and it's one of those, I think, any quick bowler worth his salt, if he hits the batsman on the pads almost automatically without stopping to think about it, just confirming he had got outside the line, will actually appeal, but I think Porter would have been as surprised as anyone had the finger gone up.
It had actually been given, yes, quite right. Porter, right arm round the wicket again to the left-handed Holden, who not entirely convincingly plays it up to mid-on. I think he was aiming more in the mid-off region, but it went perfectly safely along the ground.
Yes, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I was going to say he played it suspiciously, and who can blame him, really? And it's hard, it's not as if the pitch yesterday in the pre-lunch period, the pitch looks as if it was absolutely benign.
Well, it's still not doing a massive amount, but it's just doing enough, particularly from Porter. And that's quicker than Holden was expecting, but he manages to wear it on the thigh pad and to no danger to his own stumps. And there's a spring in the Essex step at the moment.
Yes, I think the other point to be made is that Porter and Cook have worked out a way to bowl on Chelmsford pitches.
Yes.
That you can only probably work out, from playing all your games here, and they're very much unplayable.
Porter in again, and that is just short of a length, and up on his toes. Cracknell Holden just plays it down in front of himself. They go through for a quick single. Simpson was on the same wavelength. Means Holden gets off the mark with the 6th ball he has faced so far in his innings, and that will be a relief to him. As again, another batter who, this is his 11th match so far in the county championship this season. He's only got a couple of 50s. He's averaging just over 20. Again, the problem that Middlesex have found this season is with the bat. They're bowled pretty well, as we saw in the Essex innings, but at the moment some sort of recovery is required. At 26 for 4 as Porter is in, and Simpson plays him moderately comfortably, as well as comfortably as anybody else has played him this morning. Out to point. Harris is fielded by Walter, no run.
Emails to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Michael Alexander from North London says, good morning, that was an entertaining day of sorts, the good-natured sparring with Kev, and in fact he sent this late yesterday. Lord Southgate, Uxbridge and Chelmsford have provided much sporting residence for me over the years. You're not missing anything as a conflab between Porter and his skipper. Chelmsford so special, Gucci memories for me, among the most profound. Graham Napier, more memories from the telly. What a player and man. Yes indeed, Graham Napier, fantastic servant over 2 decades for Essex.
Porter, right arm round the wicket again, and that's driven really nicely by Simpson, but also equally well fielded out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Very nicely done indeed. It made a difficult piece of fielding look really easy, but they do trot through for a single. Simpson is off the mark as well. Both he and Holden have a run apiece, and the score after the 9th over of the Middlesex innings is 27 for 4.
A nice email here from James Dobson. He says, further to yesterday's discussion on who Essex might look for next year, how about no one? We have some really promising batsmen coming through, and Dan Lawrence's departure opens up an opportunity to, say, Feroz Kushi or Charlie Allison, or to play, I think he means Feroz Kushi or Charlie Allison, while Aaron Beard and Ben Allison must be depressed at being overlooked in favour of Yadav. I'm not sure why we signed Jordan Cox at the expense of bringing Michael Pepper or Will Buttleman on. Here's Cook beginning a new over from the Hayes close end, no run here, as Simpson plays the ball to Paul Walter at backward point, and James continues success on homegrown players, which they can bring us, is much more satisfying. Keep up the great commentary. Thank you very much indeed, James. And certainly there are a distinct number of supporters who'd echo that statement and say bring on the youngsters.
They would, Paul, and you're absolutely right. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Tom. Very nice to see you as ever. And here comes Cook around the wicket from the Hayes close end bowls, and that's a lead from Simpson, no run.
On a similar thread yesterday, we chatted about the days gone past where Essex placated selections with, and you remember this was probably in the early part of your cricket commentary career, Nadeem Shahid, Nick Knight and JJ Lewis, John Lewis, who went to Durham. Knight went to Warwickshire and Shahid went to Surrey.
As Cook bowls, and another lead from Simpson, 27 for 4 on the board.
And it is great to see so many youngsters coming through, but the only worry that we have is how do you give them game time? Nobody has a divine right to play. How do you give them the game time, the exposure, the experience and the opportunity? And we've got a lot of wicket keepers as well, Paul.
We have.
And we're gaining another one that can bat, who is a deadly, very fine batsman in Cox from Kent.
He is a very fine cricketer. Here's another delivery where Cook, it's a decent enough ball, it's well pitched, but just the line not quite right, and nevertheless he's keeping the batsman pinned down. Yes, Essex of course signed Doug Bracewell this season. He didn't have a great time, but I think the bigger problem still was that they for some reason abandoned the usual 4 bowlers, 6 batsmen and a wicket-keeper to go 5 and 5 and a wicket-keeper, and it didn't really work, and we didn't win any of the 5 games with that strategy, and we've never stopped winning since we went back. I say we, Essex have never stopped winning since. Here's Cook beating Simpson this time just outside off stump, score remaining at 27 for 4 as it goes through to Rossington, the wicket-keeper. But I would say, although I understand the reasoning behind it, that they don't want to completely bowl Porter and Cook into the ground, but I don't think we ever have, because Harmer's bowling 30 overs an innings. Porter and Cook are probably only having to average out, even when Essex are in the field, 15 overs an innings as Cook is in, bowls, and that is edged and dropped by, of all people, I think it was Harmer actually, his catch there at second slip, and it was low, it went very quickly, but that is a life for Simpson there.
I think it was, I do.
Yeah, it's very unusual to find Harmer with his bucket-like hands. His reward is he's got a bowl now. Here we are, we're looking at the replay again. Yeah, it's Harmer going to his right and parrying it just in front of Cook.
Yeah, very big surprise, but Harmer can make do now with the ball in his hand, as customary as we often witness him bowling from the river end.
Just wanted to finish the point we were making. The thing that surprised me was not only have you got Porter, Cook, maybe Snater and Harmer as your big 4, but you've got such good backup bowlers. You've got Critchley with his leg breaks, who nearly always takes a wicket as soon as he comes on. Also in the bracket of taking a wicket as soon as he comes on, Paul Walter with his left arm over that can provide some rough for Harmer. Outside of right-handers off stump. And you've also got the by no means inconsiderable talents of Tom Wesley himself, who wouldn't take many wickets,
Dan Lawrence,
but would keep the runs down. And as you say, Dan Lawrence as well. Did Essex really need to go in with a fifth bowler?
It's an interesting discussion. We chatted, we were on comms a number of times, and I was sort of slightly more sympathetic than you were, but what it does give Essex is a fantastic county bowling unit, as we now see Harmer just checking his field. A slip is in, conventional, a short extra cover catching, and a bat pad under the lid. Nick Brown. Harmer round the wicket this time as he bowls to Max Holden, who comes forward and plays with soft hands against the off spinner, and there is no run. Square leg is up on the one, so it's not deep square leg. This turns a little bit quicker outside off stump, and it's left alone by Holden.
That one bounced, didn't it?
It did. It did a little bit quicker. Yep. Just swap the field. They've actually got, for Holden, a deep mid wicket, because he does slog sweep. Harmer in. And this is played sensibly, smartly, and with soft hands to Walter, who is on the drive on the offside for the left-hander. Harmer in again, round the wicket, bowls. Fuller, and it is almost sort of trapped and just pushed back down the wicket for no run. Slip Cook. Brown under the lid on the leg side. Harmer in, a little bit loopy. This one just straightens a little bit as it goes to backward point where there is no run. Well bowled. Gave it a little bit more air, a little bit slower, and I think it responded with the purchase, these big hands of Simon Harmer puts onto the ball. This is a shorter ball, wider, and it's an attempt to cut, but he's missed it, played and missed, through to the keeper. No run. Good maiden over from Simon Harmer. 27 for 4. Max Holden has 1, I think it is.
Yeah, they're both on 1.
They're both on 1. There you go. That's easy.
Well, terrific first over from Harmer. Not a ball.
Everything?
Yeah, not a ball out of place, and well, I wouldn't want to be facing him. I'll put it that way. You have to admire, and I say this not with my Essex hat on, but a neutral hat. If you turn up,
I'm with you.
This looks a magnificently professional side in the field.
Yep.
Because, you know, Porter and Cook have hardly given the batsman a get-out shot through the innings. A couple of slightly over-pitched deliveries from Cook would be the only exceptions. And then you bring on Harmer.
Yes.
And, you know, you've got a pretty decent leg spinner that can be brought on yet. And of course we've got Yadav, who's just coming into the attack now at the Hayes close end, who of course is Essex's replacement for Doug Bracewell. But they do look a magnificent outfit in the field.
You talking about Doug Bracewell, you know, did you need that extra bowler?
Yeah.
I'm asking you then, putting you on the spot.
Oh dear.
If we didn't need Bracewell, and you wanted to change and have an overseas batter, do you think you're in the same boat? Do we need Yadav or not at all?
Right, come back to that as Yadav is in, bowls, and that ball is played into the covers. There's no run. Well, what I would say is it'd be interesting to see if Essex didn't have an overseas player at all. In this particular season, I'm not saying in previous seasons, in this particular season, I think they might actually have been better off rather than worse off.
Right.
Because for me, I've just such faith in Porter, Cook and Harmer, and you know, those three alone, you know, are going to win you match after match as Yadav comes in now. Bowls, and that ball is magnificently taken by Adam Rossington, diving to his right. I hesitated because I thought he hasn't caught that, has he? It was a wide, on top of a wide, in a sense of the way it moved right away, and brilliantly taken, saved 4 byes.
Yadav is a strong individual. I've witnessed him play quite a bit of Test cricket in India. He was the enforcer for India for a number of Tests and Caesars and series. He's not a particularly big man, but my word, he's a strong man.
He certainly is. Yadav is in bowls, and this ball goes right through the defences of John Simpson there. Good bounce as well, indicating what Don's saying really. A lot of shoulder in that delivery, getting the extra lift. And we saw him hit 2 6s and a 4 off 3 consecutive De Carey's deliveries last night. De Carey's, I hasten to add, got his revenge with the last ball of that particular over. And it was a rarity for anyone to get successfully to get after De Carey's, who bowled. He was in his 40th over when he got the final wicket of Sam Cook this morning, finishing with 8 for 106. Yadav is in bowls outside off stump there. Simpson removing the bat, 27 for 4.
And if you think of your career as a commentator stroke keen cricket follower, you'll go back to people like Madan Lal,
yes,
the
indeed.
Indian seamer.
Yes.
They didn't always have quick fellas. Sikandar Bhatt was
yes, love that name,
back in the 80s.
Yeah.
But these days India have some athletes, they have some wonderful seamers.
Yes, they do.
Jasprit Bumrah.
Oh, I love him. He's fantastic. Here's the next ball. It's played into the onside, and they've taken one. They're thinking of coming back for a second, and they've stopped thinking about it, and they're doing it. And that's 2 runs well taken there, as Lawrence Fields in an unusual position for him at long leg, and scored to 29 for 4. First runs for 2 or 3 overs.
And I think when we look back to India, they didn't have many great fast bowlers back in the day when I first started playing cricket.
Yeah.
But these days they have these finely race animals that are very athletic, and I think Ishant Sharma and this fella Yadav were one of the 2 new breeds.
Oh, that's a good delivery from Yadav. It goes straight through. John Simpson, like a dose of salt, can't have missed the stumps by much, and taken by Rossington. 29 for 4 then. Quite an impressive start from Yadav here, who's quite pacey. And yes, I mean, Jasprit Bumrah, I watched the guy, I didn't know who it was at the time, a few years ago when Essex were playing India in a tour game here, and he was bowling in the nets, and he was getting an extraordinary amount of lift. And I thought, who the heck is that guy? It was Jasprit Bumrah, and he's subsequently become an absolute worldie.
They have Mohammad Shami, who I admire a lot these days.
Yeah.
You know, bowls a heavy ball, swings it, and the latest one is Mohammad Siraj, who plays with Virat Kohli at Royal Challengers Bangalore. And it's going to be Harmer now, bowls one that just turns a little bit, marginally short, played on the back foot very comfortably by Holden, and it's played into the leg side, no run. Yeah, Mohammad Siraj of RCB is the latest fella playing international cricket, and this time he bowls a better length, a little slower, and he comes forward, does Holden, plays quite late really coming forward. Harmer wants him to come forward. He wants him to come and play his off spinners on the front foot. This time he's comfortable on the back foot is Holden. Keith Fletcher was a great person to watch playing off spinners because he used to try and hang back as much as possible, being particularly watchful. Holden facing Harmer. This time it turns a little bit from straight. He plays the line and it goes outside of the left-hander's bat and is well taken by Rossington, but there is no edge on it.
Yeah, it was a great take, I thought, from Rossington there, because it bounced quite sharply.
Cook come into play here at slip. This one is well watched. Similar type of ball, similar type of line, just on off stump moving away, and the Middlesex batsman Holden is very happy to leave it. He's being very watchful in that particular ball. Harmer, this time it's cut. He bowls a little short and wide, but it's well fielded by Tom Wesley, who has replaced Paul Water on the drive, sort of sort of short extra cover catching. Good over. Opportunity for a run scoring delivery there, but unfortunately for the Middlesex batsman, he wasn't able to time it into the offside and miss the fielder. End of the over, 29 for 4.
Quick recap of what's happened today. Lots of people will be logging on at any moment. Essex just adding the one today. Lost Sam Cook, caught Higgins, bowled yes, Josh De Carey's for 19. Porter left not out 10. De Carey's the magnificent figures, 39.2 overs, 8 maidens, 8 for 106. But then I'm afraid Middlesex suffered a series of quick-fire disasters as Porter removed in the blink of an eye. Mark Stoneman caught it cover by Walter for 8. Here another good delivery as Cook begins a new as Yadav continues from the Hayes close end and beats the batsman John Simpson on the outside edge, goes through to Rossington, 29 for 4. Porter followed up with a wicket of debutant Joe Cracknell, caught Harmer at second slip of Porter for 0. Porter got yet a third wicket, bowling Sam Robson for 10, and Robson just looked back at the bowler and said, how on earth did you manage that? It's brilliant bowling from Porter. I break in as Yadav comes back in again, bowls, and again beats Simpson, all ends up on the outside edge and through to wicketkeeper Rossington without the ball taking the edge. And Jack Davis, an impressive young prospect for Middlesex, had hit a lovely shot through the covers for 4. Only then to be LBW next ball, and it did look palpably LBW even from our not perfect position here, to the bowling of Sam Cook for 5, and the wickets at 8, 21 and 25. It's now 29 for 4. These two have avoided losing another wicket for a few overs now as Yadav bowls to Simpson, who plays it down to mid-off, 29 for 4, but the going out there is fraught.
It is. It's a challenge for Middlesex. Well described, Paul, because it's been an intriguing 13 overs. We know Essex have got a good bowling unit, and at the moment Yadav is adding to it.
Very much so.
Not a big man, but my word, he hits the crease and he hits the deck hard.
Yadav is in, bowls, and the ball is just blocked away to backward point. Paul Walter for no run, and such are the riches of this Essex attack, as I've already alluded to. But you know, if someone said, I'm afraid you're going to have to face up to a problem, what happens when these 4 bowlers we've seen already have not managed to take another wicket for 2 hours, a whole session? And you say, well, we've got 3 reasonably decent people waiting in the wings should they be needed, and 2 of them almost invariably take a wicket as soon as they come on, in Matt Critchley and Paul Walter. Here's Yadav sprinting in from the Hayes close end, bowls way down leg side, not actually a wide, but to more exercise for Adam Rossington, who I have to say has kept thoroughly well here today.
Yeah, he has. And he's been kept on his toes a couple of deliveries, hasn't he?
He's had a lot of problems with injured fingers, yes. Adam Rossington. He's often played through the pain of having an injured finger, and it just strikes me, we see how good he can be now that it appears he's no longer having to favour one hand or the other, because the injuries have cleared up.
Yes.
Yadav in and bowls to Simpson. All left-hand partnership in the middle at the moment, and this ball's played out into the covers. There's no run, and applause for a very good over indeed from Umesh Yadav there. Maiden, 29 for 4, 3 to Simpson, 1 to Holden, and although these 2 have done well to bed down and keep out the Essex bowlers for the last half dozen overs, 14 have now been bowled, but it doesn't alter the fact it has not been one bit comfortable.
Well, Simpson, to back up your comments, has got 3 off 24 deliveries, and Holden has 1 off 17. And Middlesex are 29 for 4, and they're facing 2 international class bowlers.
Yes, indeed.
Harmer in, reverse lapped this time by Holden, who plays it out to backward point where Porter does the fielding. That's an interesting shot. Reverse lap from Holden against Harmer. Harmer coming round the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Harmer bowls, gives it a bit of loop, and it's well bowled, but very well played there by Holden, who comes forward and waits for the ball and plays with soft hands. No run. Harmer again turns, in he comes, a little quicker this time, and Holden plays on the front foot and spots the quicker delivery. No run. Not
the least facet of Essex's play here at Chelmsford Everybody knows where they're going to field, and it all works like clockwork, men in the right positions.
Harmer bowls, and another good delivery from the South African off-spinner.
So that on the rare occasions so far where a batsman has got hold of the ball, more often than not it's gone straight to a fieldsman.
Harmer round the wicket, 2 men round the back. This is played with an open face, square of the wicket, where it's well fielded by Sam Cook on the offside, no run.
It was lovely to see the crowd here, a good second day crowd, give Josh De Carey's a magnificent reception as he walked off with figures of 8 for 106.
Harmer, little shorter, little quicker, played off the back foot, concludes the end of an over. That's another maiden from Harmer. 3 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 0.
Yes, why are we not surprised? But yes, I mean, the Essex crowd has a bad reputation, but that is born of Friday nights for T20 cricket.
Bad reputation?
So, well, it can be lively if you're fielding near the boundary.
Please explain yourself.
I am explaining it. You must listen. Since you posted as headmaster, there must be no disagreement here. Yes, you wouldn't have great fun fielding on the boundary if you drop a catch in front of an Essex Friday night T20 crowd, but the Championship crowd is superb. They appreciate cricket, whether
The
it's
moral of the story is, don't drop a catch.
Well, yes, that's one of the morals, certainly. And the other is don't be fielding near the boundary if it's your Friday night in a T20 game. Yadav around the wicket, in and bowls, and again he's beaten Simpson here, and it goes through to Rossington. Emails to essexcricket@gmail.com. Mick Marshall comes through, says, good morning, why are Essex wearing black armbands? It is because, very sadly, Nick Brown recently lost his father. And I interviewed Nick Brown yesterday, who I must say was looking his usual cheery self, but obviously it's been a hard time for him. Delighted that he top scored with 59, and Yadav is on his way again, in and bowls to Simpson, who can leave this one safely.
There's been a little bit of noise about Nick Brown and his career.
Yeah.
I think it's still a healthy average. I haven't looked just lately.
Yeah.
But I like him as an opening batsman. Not everybody, and I understand people have preferences and favourites as bowlers, but I don't mind Nick Brown opening the batting. Well, not in my book. I'm happy.
I think what goes in his favour, you wouldn't meet a nicer fellow for a start. Great for team spirit. He'll quickly don the helmet and take all the flack at bat pad, where he's a brilliant fieldsman, to give him his due.
Yes.
This ball goes through. Simpson there. Score remaining 29 for 4. And if you can bring other attributes in addition to your main suit, you know, it goes in your favour.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Paul. He can offer to field at bat pad, and if you ask Tom Wesley, he would want him at bat pad. So he brings something else to the party. It's not just about his opening runs. He's good enough. He has a record that's pretty good, but he is an exceptional fielder at bat pad.
Yadav bowls to Simpson. Goes through. These batsmen haven't actually changed ends for several overs now.
Can I take you back to the early part of your cricket commentary? Brian Hardy.
Oh, a magnificent man.
Look, he was sometimes a little ugly with the willow.
I thought he was quite good looking.
With the willow, he would flay the fast bowlers. Malcolm Marshall, he would get wound up. But Brian Hardy at bat pad, he caught so many catches for East, Ackfield, Such, Childs.
And this ball, it doesn't beat the batsman, he leaves that, and it's taken by Rossington. It was an off-cutter to the left-hander, 29 for 4. Yes, Brian Hardy, a huge favourite of mine, a Scotsman who came down and joined Essex, and he was such a useful player. He was the ultimate team man, and although in many ways you can say it was totally obscured by the considerable shadow of Graham Gooch, but Gooch should always give Hardy credit, because he scored lots and lots of runs, and as I say, the ultimate team man. This next ball goes through, and the bowler Yadav actually falls over in completing his follow-through there, a little bit reminiscent of Mark Wood in the Ashes series this summer. But applause for another maiden over, and again it was a good over, and again the score at the end of it remains as it was at the start, at 29 for 4 in 16 overs.
Yeah, he's bowled well here. You can see how he gains the title of the enforcer in that Indian attack, can bowls a good pace, but can bang it in. Hits the deck particularly hard. A lot of shoulder power, as Paul Newton, BBC Essex, suggested. He's got a very strong pair of shoulders. Quite an athlete, not the tallest, but he's bowled nicely down the slope. And of course, a lot of even international cricketers don't always play at Chelmsford, and the slope here at Chelmsford can cause a little bit of, you can lose your rhythm. This time Harmer bowls a ball that's got a little bit of width, a little bit shorter, and it's cut, but it's cut and found the fielder at point. Holden cannot get a run yet off Harmer. Harmer again round the wicket to Holden. This time it's a good ball that turns and plays with the open face sensibly, and that's a correct way to play. It doesn't go near any hands of the Essex fielders. It goes out to sort of behind square, to the short third man for no run. Bat aloft. Holden comes forward, and he drags Holden forward, does Simon Harmer, and this turns and beats the outside edge, goes through to Rossington, the keeper. Very fine bit of bowling.
It certainly was. I mean, the Harmer, he hasn't got a wicket yet, but surely it's a matter of time.
Harmer in again. Little Fuller, it's driven into the offside, not really against the spin, but it's just a good disciplined shot with soft hands.
Yeah, he's playing well, Max Holden. You know, it's no easy task coming in facing Harmer.
Holden, bat aloft, a little bit more air, and this is played. Well, it's played with a full face. It may have squeezed with a little bit of back pad, but it's gone straight as opposed to gone square on the leg side. And noticeably, Nick Brown has come a little bit straighter now for Holden. This time it's left, it turns, goes wide and wider, through to the keeper. Would you believe it? It's another maiden. 4 overs. 4 maidens, 0 for 0.
Yeah, and he gets through his over so quickly, and as a batsman you must be thinking, oh heck, he's coming in again, you know.
You would want to slow him down.
You
would,
would, exactly.
You'd do your shoelaces up, or go and bit of gardening, or ask for the sight screen to be moved. Do something to slow Harmer down.
That's right. Emails, BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com. Steve McLaughlin noted my mistake in saying that Porter was bowling when it was Cook. How cruel of you, but you're quite right. My apologies. The Grumbler now says, hello Paul, always good to hear from you, Grumbler. You say, I had a lovely day yesterday, cloudless skies, great crowd, members car park full at 10:30. I break in as Yadav comes in from the Hayes Close end. This is a leave outside off stump from Simpson through to Rossington. 29 for 4 as it has been for a while now. You continue Cook's effortless 50. Alistair Cook, this is maybe his last, you never know. Brown 2, De Carey's fine spell, but 2 highlights. 1, a very healthy number of first team players coming to Tony Choke's leaving do after 30 years as scorer. Here, this is Tony Choke's last match. And 2, and we'll come to that after the next Yadav delivery. And that's, he's playing at that, and again it just beats the outside edge on its way through to the wicket keeper. 29 for 4. 2, the Grumbler continues. John Lever and Ray East walking around the ground all day and chatting like any old club teammates. 2 wonderful, wonderful Essex players, both of whom got over 1,000 first-class wickets for Essex. And what an achievement, particularly for Ray East, because he often wouldn't get a bowl at all, but still got 1,000 wickets. You say clubs over franchises, as here's the next ball goes through outside off stump, no need for a shot. You say, or in other words, I'll hold Kevin Hand's coat in his ongoing battle with the forces of darkness that threaten county cricket.
Forces of darkness?
Yes, I think he sees you as a sort of latter-day Count Dracula.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Who is this gentleman?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't meet a nicer man than yourself, would you, Don?
Oh.
You and Kevin are a great match. As scores 29 for 4. Yadav is in and bowls to Simpson. Simpson, he's going to get a run here. He's changed ends for the first time in a long, long time. It's played wide of mid-on, and Porter running round to mid-wicket can do nothing to prevent the single. 30 for 4, needing 155 to save the follow-on, replying to Essex's 304 all out.
So important they try and change something here. Middlesex have just done it. They've got themselves a single. They need to keep rotating this strike.
Absolutely.
You know, Both these guys are going to struggle against Harmer, but it's important to rotate the strike.
Yadav bowls to Holden and sufficiently far outside off stump for Holden to lead it. 30 for 4. We're in the 18th over, replying to Essex's 304 all out. As I say, 155 needed, another 125 to save the possibility, and I don't think it would actually happen, but the possibility of being asked to follow on.
Simpson is an experienced campaigner, very fine cricketer, but for me this is a real test for Max Holden.
Yadav comes in, bowls, played to mid-on, there's no run there. We've had an email from Jerry Wolstenholme, who says, morning chaps, enjoying your commentary again, thank you. You mentioned Doug Bracewell, and I did see his fine innings of 61 not out with 5 fours and 4 sixes at Blackpool in July. It was a fine innings, Jerry. The trouble is, it was his only real innings where he came off. He also effected a run out of Villas with a superb stop and direct hit from side on in Lancashire's first innings, and took 3 for 50 when Lancashire were bowled out to defeat. I only saw him this once live, but he looked a worthwhile signing then. I noticed he took 24 championship wickets, but I take your point about local talent. Let's encourage it. Keep up the splendid work. At the end of this Harmer over, we'll bring in Guy Swindles to join Don Topley. Yeah, Jerry, thank you. I think it was you who made the point yesterday, which I didn't get round to mentioning, my apologies, that Dan Lawrence in that game made a magnificent 135. It was magnificent. We had been making the point that until that golden spell in June and July, Dan hadn't quite got as many runs as we thought.
Harmer bowls, and it's a decent ball there that just turns off the straight. I like that. It looked really interesting. I'm wondering whether Essex will employ a gully, because I think it could go to gully as much as Cook at first slip. Again, another delivery with everyone looks to the heavens. This is a cracking delivery that, well, Simpson has just simply played and missed.
Yes, I don't think Simpson's technique against Harmer is as good as Holden's.
Well, he wants to play with the bat, a little shorter, it's forced, and it's been chipped into the air. It's gone over Harmer on his follow through, and it's fallen to the left of Paul Water. That was a genuine leading edge. He's got to play straighter here. Don't want to try and whip it against the spin, that's danger.
Conventional mid-off would have swallowed that.
Another good delivery, this time he plays it off the splice on the front foot.
Let me just hasten to add, when talking about Dan Lawrence, he had a magnificent midsummer with Essex this year, and I think he will score a bag full of runs for Surrey, I really do, next year.
I'll tell you why, my reason, my thoughts. And I know a little bit about Surrey, as Harmer is in, bowls, gives it a bit of air, quite full, just push driven back to the bowler.
You played for them once.
I did,
The emphasis on the once.
On the once, yes. I did under Jeff Howarth.
Yes, indeed, remember him well.
Yes.
New Zealander.
Yes,
good
one
man.
game for Surrey
Good
before
man.
I joined Essex and played under Fletcher, Gooch and Border. There's my 4 first-class captains. This is a lap shot. It's a good shot, actually, by John Simpson. He's timed it. He hasn't hit it too hard. He's timed it well, square of the wicket, and he's found the boundary, the first boundary for quite some time. That was a good shot, calculated shot, but it was a splendid over that he also played and missed a couple of times and had a leading edge and got away with it. As Middlesex have moved to 30 for 4, we're in the 19th over now. Yadav will continue. He's bowled a beautiful spell, has Umesh Yadav this morning. And as I say, I like that term that Stuart Broad got nicknamed the Enforcer, and certainly Umesh Yadav is just like that now. Yadav on his way in, round the wicket, and this is a bit of a flay, and he's connected with it, bit of width, and Holden claims 4 square of the wicket. Walter has to go and collect it, and Middlesex move another boundary. So we've had 2 boundaries in the space of a couple of balls, and they've moved quickly on to 34 for 4, and I say welcome back, Guy Swindles.
Thank you very much. Don Topley, excellent. There's been a gritty performance by these two. Not quite sure how Simpson survived on occasions, particularly against being the left-hander against Harmer, but he is still there.
He is. He got himself a boundary, and now Holden's got himself a boundary. He's facing, this time it's pushes Holden back, with a ball from Umesh Yadav, and it's played into the covers, no run. What have you done with your half hour off? Powdered your nose, made a cup of tea?
I put on the sun cream.
Sun cream.
Extra sun cream.
Yes.
Caught up with emails and just enjoyed the gritty battle going on in front of us.
You're watching two quality overseas bowlers.
Yes, just a bit.
In county cricket. Yadav on his way in from the Hayes close end. 2 slips and a gully. This is another play and a miss. What a gorgeous delivery that really was from the Indian pacer.
How many play and misses have there been outside off stump since he's in this spell of his? There's been about 2 and over, and he's in his 5th over, so I think we must be nearly double figures now.
4 overs, 0 for 7.
But he really has caused problems on or around off stump.
Starts his run up, coming down the slope. He bowls. Well played this time by the Middlesex batsman, that is Max Holden. He's on 5, Simpson on 8. Score 38 for 4.
Yeah, there is still Ryan Higgins to come, who has spent most of the season digging Middlesex out of large holes, batting at
good cricketer.
7.
Combative cricketer. Yadav round the wicket, bowls. This is driven beautifully, probably one of the few half volleys, and he's driven it, caressed it through the offside, and it's raced to the shorter boundary on the offside towards sort of, square long off, or a very squarer extra cover, really.
Yeah, it's probably the shot of the Middlesex innings so far.
It is.
It was over pitched, but the fact that Holden was on it so quickly is encouraging as far as Middlesex are concerned, when you consider what a battle he's had. I think he had 1 run after the first 24 balls he'd faced. This is good stuff to play each ball on its merits.
Yadav, will it be as full, this ball? Yes, it is, and a play and a miss as he push drives yet again. And that's the end of the over. Umesh Yadav's 5th over, and he's gone for 11. Listen, what's been quite nice, you watch a lot of county cricket.
Yep.
It's been really nice to see the Indian players playing in cricket. There's one lad, I've forgotten his name now, is it Sanderson, who's joined Surrey? He isn't playing in this current game. You've got Privy Shaw at Northampton,
who scored double hundreds for fun in 50 overs. Yeah.
Yes, you've got Umesh Yadav.
Yep.
You've got the Yadav who's intending to play for Middlesex. Yes. You've got the 2 lads at Sussex, Pujara and a left arm seamer. Is it left arm seamer?
How many should know that? As that's paddled round the corner by Simpson, just straying slightly onto the leg side was Harmer.
Isn't it great to see Indians playing in our county cricket
again? As they used to a lot. All the way back. Didn't Bisham Beatty play for Northants for a long time?
For years. Gavaskar played a bit for Somerset.
And York. Did he play for York?
No, Tendulkar.
Tendulkar played, you're absolutely right. And that is just pushed out into the offside. Defensively, there is no run.
How could I forget Unadat?
Right.
Left arm seamer Unadat and Peshawar at Sussex.
And that is just played
someone else
to the offside.
I've missed one other Indian currently playing here.
Google it. Come on.
I'll look through the teams in a minute.
Okay, or do it the long way round. As in comes Simon Harmer, and again just strays onto leg, and that is flicked away superbly by Simpson, who largely could barely lay bat on ball for the first 4 overs that he faced from Simon Harmer, but Harmer has just strayed ever so slightly, and that brings up the 50.
And he's prepared to lap or sweep. And they're not slog sweeps, they are simply executed nicely, cross bat shot sweep, getting down, watching the full contact of the ball, and doesn't look away until he's made that full contact. So whilst we were not knocking him but criticising him earlier, he's now playing nicely with the sweeps.
Yeah.
And look what that's made Harmer do. He's had to just
quicker and wider
change his
outside
line,
of
hasn't he?
Absolutely.
And it's a bit of cat and mouse there because he is an artist, Simon Harmer. Great bit of bowling. He's normally off spinners are very happy that you do get lapped because he then just bowls a little bit fuller.
Well, he's in again, and this is played defensively by Simpson, who usually, being a wicket keeper, plays the spinners quite well. And again, he has played that over with probably more conviction than any other over that he has faced so far from Harmer. There were 2 boundaries. There was also middle of the bat on the defensive shots and forcing Harmer wide outside off stump. So better as far as Middlesex are concerned.
I think his figures are 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 12.
12, yeah. And it was he didn't concede a run for the first 4. Yeah.
Change of bowling. Won a super spell from Yadav. He's been replaced by Jamie Porter, who's coming from the Hayes close end in this beautiful bright sunshine. And Guy, we sort of come from the Suffolk area to this game. My word, this part of Britain is hotter than most of the Mediterranean.
It is, though, as
Porter is driven up to mid-off, no run.
Hottest place today in Great Britain
is
Monmouth.
Down really?
In Wales.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, we're one of them, but
I think it's going to be into the 30s towards the weekend.
Indeed, but everywhere apart from, of course, northern Scotland, where it's raining.
It's still spring.
Yes, raining.
Is that right? Is that right?
Sorry.
Good morning to you if you're listening in northern Scotland.
The Essex and Middlesex fans in the north of Scotland.
Porter bowls. This is push driven up to mid-on, no run. You're listening to Guy Swindles, Don Topley and Paul Newton on this BBC Essex, BBC Radio London. Commentary from Chelmsford. It's day 2. We're a bit behind everyone else.
Yes.
Because we had a splendid full house Saturday. England women were playing against Sri Lanka. They lost, but nonetheless it was a great occasion here at Chelmsford. Porter in. This is clipped into the leg side. Good looking shot. Just aired a little straight there, did Porter, and that's gone for 1, 2. They're going to take 3 because that is a large boundary today.
They're going to run 4.
They're going to run 4? Have they run 4?
I'm pretty sure they've run 4.
You can do that in Australia on many grounds.
Yeah.
You can't do it on the postage stamps of places like Chelmsford, Hove and indeed Taunton, but you can today because it is enormous on the left-hander's leg side when you bowl from the Hayes close end. It now relies on Matt Critchley coming out of gully or slip, so we've just got Cook and Harmer at slip, first and second, and for Holden we've got a man on the drive on the leg side catching. Porter's in, bowls. This is driven into the offside for 4. And Holden, who's enjoyed a tremendous summer and in particular developed his white ball game, has now caressed that with a little ball of width into the offside, open the face, and that really is a nice looking shot from Holden.
Yeah, they've done well, these two. They survived that torrid time when the 4th wicket had gone down and it was vital they stay there. Somehow they survived against Yadav and Harmer, but now just beginning to open up a little.
Porter, a little bit, not quite as full. This time it's quite straight and it's driven up to mid-on. Yadav does the fielding at mid-on, no run. Score is now 58 for 4.
Yeah, and just to try and put things in perspective for the people listening, there are probably 22 cut pitches across the the Essex ground, and we have 7 on one side and 15 on the other. So that is why we have this disparity where you can run 4 on one side and hit 4 very easily on the other.
Porter in. This is played up to mid-on, no run. End of the over. 58 for 4. So the partnership, last wicket fell at 25. So according to my maths, it is 33 have
Yep.
been added. Am
Yep.
I right? Did I
Yeah,
put
well,
my shoe in
Holden's on
socks?
17 and Simpson's on 16. No extras, yes.
Ah, well spotted, sir. Well spotted. Yes.
That was a stroke of luck, actually.
Was
Just
it?
you happened to mention 33 and I was looking at the score.
Ah, I'm struggling. I can't see the screen.
Really?
Just with the way the light is.
I've got sunglasses on.
Have you?
Yeah, that's the difference.
Ah.
That's why, yeah.
Just with the light, it's such a beautiful light.
It is stunning. There are just wisps of white cloud up above the floodlights that I don't think will be in action today.
27, 28 degrees, I feel.
Simon Harmer is in action though, continuing to twirl from the river end, and that is played defensively but with a touch more authority than at earlier stages in his innings by Simpson into the offside.
Not this will concern you, but Mrs. T was organising her...
That is a good delivery and has beaten... Well, he left it, but there was turn. There was definite turn.
Mrs. T is organising her suitcase for a little trip away.
Oh, we will check where you're going in a second, as that down the wicket this time is Simpson, but he drives it straight to the man in at short extra, and there is no run. Are you going with Mrs.
Yes.
T, and where are you both going?
Well, it's not too exciting, but I'm going to Bristol tomorrow and
Lovely.
on to Cardiff for the ODIs.
Well, that is strange, as that ball is... Again, there's lift and turn outside off stump. I'm going to Bristol tomorrow.
Are you? What are you doing in Bristol?
Well, I'm going halfway down to pick up my brother-in-law before going off to Cornwall for 10 days.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm in Bristol for Andy Brassington's Walkers and Talkers.
How very good. And that's played out into the offside. Well, I imagine you'll be talking?
Yes. Not too much walking.
Wild guess.
Yes, very good guess. That one calculated.
Simon Harmer in again. Right arm round the wicket. Short, cut away nicely, but straight to the fielder, who actually does really well because the ball spat at him as it bounced just in front. But Sam Cook did very well indeed. So again, not too many runs off the over. I don't think it might have been a maiden, but it was a much more comfortably played by Simpson than we'd seen hitherto for 58 for 4.
I think he's trying to bowl a bit fuller because Simpson's been sweeping, and that is normally what a spin bowler would do. If you see a guy sweep, you want him to do it again, but you just bowl a little bit fuller, whether it's quicker or whether it's just fuller, and then if you miss it, it's going to hoping for an LBW shot. But Mrs. T, will she check the temperatures for Cardiff?
We should.
And
Cardiff.
for Friday, it's 30.
Really, because it was last week. It was originally going to be a bit rainy at the back end of this week, but I think that's changed now.
And you know, ladies often worry about layers.
Layers are always good.
Yeah,
always
they are.
pack layers.
And you know, does she need an ODI that goes into the evening? It might be a little chillier.
Well, in Cardiff, it can take you by surprise because it can be warm and then a chilly evening indeed. I would layer up.
Porter in, starts a new over from the Hayes Close. It's driven back to the bowler. We now have moved Critchley, who was originally sort of squarer on the short mid-wicket. He's now a short mid-on, where mid-on has gone to his left-hand side. And certainly for Max Holden, he's standing, well, he's astride, legs are astride, he's sort of bending down Ian Botham-esque like he used to at slip, and he's standing very straight for the bowling of Jamie Porter. Porter's in, played off the front foot into the covers, no run. So we're going down to the ODIs.
Yep.
Reece may be involved. I'm sure he'll play in one of them, either Cardiff or then we go on to Southampton.
Perfect.
And again, Sunday, Southampton is meant to be warm.
Okay, just to warn, both Cardiff and Southampton, notorious as far as weather forecasts are concerned.
Oh, God.
Microclimates.
How do I explain that to Mrs. T?
Just tell her to take a waterproof in both cases. It'll be warm.
Porter in round the wicket. Oh, this is a decent ball. It's bounced on him. We're blinded where we're watching from, and I do think in the end he's played it down. So well played to Max Holden. Great bit of bowling, little bit in it. This is what may happen during the course of this game. There could be a little bit of unevenness coming in maybe later day 2 and day 3.
Just watching the replay, Holden did play that well. It was a lovely delivery and it did leap at him. But he managed to just about get on top of it and play it out.
You've got to take that ball out of your mind. It's not going to happen again. This time, the senior left-hander goes down the leg side. He may have got a little bit of the pad on it, but it doesn't cost Essex any runs, as Rossington does well with the gloves.
Yeah, Simpson probably feels he might have missed out a little bit on that, but
Yes.
it was good bowling as well, because I think that he had seen Simpson come down the wicket, so he was just making life a little bit more awkward for the batter. And
Partnership's worth 35. They're doing well, these two, after a traumatic beginning to the Middlesex innings. This time there's an LBW shout, and he's been given. Well, he's going to have to go. He's been given, but he looked a bit surprised, did John Simpson. Porter has struck. I was interested, but I wasn't as hugely confident as I was normally.
Yeah.
When a dismissal, an LB, sometimes it looks right. I wasn't entirely happy, but he's been given and unfortunately has to go after a brave innings from the Middlesex over. He's made 16 before he was LBW to Porter, and he's made those 16 in 54 balls. So he really did drop anchor and was trying hard for his team, but Essex have got the 5th wicket, 59 for 5, and it continues now to be Essex's morning.
yeah, I think Simpson feels, looking at the weary trudge off, that he got sawn off a little there. I think if he would have had a chance to review it, he certainly would, because it was tight, but it did look, it hit him quite high up on the leg. I was quite surprised. It was like you, when it was given, there was a, really? Okay, fine. I've watched the replay a couple of times, and
thoughts?
I still think it's erring on the going over the top.
Would it? Okay. It might not have even been umpire's call.
May not have been umpires. Yeah, it could have been.
Okay,
But it was certainly, Simpson looked surprised.
But as far as Middlesex and we're concerned,
It is 59 for 5, and it's out.
umpire's call.
It was, and it's gone.
And
Because there is only umpire's call
there
in
is.
county cricket.
It is, and it's really interesting. This the new review system has got us all talking, and maybe I would expect in the time life of maybe
Yes.
not myself, maybe
myself.
not yourself,
It's
but
nice
in
of
the
you to say,
timeline. Perhaps of the life expectancy of Kevin Howells,
Hand, yeah.
and Kevin Hand in particular, we will have the review system in county cricket one day.
Yeah, no.
Eh? One day. Porter, new batsman at the crease, is Ryan Higgins, a combative cricketer indeed. 2 slips weight, outside off stump and very well left. Courage in his conviction as he moved his feet outside off stump and allowed the ball through to carry to the keeper. The end of a wicket taken over for Essex, an important one. That was a good, worthwhile partnership from Middlesex, but they're 59 for 5, and Max Holden still there on 18 not out, playing nicely.
Yes, he is playing very nicely indeed. Ryan Higgins, well, just how crucial has he been to Middlesex? He's the only, he's scored 100 runs more than anybody else. His average is a fraction under 40. He is top of the averages.
Just under 40?
Yeah,
that's healthy.
It is, but I went through the Essex players, and you've got 4 players over 40. 4 or 5, I think. Whereas Ryan Higgins is the closest. He's got 750s so far, a high score of 71. And he's also taken 29 wickets as well. So he is a busy and crucial player. But let us concentrate on the commentary here as Simon Harmer gets a little bit of lift and bounce, but is left alone. In again, and he goes back on this occasion, does the batter, Max Holden, and plays it nicely out into the leg side, and they go through for an easy single.
See, here's another cricketer who couldn't always get a game, so he decided to leave to go to Gloucestershire.
Yep.
And he developed his game at Gloucestershire, didn't he? And now he's come back to Middlesex, and he's a much better cricketer than he once was. And he's in fact a very good cricketer, very good county cricketer today.
Yeah, it was interesting when he did come back. Kevin Hand described it to me as he was filling a Ryan Higgins-shaped hole that was obviously in the Middlesex team, and he has been superb. He tries to play the sweep shot a little early in his innings, possibly to Simon Harmer. He gets away with it, and it bounces off his body down to slip, and there is no run. But showing intent immediately, Ryan Higgins, as Harmer is in again. This time Higgins takes a big stride forward and angles the bat nicely to deaden the spin, and it goes to the leg slip. There are 3 men crouched around the new batter. We've got slip, short leg. And this doesn't stop Higgins sweeping though, and he's absolutely nailed that to the longest part of the ground. There was even a man out there for that shot who couldn't get close to it.
Well, he's hit it like a tracer bullet. Short, big bottom hand, got down low, timed it beautifully, watched the execution. Harmer will be right annoyed, but Harmer will be annoyed because it's cost him runs, but actually secretly he'll say, okay, keep sweeping me. Now if we watch the rest of this over, Higgins may look to sweep again, or he'll go, I know Harmer's going to bowl a bit fuller, so I won't sweep, I'll play straight.
Well, in this time, and Higgins decides all of the above, as mentioned by Don Topley, can be overcome if you come down about 3 strides down the wicket, deaden any chance of any spin and play it defensively. That is the end of an interesting over. 5 runs came from it. The score is now 64 for 5. Holden, who's played very sensibly and well for his 19, and Higgins, who is off the mark with that lovely swept 4.
It was a good shot. Harmer, who conceded that boundary, will be loving this sunshine. This will, he can reminisce of all those hot days in the Highveld where it's over 30 degrees, a really strong sun, days that you have to put plenty of sun cream on. I certainly did smell when I came through this morning. As I came round the back of the pavilion, you could smell the sun cream as this is played on the offside and on the front foot from Max Holden, where there is no run.
Yeah, I got the factor 50 on fully.
Gentlemen, I used to play a bit of Inter-Ipswich Business Firm Cricket League.
Oh, you've played in so many.
15 8-ball overs.
15 8-ball overs.
In the Suffolk Inter-Ipswich Business Firm. Back in the day, as Porter comes in, this is an inside edge. It's squeezed into the leg side, but there is no run. Goes straight to square leg where Sam Cook is fielding.
Indoor or outdoor?
Outdoor. 15 8-ball, because 15 8-ball is 120 balls.
Yeah.
Same as T20. I always thought, this is my guess, I always thought when 3-4 years ago that the 100 would be 15 8-ball overs, which is the same currency as T20.
But why would you...
Porter comes in, that's driven, that's a half volley, and that is just jumped on by Max Holden. What a gorgeous shot, but it was a half volley. He moves to 23, score 68 for 5.
Yeah, I think that's what's impressed me about Holden is if it's been loose, he has been on it very quickly this morning. I hear what you're saying, but why bother? There's still 120 balls. Does it matter whether there's 18 times 5
yes,
or 20
I'll tell you why.
6?
I'll tell you why. After this ball from Porter in, 2 slips waiting. This time he plays with a forward defensive, comes off the splice of the bat into the offside, no run. Right, if you did 15 8-balls, you could have, ready for this? 8 from one end, in a block, and then 7 from the other end, which takes that much less time. I'm thinking of TV still. Yeah,
okay.
unfortunately, then it's not as long as a T20 and it's much shorter. That was my original thought years ago. Porter's in, plays off the back foot this time, doesn't bowl quite as full as Holden plays into the offside. No run. Just food for thought.
Yeah, no, but what would you have called your competition? Would it have been the 120?
You're being naughty. Don't know, 15 8 ball.
15 8s.
Because, listen, loads of people play the 15 8 ball, don't
Yeah,
they?
yeah,
Loads
yeah.
of people up and down our great land. Evening cricket is 15 8 ball. As Porter is in, and this bowl's a good length delivery, and he comes forward and plays into the offside for the end of the over. Well played, good over that there. 68 for 5.
Yep, just the one loose ball in it, and that was caressed to the boundary by
It was lovely
Holden.
half volley.
It was.
Eh?
But he's played well, Holden. 23 from 54 deliveries now.
Now, Critchley, I don't know if he is giving a signal to the captain, or whether the captain's already given
him the single.
a signal.
Did you used to, if you felt you should be on, did you used to practice the bowling
I
and try
did.
and nudge?
In our
nudge
team,
the many
I was the last to come on because there were so many great bowlers. Harmer's in.
And that's flicked away very nicely indeed by Ryan Higgins up to long on, and they go through for a very easy single.
I reckon I bowled as many overs in the outfield at long leg and third man as I did at the wicket.
Yeah, okay,
loosening
fair
up.
play. Fair play.
But there was a great side really. Lever, Foster, Pringle, Norbert Phillips, Stuart Turner.
I know. It's quite hard getting your turn with that lineup as that's punched out into the covers.
And we'd always try the spinners as well, because if it seemed, it always variably might just turn a little bit as well. So we would look at Ackfield or Childs or Such, or Jeff Miller played for us
I
for 3
remember.
seasons. I roomed with him, Jeff Miller. When I was getting up, he was coming in.
So, so was that where you both honed your after dinner abilities in this room?
No, I did a lot of listening, and I was gladly able to.
And that's onto the leg side, and he's flicked just backward of the square leg, who trots round and picks it up and keeps it down to a dot ball.
Great team man, great roomie. And the little funny story is that, do you remember I took that catch with England in
Yes,
'84, the West
you've never
Indies?
told me about it.
But Jeff Miller gave me his cricket coffin from that Test match.
Oh, how cool. Oh, and that's a beauty. Absolute ripper from Harmer. Gets bounce, turn. I think the bat had been taken out of the way.
And I was very kindly given by Jeff Miller, and it said Jeff Miller England tour to Pakistan and New Zealand.
Very good. As that's flicked into... Well, at first I thought short leg had managed to stop the ball, but it was through him and out for an easy single.
And he kindly gave me his cricket coffin, and I took it back to the old bowler's room at the MCC Young Cricketers in the dressing room, and my lads painted over it.
What? Oh, and that is an attempted sweep that gets a top edge.
Was that glove?
And just gloves, I think you're absolutely right, over the top of leg slip, who just couldn't quite stretch for it. Well, that's the last ball before lunch, and what a big moment that could have been. Indeed, it's actually gone for 4 runs.
Ballooned well, that did,
rather
didn't it?
than a wicket, and it was desperately close to that man at leg slip and wicket keeper with hands on heads. But now everyone's decided, right, it's time for lunch. We will find out about what happened to the coffin.
No, I've got to tell you, because they painted over it and put England tour to Pinner and Peckham.
Which isn't funny at all.
I've still got it in the loft.
Fantastic. But did it still say Jeff Miller?
It does.
Oh, okay, that's the good bit. That's the good bit. Right, at lunch, after a very eventful morning, it's 74 for 5. The not-out batsman at the moment, Higgins is 9 not out, 24 not out from Max Holden, who has batted beautifully after 4 wickets fell for 25. Porter with 3 of them, Cook with the 4th. We saw Stoneman go for 8, Robson 10, Cracknell for a duck, Davis for 5. A bit of a fight back before Simpson was given out LBW to give Porter his 4th wicket for 16. All this after we didn't take very long for Josh De Carey's to pick up his 8th wicket.
One run was added from the overnight total, that's all. But it's been Essex's morning.
Very much so.
Very much so, but it's nice to see Middlesex fighting.
Yep.
There's a lot of cricket to come, and we will welcome you back in the best part of 40 odd minutes time here on BBC Essex, BBC London. But for the moment, we would like you all to enjoy your lunch, and we will see you back here in the sunshine in just 40 minutes.
Lunchtime there. Essex made 304. Essex made 304 and Middlesex are 74.5. They were 25 before at one stage, but they're now 74.5. You know.
उमेश साहब पहले तो मुबारक आप यहाँ पे आ गए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया
थैंक यू सो मच थैंक यू
और हमारे फैंस आपकी बहुत ही इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आपका बहुत सुना है तो आपको यहाँ के फैंस का कुछ मालूम है या नहीं
नॉर्मली मेरा सेकंड ईयर है फर्स्ट ईयर में मैं मिडिलसेक्स के लिए गया था और सेकंड ईयर एसेक्स के लिए आया हूँ सो डेफिनेटली मैंने देखा है कि यहाँ पे जो क्लब्स फ़ैन हैं वो काफ़ी इंटरेक्ट हैं प्लेयर से और काफ़ी उनमें वो जज्बात रहते हैं कि टीम हमारी चैम्पियनशिप जीतनी चाहिए सो मुझे लगता है कि काफ़ी मज़ा आने वाला है मैं पूरी कोशिश करूँगा कि उन्हें एंटरटेन करें और कोशिश ये रहेगी कि चैम्पियनशिप जीतें हम और उन्हें वो हैप्पीनेस और वो जो उनकी एक पहचान है लाइक एज अ फैंस की वो इंजॉय करें और कोशिश ये रहेगी कि अच्छा करें वो इंजॉय करें आके यहाँ पे और लाइक जैसे वो हमेशा करते आए हैं अपने क्लब को आए और cheer करें और सपोर्ट करें
आपको मालूम है कि यहाँ की काउंटी क्रिकेट क्या स्टैंडर्ड है और आप इंडिया में क्या समझते हैं यहाँ की स्टैंडर्ड का
इंग्लैंड का स्टैंडर्ड है काउंटी क्रिकेट का वो काफ़ी अच्छा है क्योंकि काफ़ी फॉरेन प्लेयर आते हैं यहाँ पे खेलते हैं और कई तो इतने सालों से खेल रहे हैं कि वो ऐसा लगता है कि वो यहीं से हैं आपको जैसे 7 साल अब जैसे कि साइमन हार्मर की बात करें तो वो 7 साल से खेल रहे हैं एसेक्स के लिए तो इसलिए इसकी वजह से ही सारे फॉरेन प्लेयर और वर्ल्ड वाइड जितने भी अच्छे प्लेयर हैं सब आना चाहते हैं और खेलना चाहते हैं
3 गेम बाकी 17 पॉइंट पीछे क्या लगता है आपको
एक दूसरे को बैक करके खेलना और एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट करना वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा अगर हम अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलेंगे डेफिनेटली हम चैम्पियनशिप भी जीतेंगे थैंक यू सो मच टू वेलकमिंग मी एंड मैं जस्ट इतना ही कहूँगा कि प्लीज़ आइए टीम को सपोर्ट कीजिए और डेफिनेटली हम कोशिश करेंगे आपको एंटरटेन करने के लिए सो प्लीज़ कम एंड वॉच
Here are the lunchtime scores from other matches being played around the country today. The Surrey Warwickshire game ended this morning with a victory for Surrey. The other matches, Northamptonshire versus Lancashire. Northamptonshire 232 all out. Lancashire in Clyde 524 all out, leading by 292. Hampshire and Somerset, Hampshire 308 all out, Somerset 137 all out, and in their second innings, Hampshire 171 for 2, leading by 342. In Division 2, Yorkshire 297 all out, and 324 for 5, against Derbyshire, who were 247 all out. Yorkshire therefore lead by 374. Worcestershire and Glamorgan. Worcestershire 284 all out. Glamorgan 170 all out. In their second innings, Worcestershire scored 145 all out, and currently Glamorgan are 49 for 4, needing 211 to win. Leicestershire 204 all out, and 73 for 2 in their second innings, versus Gloucestershire, who were 159 all out, and 212 all out, leaving Leicestershire 95 all runs to win. Derbyshire versus Sussex. Derbyshire 505 for 9 declared. Sussex 266 all out, and in their second innings 8 for 1. All of the matches, of course, are in day 3. So get your tickets for the England Women 2024, the Metro Bank One Day International between England Women and Pakistan Women here at the Tower County Ground will take place on Wednesday the 29th of May 2024, and they're currently on sale to 2023 Essex members. You can enter the ticket ballot now at essexcricket.org.uk to purchase your tickets from the 6th of October before they go on general sale. Please don't forget the general advice to keep yourselves protected against the sun in whichever way is best for you. But please drink plenty of water to help with any dehydration problems. To that end, drinking water is available from all bar areas, and you can fill up your reusable bottles. If you do unfortunately need first aid facilities today, they are here on the ground behind the stand immediately to the left of the main scoreboard as you view it. If you have any problem finding the facilities, then please ask your nearest steward for directions.
Yeah, the best way is something sharp to drink. Cheers. Oh yes, right. I told back I was told to. Yeah, and anything else you're very unlucky if you got caught by it. Is there a bus service? Oh yeah, it's very easy. It's very, it's actually close. Oh yeah. What was that? Sorry, have I been in the wrong seat? Who came and sat next to me? He must have spotted me. They sort of honed in on me. What's the story? What's the story? What's the story there? What's this? Well, I've been sitting down below, and he hasn't seen Paul at all. That's it. Really hones in on me anyway. Me and Ray can't believe it. Anyway, he's been downstairs. He's not aware of this. Bob's pretty nice. No. It was really good. No, it's something like that. They are right. Oh, they want help. There's nobody there, nobody there yesterday. Yeah, there was. When I went round to the gents, there was a killer by one this. There's not so many people in the fences today. It's still quite well undercover, isn't it? There's not so many outside today. Not as many people up here. I think you can only go one day, the first day to the rest day. That's right, yeah. Of course, that was the Monday, so people take it on to the weekend, don't they? Go and give it. And like the kids that go back to school, they still back to their home. What was concrete? Tell us no kids tell the kids in the store they're going to pick on the extras. Must be doing the talk. Just too many branches or something. I'm sure there is. Certainly this is No, yeah. What about the grounds from there? Do they get tight? Certainly at Charlotte, perhaps expenses. Yeah. They were very lucky because they've got a couple of chaps, a couple of retired chaps, and they're still involved now. One was the local. Sharp, really, at the end of it, it was pretty good. I think we were really lucky. East Wind we had David Attenborough in here yesterday with a wasp and a...
Oh yeah.
Hey, you killed him, didn't you?
It looks as if I had. The interesting thing is there's no sign of the spider and the wasp. It was tucked away in here. Oh well, clean kill.
Something is eaten.
Maybe it isn't a clean kill. Maybe the spider is lurking, ready to do for a human being, giving myself the benefit of the doubt.
I found out why wasps suddenly are everywhere and really annoying. It's because a lot of the plants that they eat, nectar is finished, and they then need some other form of sugar, which is why they then come around. They have a perfectly normal first 3 months of the summer, and that's why they come to us.
Having said that, I had a wasp nest just above my back door, and in the end, had to get a council a pest destroyer.
Yeah.
To come, I must say he was very, very good. He said you won't see another one once I've dealt with him. He said, but keep out of the way till a couple of hours.
Yeah. So a few angry ones left.
Yeah, I didn't even see any dead bodies, but I never saw another one. And that was quite early in the summer. It was back in June.
Right.
Perhaps it was just into July, but I bought a wasp spray to kill them, and I said to the bloke, I said, but didn't know what at all? He said it wouldn't. You might get the odd one. That's a pest, but he said if you've got a problem like you've got,
if you've got a nest,
it'll be powerless to do a nest.
Interesting. What time are we due to?
Apparently, that was on the stage. The players didn't actually know what it was. But because he did it, that's obviously what it led itself to. Yeah. I went to a couple of games. And they had that Revs Cup, didn't they? You know, they played that team from South America. So Colombia played there. Nowadays, it's quite most teams come up. We are two football games. College football is okay. You always have the hotel spot. Well, at one stage they were wanted by the World Cup to get European championships, weren't they?
Sticking it out, eh? It's hard. Mick, what do you think of Simpson's?
Sorry, Barry?
What do you think of Simpson's?
What do I think of
Simpson's dismissal?
Dubious.
I can't tell you the same. Why? Because it might have been right.
It certainly looks high to me. I don't trust my eyesight anyway, but it did look pretty high.
Here come the umpires. Am I clear to throw him up on them?
Have you seen the replay of it, have you?
No, they didn't show me.
Now the Lions are announced back on the field. And the Essex team are returning to the field, led by captain Tom Weston.
Same out, aren't we?
Continuing the Middlesex first innings.
Yeah, welcome back everybody, players. Getting underway a little bit late, you may think, and you'd be very right. There's been a talk from Essex groundsman Stuart Kerrison, holding an audience of a good 40 people spellbound out in the middle, and he'd very cunningly driven out in his little Jeep to park it on the edge of the square. And it was always going to be the case that until he moved that, the players might as well try and find some shade somewhere, because the sun is vicious. And Guy Swindles and myself, Paul Newton, and colleague Don Topley will be doing our best to survive the next couple of hours. It's not so bad once we get round to past 4 o'clock. But this is the weather we didn't have in the summer.
Yes, that's, we had it, was it May, June, we had that very hot spell?
Yes, June. Yeah, not May, it was definitely June. Spring was cancelled altogether as Porter comes in from the Hayes Close end. Bowls, and the ball's nudged into the offside for no run. Score remaining at the lunchtime, 74 for 5. So we're away about 3 minutes late, actually, but not to worry. And just looking, 27 overs have been bowled in this innings so far. This will be the 28th, and I think we had a couple more overs before the last Essex wicket fell. So we've got a fair way to go. I think T is going to be on the late side.
Yes. Yes, I think we need something like 36 overs in this spell.
And Holden plays the next ball carefully out into the covers, and there is no run. And 74 for 5 is the same score as it was at lunch. As we get going the afternoon session, I should say. Paul Newton here with Guy Swindles and Don Topley. Very lively morning. Essex bowled out pretty quickly for just the one further wicket need, and again it was the Careys who took it, finishing with 8 for 106. Essex 304 all out. Porter's in around the wicket. Hayes close end bowls to Max Holden, who plays it to mid wicket, and there is no run. We haven't had a run since lunch. And, well, I'm afraid all hell was let loose from a Middlesex point of view when they batted, because Jamie Porter with a 3-wicket salvo removed Mark Stoneman, caught by Walter in the covers for 8. Joe Cracknell caught second slip by Simon Harmer for 0. And Sam Robson bowled by Jamie Porter for 10. And then Sam Cook had Jack Davis LBW for 5, as here's the next delivery from Porter, who plays it back down the pitch to the bowler, at which point Middlesex were 25 for 4, needing 155 to save the follow-on. But we did have a decent partnership of 34 between Max Holden, who's still there now, played thoroughly well, and John Simpson, who'd been battling away bravely. He had his moments of luck before it ran out when he was LBW to Porter shortly before lunch for 16. Porter with a sort of old-fashioned silly mid-on almost, but he's irrelevant to what happens to this ball, which is that it's been deflected to Dan Lawrence. I slightly suspect Dan Lawrence has got a finger injury, because I normally never see him at long leg. He's normally in a crucial fielding position. I'm not trying to say that it can't be at long leg, but anyway, I've not seen him there before this season, other than in white ball cricket. They get 2 runs there to take the score to 76 for 5. Porter bowls to Max Holden, who's I like the way he's played very, very carefully here, and he's played this back to the bowler with everything correct, showing the maker's name on his bat as he comes forward, head right over the ball, body arched in such a way that he's ready for armed combat. And he's certainly impressed here. 76 for 5 at the end of the first over after lunch.
Yeah, it's good to see Max Holden back from his 100 trip, and also, of course, we had the rash of T20s before that, so he's mainly been playing white ball cricket for the last month or two. But he has looked the one batter so far who's looked steadfast against Essex, though it is Simon Harmer who will continue to twirl from the river end, right arm over the wicket, and Ryan Higgins comes down to greet the ball. He literally trotted down about 3 paces to just gently stroke the ball up to long on, and they go through for a single. But Max Holden has defended when he's had to, which has been a lot because Essex have bowled well. But anything loose, and there have just been the occasional delivery that has been, he's been very quick to put away. So it's been a top innings so far. He just takes the one stride down to try and negate the spin of Simon Harmer and plays it back down the line. Middlesex did feel ever so slightly aggrieved with the LBW decision just before the lunch interval, but it was one of those umpires' calls ones. Certainly John Simpson thought it might have been on the high side, but
he wasn't pleased.
No, he walked off very slowly and with the Paddington stare at the umpires as well as he went off, as that's flicked away for a single. So Holden continues to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and they've got a left-right batter combination at the moment. Back on his toes this time to defend is Ryan Higgins, rather than coming down the wicket, and just plays it into the leg side, but there is a short mid-wicket and a short leg. So and a leg slip, so they're expecting that's the way that the error will come.
Yes, I don't think we're going to see Higgins merely try and defend against Simon Harmer. He is very much an aggressive batsman anyway.
And by some distance, Middlesex is most successful this season, as he turns the reverse, which he gets over the top of slip just. He didn't really time it, and the man at point has to run all the way back, really, to the position just behind the wicketkeeper onto the boundary. He keeps them down for 2, but absolutely, as was mentioned, he won't be looking to defend. Gets the reverse sweep out, gets a couple. That is the end of the over. 80 for 5. Holden 27. Higgins catching him up quite briskly on 12.
As he would do. It's in his nature to catch people up, and the grand season he's been having. And this is, in a rather corny expression used nowadays, this is the match here and now, because after these two, all that are to come for Middlesex. I'm not underestimating the possibility of stiff resistance from the tail, but it's Josh de Carey's, Luke Holman, Toby Rowland-Jones and Ethan Bamber.
3 of them average 20s. So
well, that's pretty good actually for that low in the order. As Porter's in around the wicket, Hayes close end. Nice shot from Max Holden, but it's smartly fielded at mid-on by Yadav, and he manages to prevent a single that I think they originally thought might be there. So, on the face of it, particularly I think if you're coming in from the cold and facing Simon Harmer, possibly for the first time in your career, I think that's a real test, no matter how good a tail-ender might be. As Porter's in, bowls to Holden. And Holden, not quite where he was intending, but all along the ground, safe as houses, plays it to Matt Critchley under the sun hat at short mid-wicket.
No, it's the one thing Middlesex do have is a lengthy tail. Toby Rowland-Jones has a first-class 100. Both Josh de Carey's and Luke Holman have 50s. It's only really Ethan Bamber you would consider a genuine tail ender, but they might need every single one of them to come to the party to dig themselves out of this hole.
I think that's well put as Porter's in. Bowls to Holden, who flicks the ball away one-handedly, keeps the top hand on the bat, takes the bottom hand away, plays it to long leg, single, and the impressive Holden moves to 28 and the score to 81 for 5. Keep the figure of 155 at the back of your mind, or if you wish, the front, because that is the mark at which Middlesex must get to save the follow-on. Having said that, I'd be very surprised should Essex bowl Middlesex out for under 155. Be very surprised if they actually enforced it. In this heat, I think you want to fry your opponent again. As Porter coming over the wicket to the right-handed Higgins, plays the ball defensively down to mid-on.
Yes, the longer Middlesex can keep Essex out in the field, the better as far as they're concerned. Tire them out in the heat. That's it, really. The few wispy clouds we had earlier, now they've largely all disappeared.
Yes, I was rather hoping they'd encroach to give us a little bit of shade. I've always been a shady character, and don't think any of my regular listeners will be surprised at that. And Porter's in, bowls, and it's a deliberate shot actually. I'm not going to accuse him that that's a pure edge. He's run it down to the vacant third man boundary, and you know, if you were asked to complete a phrase or sentence and you said what word precedes third man boundary, most people who listen to cricket commentaries would say vacant. Yes. And it is, and Essex got a stack of runs yesterday through this yawning great gap that Middlesex obligingly left. And in fairness, Essex haven't conceded many in that region, but there is an exception. And Alistair Cook, a rare visitor to the boundary's edge, has now gone back to his position at first slip, but I didn't expect to see him doing the yardage there. But of course he'd be considering his second slip, which is Simon Harmer, because he's bowling presumably throughout the rest of the innings as this next ball goes through outside off stump. There's no run. The score 85 for 5 with 28 to Max Holden, and now 14 with that boundary in the over to Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, it's rather nice to see from Sir Alistair. He's still very much the team man, isn't he? He's picked up the helmets, the spare helmets for the fielders in close for the spinner.
You see, that's part of
and
the art.
Someone else's cap.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday, he's mastered the art of economy of effort. But you do have to make some effort. So what he does, he thinks, I know what I'll do. I'll be busy with the helmets, and this will save me having to field anywhere where I've got to run after it. And I support him wholeheartedly. You know, he's the elder statesman.
Right.
And still mightily worth his place in the side.
Harmer in, and that's a little bit quicker, but well rocked back on this occasion from Max Holden, and he plays it out to the deepish cover area where there is an easy single, no more, but there is the one.
Many people were surprised that Alistair didn't retire full stop when he gave up Test cricket. This is now his 5th season, and again it remains to be seen if he signs on for any more at the end of this season, but he's done extremely well for the club.
Simon Harmer in again. There was talk that this would be his last season, I seem to remember at the beginning of the season, but you're absolutely right, you don't know. He seems to be thoroughly enjoying himself.
Exactly. Says he loves playing with what he calls his mates.
In again and down the wicket nicely on this occasion is Higgins. He didn't start off as quickly as possibly he might have done. There may have been 2 there, but in the end they settled for a single. It wasn't worth taking on the arm on this occasion of Paul Walter. Sorry, Paul.
You want whatever runs are there, but nothing would be more absurd than for Middlesex to have a run out here.
Now, this is Alistair Cook's 350th first-class match, so he's a man who has enjoyed his cricket. And that's slapped in the air, but short of the man at cover.
A rare loose shot that from Holden, because that's the first time I remember him hitting the ball off the ground.
Absolutely. He thought the ball was a little shorter than it was and he could go for the cut, and he very nearly cut off his innings. As it is, he survived, and the next ball is played much more circumspectly to the man at short extra, and there is no run. Good over this from Harmer. And there's another beauty that turns and beats the left-handed Holden. And when you do feel for the left-handers against Harmer when he's in the right spot, because the ball does rip past your outside edge out of those bowlers' footprints.
He's done very well, I think, here today. And I was just thinking what an important player he is to Middlesex's hoped-for future, because he is potentially a top-class player. If he can make season-on-season improvement, no reason to say he mightn't eventually be considered for England. And of course he's a decent enough white ball player in all conscience. Got a great 100, didn't he, in the T20, and there aren't many of those, so he can do it both ways, red ball, white ball, defensive, attacking, as Porter comes bounding in as enthusiastic as ever, regardless of the 30-degree heat here today, and bowls, and Higgins meets it with a defensive bat square on the offside. There's no run. 87 for 5, 155 needed to save the follow-on.
Yes, it's probably taken him longer to get into his career than many people thought. He captained the England under-19s team. People thought he might be knocking on the full international door a little earlier, but he's coming into his own now.
Certainly is, as Porter is in and bowls to Higgins. Higgins pushes another defensive shot really into the offside. Momentarily thought about trying to pinch a single, but doesn't do so. Matt Critchley fields, and score remaining at 87 for 5 on this incredible hot September afternoon. Much more what we'd have expected in July and August, but searched for in vain. It's actually a little bit too hot. You've got to grumble about something, and I don't like it to get much above 25.
No, I've bumped into a few people, Paul, who have expressed a very similar threshold.
Porter's on his way in. Bowls to Higgins. Higgins clips off the pads, and that's going out towards the backward square leg boundary. It will be cut off, but they can come back for a very easy second run, taking the score to 89 for 5 as Higgins moves along to 17. And I passed a couple of friends who are coming to watch the cricket today, and one of them pointed upwards to the other, looking up at the Tom Pearce stand away to our right, and he said, if we go up there we'll get fried. And so they're taking advantage of the shade beneath the Tom Pearce stand. Away to our right as Porter's in again, bowls and forced off the back foot to backward point, and again there will be no run as it's smartly fielded by Sam Cook, who, like Matt Critchley and Simon Harmer, is preferring the sun hat to the Essex cap.
Yes, it makes perfect sense in this weather. I have to say, while it is quite uncomfortably warm, and I understand that, I just remember what it's like in the winter when you've got the long johns on and the boots and everything else. So I'm going to enjoy this while it's here.
Please don't reveal the secrets of my wardrobe. As Porter's in bowls, and this ball is an off-cutter that catches Higgins in the midriff. And there's no run, he's perfectly all right, and score remaining at 89 for 5. But I take your point, because having grumbled about excessive heat, if there's one thing that's even worse than that for me, particularly in, shall we say, perhaps the penultimate flush of youth for me, I really do feel the cold very badly nowadays. And of course, with the cost of fuel now, you basically have to go back to bed as Porter's in and bowls, and this is driven pleasantly but straight to Critchley in the covers. There's no run. Another Jamie Porter over ends, and he has now bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for, I think it's 31. I struggle because it's difficult to read off the screen to my right.
No, I think that I've got sunglasses on and the screens are easier. Don was complaining earlier that he couldn't see the screens because of the sunshine on them. But Simon Harmer, I think might also be wearing sunglasses, is
he definitely is
going to continue to bowl from the river end. I think I'll just forget to say continue. It's Simon Harmer from the river end until I say differently, and Simon Harmer right arm round to the left-handed Holden, who flicks it away very comfortably into the leg side, straight to the fielder, who's set deep, so they almost walk through for a single.
Yes, regardless of the light and the weather, Harmer accepts sometimes when he's bowling, but usually when he's bowling as well, never knowingly seen without the shades.
Quite right. Rockstar bowler should have the rockstar look, and that's cut away nicely, and that will, I think, make it all the way for the boundary. Yes, it does. It was just a little bit short, with a little bit of width on that occasion from Harmer, and Higgins was on it in a hurry and just cut it away very nicely. The fielder always thought he had a chance at deepish point to get back, but the ball raced away from him. And Higgins moves on to 17. Harmer is in again, reverse sweep, and that will be 4 more, as again the poor man at backward point has to go out and retrieve the ball once again in the sunshine. And it is Paul Walter who's having to make the long trudge. But again, Higgins showing unafraid of invention and just trying to put Simon Harmer off his regular length and line with the reverse sweep. Comes down the wicket this time and plays it into the covers. Harmer saw him coming, fired it in a little bit shorter, so the ball is just turned into the leg side.
Yes, it's
run.
Become very much the accepted practice now that if you just defend against Harmer, you've got no chance.
Comes down the wicket, and this is up in the air. This could be out. Did it hit the bat?
No.
Essex were interested, certainly Simon Harmer, but Higgins was not, neither was the umpire, and I have to say that a couple of the close fielders didn't look entirely convinced, as well as Paul.
I think Nick Brown knew perfectly well it was just off the pad, but he did the right thing and caught it.
It's well bowled, and this is left outside off stump bravely by Ryan Higgins.
That very nearly did for him.
It was a much quicker delivery. It was almost medium pace and didn't do a lot except fractionally miss off stump. So at the end of that interesting over, 98 for 5, 25 next to the name of Ryan Higgins, I think, currently. No, Holden's on 30, Higgins on 25. They're both batting quite nicely, but still the bowler doing enough to keep them interested.
Yes, Higgins has got the big majority of the runs since lunch. 74 for 5 it was. 24 have been added, and he's added 16 of those. He's probably had more of the strike, but playing very well. And as I say, he would be the first to latch on to this theory on the circuit now that you're best off attacking Simon Harmer. As Porter's in around the wicket, Hayes close end, lovely drive here, but not with perfect timing. In fact, they don't get a run at all. It beat short extra, but mid-off was quickly off the marks to get round and cut it off before they could get through for a single.
They will still get a run though because he just overstepped, so I saw the umpire's arm come up. I think it was a no ball.
Oh, it'll be two extra
Two
runs.
extras.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, good spot on your part, and that I think has probably brought up the 100.
Oh, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't.
Maybe it wasn't a no ball then, because the board hasn't read. Oh, he's caught and bowled, and that is the end of Holden. I felt that one stopped in the pitch a little bit, and therefore it explains why he was looking. He wasn't looking to do what he did. He was looking to just defend it down to somewhere like mid-off, but because it held up in the pitch, he was already beginning the follow-through, and it just looped up. And at first, Jamie Porter, understandably, was beginning to fade away, so he didn't run onto the pitch. At first, Porter didn't react, but then it was such a simple catch that he quickly adjusted, and that is another 5 for Jamie Porter. He got 2 in the match at the Ageas that preceded this one. He got 6 against Middlesex in the game at Lords. I don't just remember off the top of my head whether he got any others in the course of the season. I know he got a couple of fourthers, but here's a bowler at the top of his game.
Yes, that's his 17th fiver in his first-class career, which is a remarkable considering he's played 121 matches, so in just about every 7 matches he takes a fiver.
Yes, and that in spite of the fact he was 3 or 4 years into his career, having made an excellent start, but couldn't get a fiver. And I think it was 2017 he got his first fiver. I was making a contrast earlier today that Sam Cooke, on the other hand, got 2 5-wicket hauls in the course of his first 4 games when he came into the side in September 2017, and it seemed quite an adventurous move on Essex at the time to put Cooke, as Essex were going to hopefully win their first title for 25 years, but it was Anthony McGrath, by all accounts, who said to the then Essex head coach Chris Silverwood, "This boy's ready now. You don't have to wait any longer. You don't have to worry about whether he'll be nervous on the occasion," because he isn't. He's just an absolutely calm man, is Sam Cooke.
Well, congratulations again to Jamie Porter, brilliant bowling, and Middlesex now in bother again. They're still 55 away from saving the follow-on.
Yes, I mean, he got lucky there with the ball holding up in the pitch, but what I think is particularly praiseworthy about Porter and tells you a lot about his character, it's one thing to take 3 wickets as he did in his first 3 or 4 overs with the new ball, but it's a boiling hot day and he's still running in with everything he's got and still bowling thoroughly well.
Absolutely.
Porter in, bowls, and the ball's driven down to Yadav at mid-on, and no run there. Yadav, it's not obvious from the front, but when he turns his back, his cap is then revealed in sparkling maroon, if maroon can sparkle. In his case it can, and score 100 for 6. So yeah, we were saying earlier there'd been a no ball, and those 2 runs were by dint of a no ball.
Eventually added, yes, absolutely right.
New batsman is Luke Holman. Porter's in, bowls to him, and he's no mug with the bat, as he shows there, and Guy telling us that he got I think you said the first class 50?
Yep, yeah.
And nice drive that for no run to Wesley at mid-off.
Yes, in first class he averages 26, so no mug with the bat. Interesting, he's been put in above Josh De Carey's as well.
Porter's in, bowls, it's nudged into the offside, backward point will field for Walter, and there will be no run there. Just to draw in particular Essex listeners to the fact, I must apologise for not taking any of your emails in this afternoon session, it's because the sun is so bright that I can't read a word that it says on my screen. But we'll try to tackle anything you say after tea when things get a little bit better. Porter, bowling to left-handed Luke Holman. Ooh, and he's through the shot. That was a slower ball from Porter. Deceived the batsman. He was through with an attempted pull shot half an hour before the ball arrived, metaphorically speaking, and it hit him sort of in the lower rib cage, but he's shown no signs of being other than in great pain. No, I mustn't say that. He's braved it out, shall we say.
Absolutely. No, it's interesting. The slow bouncer, if you like, was introduced in white ball cricket, but you're seeing it more and more in red ball cricket to deceive
of course,
the batters.
The ultimate exponent of that, amongst one or two other deceptive deliveries, was Franklin Stevenson, a West Indian who played for Nottinghamshire. It was almost impossible to read his slower balls. As this next one is played to backward point, Paul Walter has a great pair of hands. Not much gets past him in the field and prevents what would have actually been a boundary at backward point, and there's no run at all. So applause for another successful over for Jamie Porter. Middlesex needing a further 55 to save what I think would be a hypothetical follow-on mark. They are 100 for 6.
Yes, I'm not sure that any team would actually like to stay in the field for another innings in this heat. I think it's almost certain that Essex would bat again, and with no bad weather forecast for the remaining 2 days, and just bat themselves into an unbeatable position. Harmer it is, who will be bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Higgins. Higgins sweeps and again does well. It's out into the deep. They only take the one. It's a decent piece of fielding out at deep mid-wicket. Higgins says off you go to Luke Holman. And yet another lefty.
I think Jamie Porter, if Wesley did enforce the follow-on, would say, Skip, I'm looking for a different county next season. Because he's put so much into his work today, and it's not as if Essex are anyways close yet to closing out the innings. He might have quite a few more overs to bowl.
Harmer right arm round now to Holman, who takes a big stride forward and just plays it in to the leg side, and then takes a moment to look around and check what the field is. There's only one slip in for him, a short leg. There is a short extra. A deeper cover fielder, backward point, and the attempted sweep gets an optimistic LBW shout.
Just remind me of how many Holden made. I didn't know.
Holden made 30.
Yeah, I was disappointed for him actually. He was unlucky in the way he got out, and I thought played very, very well indeed.
Yes, it was a chanceless innings really. Well, early on he was beaten a few times, but that everyone was being beaten early on in. Yadav was superb, so was Porter, so was Cook, and this man, Simon Harmer, started with 4 maidens, and there's an edge, and it's just wide of diving slip to his left, and it's gone all the way for 4, but more by luck than good judgment on that occasion, but Holman is off the mark.
Yeah, it went pretty low and very quickly. Don't think we can put it down as a chance, but had there been a second slip, we certainly would be putting it down as a chance. Yeah, just looking at the replay, Cook does everything he could have expected of him and dived quickly to his left, but don't think he even got fingertips to it.
No, he used all his 6'2" frame, and he there was still no way he could get there. But
are we going to see the door being shut after the horse has bolted? I think we are. Matt Critchley now at second slip.
Yep.
Which to the left-hander, does make sense.
It does. It does, as Harmer is in once again. It's a quicker delivery and plays it in the end very nicely. Luke Holman takes a big stride forward, plays it comfortably to cover. That is the end of an over that saw Holman get off the mark edgily, and he moves to 4. Higgins 26, 105 for 6.
Don't take this the wrong way, but it's time to bring Don Topley back in.
I will go away.
Yeah. And mention of Don's name, people very willingly exit the arena, and Don will be with us very, very shortly indeed. And he has, to give Don his due, he's brought in a magnificent array of grub. Doesn't do it justice, actually, of very high quality food. Thanks very much to Don. Today it's cheese straws, yesterday it was a full cheese board. And Don very much a supporter of the local produce in Suffolk, where he lives and I almost live, which doesn't mean that I've died, it just means that I'm narrowly on the Essex side of the River Stour in Dedham, very much Constable country. So we're now going to see Yadav brought on for Jamie Porter. Hayes close end, first ball for no run into the covers, and 105 for 6 is the score on the board, with Luke Holman picking up 4 runs from what was very nearly his undoing, and would, I think, had Critchley already been in place at second slip, I think it would have been caught. But at the other end, Ryan Higgins has made his way to a typically positive 26, and 105 for 6 as Yadav, looking for his first Essex wicket, comes in, bowls to Higgins, and Higgins hits this away through the offside, and 4 runs, signalled left-handedly by Ian Blackwell, and score along to 109 for 6. Higgins 30. And he could, because he's such a powerful hitter of a cricket ball, he could quickly put the follow-on equation into the realms of irrelevance if he was still to be there in half an hour or more. Yadav none for 15 so far. Did bowl well, bowled several overs before anyone got a run off him in the morning session. As he comes in now, bowls to Higgins. Higgins pulls this one, but didn't really time it. Goes straight to Paul Walter at a deepish mid-wicket, no run. 109 for 6. I'm Paul Newton. With me is Don Topley and Guy Swindles, filling in for the absent Kevin Hand today, who's doing a ladies' match.
Who expects to be with us for the evening session.
Oh, does he?
Don't know what that means.
Oh, we'll see. No, I don't. Yadav is in. Bowls, and that's back cut. But again, doesn't produce a run.
Not quite the same couple of deliveries we saw this morning as we've seen from the afternoon from Yadav. A little bit of width.
Yes, you're right. He's strayed too far outside off stump. Conceded 1 boundary and a yard either side of Sam Cook at backward point, and that would have been another. Was nicely timed by Higgins. As I say, not a tall man, but a very powerful striker of a cricket ball, as Essex know to their cost, both for Middlesex and Gloucester. Ryan Higgins, as he plays the next ball defensively into the offside, and Nick Brown does the fielding in the covers. 109 for 6. A good recovery to give Middlesex their due from 25 for 4.
Yeah, very much so. They fought hard in that partnership this morning.
And I thought Holden was unlucky.
Yeah.
Ball sort of held up on the pitch, didn't it? Accounting for why he just spooned the ball tamely back to Jamie Porter, who thus got his 5th wicket.
I have to say, I was powdering my nose.
Yes, that's a dreadful habit, as they get a single here, sufficiently wide of Paul Walter to facilitate the run. Takes it to 110 for 6. Higgins to 31. Holman, the left-hander, comes into strike. Except he doesn't, because that was the last ball of the over.
Harmer continues.
When doesn't he? You get the impression that if you asked him nicely, he bowled throughout the tea interval as well.
Yep. Good pro.
Oh, yes. Absolutely fantastic. When you think, I always say of Simon Harmer, were he not a bowler, he could be worth his place as a batsman, you know, and go up the order. If that's all he had to concentrate on, I think he'd be pretty good. He's not bad as it is, and his fielding is just phenomenal. But strangely today has actually put a chance down, but didn't prove expensive. But normally his hands are the safest you could possibly have at second slip.
So here we go. The field is set. Leg slip. bat pad on the leg side in the conventional slip. Harmer over the wicket, reverse lapped as it goes out to Umesh Yadav, who is on the boundary, square of the wicket on the offside, to prevent the boundary from the reverse lap. Comes up now for the left-hander.
The end of the over, way back at the end of our morning spell together, you were just about to elaborate on why Dan Lawrence, you felt, you agreed with me, would have score a bag full of runs for Surrey next year. Bring you in again at the end of the over for that.
Harmer in, little slower. Holman comes forward, smothers the spin, goes out to Critchley at mid-on, no run. Yeah, he is, he's leaving. It'll be a different ground for him to play at next season, the Oval. This turns and he's possibly just dropped short of the gully. That's a good bit of bowling, a little slower. Did take something, whether it was the pad, whether it was the glove, or whether it didn't quite carry. This time a little quicker. He's lapped it powerfully for 6. So the slog sweep gone quite square. Umesh Yadav has come up into the circle. There's the opportunity to play that shot with no one back, and Holman has selected that very nicely, executed it very well, and it's sailed over the short boundary for 6. Very good white ball player, often plays Middlesex white ball cricket. And Harmer in again, bowls a little slower. He hangs back, plays it off the back foot. Sam Cook fields a backward point, no run.
Think what Josh de Carey's is entitled to think. Yeah, I went down to Chelmsford, picked up an 8th, you know.
How many
this guy Harmer, he couldn't get a wicket.
Well, will that be commentator's curse? This time, bowls a little slower, end of the over, but he brings Holman forward with a full face of the bat for a full face blooded defence. Sensible batting there from the Middlesex number 8. And Middlesex are 117 for 6, still a long way off from any parity with Essex. But they will just bat and just concentrate here and give Essex nothing, one would imagine. Going on to what I was talking about, Dan Lawrence.
Yep, please do.
He's going to be competing with some decent batsmen. Ollie Pope.
Yes, indeed.
Jamie Smith, who's not a bad player.
He's one heck of a prospect. Just break in because
Will Jacks.
Yadav's Will Jacks. Yadav's on his way, and it's played to mid-wicket. No run, 117 for 6.
All those lads I just mentioned, mouth-watering batsmen.
They are.
And you'd happily pay and go and watch them bat. And Dan Lawrence will probably bat 4 because I think that's where he will do. I mean, Ben Folkes has batted 4 on a couple of occasions. He's no mean player.
Well, he's a terrific player, isn't he? 100 yesterday,
and I just
the day before.
Don't think all those players I've just mentioned will all go away at the same time and play for England. So Dan will play and will bat at number 4.
Yadav bowls a dot ball, played down to mid-on. There's no run there. Yes, I mean, I think this is the crux of Lawrence's career now. I don't blame him for moving because he can benefit from a move to a different club. You know, fresh place, fresh attitude. It's ever since he announced that he would be leaving that he's picked up his form for Essex, and I think he's done so well at the Oval in his career so far. He became the 3rd youngest player to get a county century when he was only 17 years of age.
Yeah, I remember it.
2015 at the Oval in, I think it was April 2015, balls thrown in, and he's done very well for Essex, but I think he could have done better still. You know, I thought by now he might be a regular in the England side, and I think if he's ever going to be, then the move is what will clinch it for him.
Well, he's going to be competing with those chaps I just mentioned, and they are quality cricketers.
Certainly are.
And every time he goes to bat, he will be in competition with them.
Yep.
And that will just sharpen his game.
As Yadav comes in, and the ball is played down back with the square on the offside for a single, and Higgins will move along to 33, the score to 118 for 6 in the 38th over of the innings.
I don't like saying this, but he is a professional, and he'll be walking through the Hobbs Gates, the Stewart Gates, at a grand stadium, not a cricket ground, a stadium, that's got great showers, great facilities. Everything's great about the Oval today. The Galadari stand, the history of the pavilion. And if you really genuinely compare it to what we have here, it's different.
Yeah, no, I think you've put that fairly enough. And the point for me would be that if, with the competition there is there, Dan doesn't just really get his head down. Sometimes I think his concentration can let him down, as Yadav is in bowls and inside edge to mid-wicket, there's no run. And sometimes you see him get out and you think, it was all set for you there, Dan, you know, you could have been getting a 50, 100 even. Why did you play that shot? It's true here, you know, he was out to a strangle down leg side. And I think at the Oval, I think Alex Stewart is going to say to him, you're not going to stay in this side for very long with the competition we've got here. If you keep getting out when you shouldn't, don't let other people score your runs.
Correct. Yeah, that's an age-old...
maxim?
Yeah,
all my maxims are.
Yeah.
Simply because I am age-old. Oh, whoops, shouldn't have said that. As the next ball is an attempted... In fact, it's not an attempted, it's an excellent pull shot from Luke Holman, who's really showing, as Guy Swindle's forewarned, that he knows one end of the bat from the other, and that's 4 runs, taking the score to 122 for 6, and now he moves along to 14, Luke Holman.
Yeah, a very good shot that. It was a bouncer, genuine, effort ball, banged in, but Luke Holman was equal to the task. Just another small comparison. Do you, Paul, if you were a performer, do you want to play in front of 5,500 or 30,000? Makes a difference.
Quite like the 5.5.
Do you? But it turns you on to playing. Well, as an old professional sportsman, it would turn me on to play in front of 30,000.
Well, I wouldn't mind that either.
As Harmer is in, this is played off the back foot.
Point I would make there, you know,
I can defend it.
Yeah, Chelmsford can only hold about 5.5.
Yeah.
The real comparison for me, do I want to play in front of 3 men and a dog in comparison? No.
Harmer in, comes down the wicket and has to rush to get back into his crease. Does Higgins, but not out.
Does depend on the dog, mind.
Yeah. But listen, I can't blame him.
No, not at all.
And Harmer in again. This is lapped under control, which goes dead square to the man Sam Cook, dead square of the wicket on the long boundary on the pavilion leg side.
And on the plus side for Essex, history is absolutely ram-packed with people who only got their chance because the person who'd had it previously moved on or got injured and that, and good players waiting in the wings, and there are always quite a few of those. The ones that take their chance are the ones that have a successful career.
Harmer round the wicket to the left-handed Holman, who sweeps quite a fine ball, but it's on a leg stump and it's going to race away through the fine leg area for 4. He picks up 4. Middlesex move to 127 for 6.
Well,
I'm wondering whether we might find Harmer changing ends, maybe Critchley bowling a little bit from this river end.
Yes, or certainly perhaps Critchley just coming on to give Harmer a rest for a spell in this heat.
Yep. Harmer round the wicket, shorter, bounces, but is played with a straight bat and sensibly by Holman there.
I think Holman's playing very well indeed here, and the runs coming a little bit too quickly, I think, for Essex's liking. Critchley, by the way, normally I think he prefers to bowl from the Hayes close end.
This time he comes forward, good length there from Harmer. He does come forward, but he does smother it, goes into the leg side, end of the over, 127 for 6. So I think Dan, having been here, I don't know how long he's been here now, is it 8-9 years? But he's been on the staff, got into the first team for probably about 7 of those years.
Yeah, I mean,
he's captain of the London Spirit.
That's right.
So he has ambitions in white ball cricket, and the surfaces at the Oval are very good. They really are, and it's the best place to bat in England.
Yes, I thought one or two of his, thought he got wrong one or two of his bowling options for London Spirit. That would come with more experience, I'm sure.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I mean, that 161 he got for Essex at the Oval was way back in 2015, so he's probably been with the club for a decade. And is that a great catch taken? Well, it's a great catch, but it's no bat in it. It went down leg side, probably just flicked the pad, and Rossington, whose wicket-keeping has been excellent today, made very good ground to his left and took the ball cleanly low, about a couple of inches off the ground.
Wondering who does, not James Foster, who does the wicket-keeping coaching? Barry Hyam, I presume, these days here?
Yes, I would think so. In charge of the academy. Yadav on his way again. Bowls, and Higgins has turned it away, and it's going to go for 4. No real effort in the shot at all, just all good timing. Turn the blade, the ball probably bang on middle stump, and picks up 4 runs to the square leg boundary. And still Middlesex making very good and swift progress here. 131 up for 6, and the ever dangerous Higgins moves along to 38.
Playing very nicely. He's rescued Middlesex many a time this season.
I'm wondering if we're seeing the same syndrome in place here as we did yesterday, with Essex having all the advantage of the morning, but Middlesex suddenly seizing the initiative in the afternoon. Here's Yadav in, bowls, and this ball's run down nicely to Sam Cook at deep backward point, single. 132 for 6, 39 to Higgins.
Are you suggesting it could be something to do with the lunches?
Well, sack the chef, they do say, but
sack the chef.
Yeah, but
we've got 2 chefs.
But Sir Alistair Cook might object to that. Yes.
Yes, you're listening to Don Topley, Paul Newton, and Guy Swindles here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, and 5 Live Extra on this Division 1 encounter between Middlesex and Essex.
Yes,
on day 2.
For anyone not familiar with the terminology, Alistair Cook, head chef, Sam Cook, little chef. Sadly, the little chefs have rather gone out of business, to my sadness, on the highways and byways of this country. A dot ball, next ball, Holman out into the covers.
Other good restaurants along the motorways are available.
No, they're not. No, I insist they're not. I think it's awful now. The only thing I'm left to choose from are burgers or burgers, and I don't like burgers.
There's the odd sausage roll, vegan too.
Not exactly a hot meal though, is it? You know, sausage roll's not going to do me a lot of good in the long term. Yadav is in bowls, and he catches Holman in 2 of the more uncomfortable parts of the human anatomy, and he will probably just need to crouch down a little bit. He's done his best to pretend it didn't hurt, but I'm afraid he's had to yield to the fate of definitely having been just slightly winded. 132 for 6. He's going to be all right.
Well, I hope you've got a lot of sun cream on, ladies and gentlemen. If you're listening to us in the garden at home, maybe you're being a little tad naughty listening to us at work, but wherever you are, good afternoon. It's beautiful at Chelmsford.
Yadav bowls, a lead from Holman, well judged. Another Yadav over ends. 132 for 6, and it mightn't be the worst idea if this partnership endures for much longer. There's Sam Cook, who hasn't bowled since his opening spell, but there's also the alternatives of Paul Walter and Matt Critchley, and I would suggest it might be about time to give them a quick twirl.
I said that and I agree with you, but it's harder to continue from our end, the river end. The outfield's in quite good nick here at Chelmsford. I mean, we've have had some decent rainfall this time. Well, to be honest, Paul, my grass at home, I've never seen it so green, certainly in August.
No, I agree.
We're into September. This time last year, I think it was quite barren, it was quite brown.
Absolutely, I was saying, making this very point to my gardener the other day. That
You've got a gardener?
I have a gardener. I have very little else in this life, but I do have a gardener.
Fantastic.
Excellent fellow. And we're just making this point that it's the first time for about 5 years where the grass has actually been green entering autumn. Well, here's an attempted reverse sweep, and it does come off to an extent, as Higgins has run it down. He very much favours that shot, but it is fielded at the cost of only a single by Yadav on the, what effectively became the long leg boundary. 133 for 6, 41 to Higgins.
Would you like to share your gardener? I could offer a few extra hours.
Right. Yes, he's a bit choosy.
Is he? Oh dear.
Holman's in around the wicket bowls, and Holman has edged it, but safely. goes past the two slips and fielded by Porter at backward point.
You know, we had the dreadful journey home yesterday.
Yes, or you did. Yes.
I did, yeah. I got home in the dark. I didn't have time to water all the vegetables.
I did warn him, folks. I warned Don about the lengthy hold-up if he made his way down the A12. The bit between Kelvedon and Markstay was a nightmare yesterday. I was caught in it back in June, and it took me 2.5 hours to do 6 miles. This next ball is a dot ball. Goes through, Rossington takes, and here's a nice shot from Holman, who's been pretty impressive so far. It's a chase out towards the cover boundary, facilitating a very comfortable second run as Sam Cook does the leg work under his under his sun hat, and 1:35 for 6, and Holman to 20.
Yeah, we certainly are baking today, even in our commentary box here at Chelmsford. We're in full view of the sun.
And Harmer's in bowls, and that ball, slight play and a miss, and goes through, not taken cleanly, but not to matter. 135 for 6, I think it should be. We could always try the old railway fireman's trick of having some bacon and egg on the firebox there. I mean, under this sun now, you'd be in with a chance, I think, as the next ball turns, but begins too far outside the line of off stump for the batsman to need to play a shot. So Middlesex making a pretty decent recovery here, having lost Max Holden to a ball that rather stopped in the pitch and caught and bowled Porter for 30. And that wicket fell at exactly 100, so these two have now put on 35, they being Ryan Higgins on 40 and Luke Holman on 20.
Going to stand up and try and move away. My thighs are getting a little hot. It's going to be Yadav again to continue. Bowling to the right-handed Higgins, playing very nicely, very responsibly. The former Gloucestershire man.
Cook has left the field for the moment.
2 slips. Critchley's at first slip as Yadav is in. Bowl short of a length, of which Higgins goes back and across into line, plays in back up to mid off no run.
I don't think there's any alarm that Cook's briefly left the field. It's his token afternoon postprandial siesta, and he will shortly be back, I'm sure, in another couple of hours.
Just explain to me, what did you call it?
Postprandial, it means after lunch.
Prandial? Well, I've gone home with a
bit of Latin transferring to English.
You like your Latin, don't you?
Well, I've got a degree in it, yes.
In he comes, bowls. This is a nice looking shot, but it's going to go out to the boundary galloper, who is Sam Cook, square of the wicket on the large offside area. Good looking shot for 1.
I should add that never has a degree been achieved with such a remarkable concentration of indolence, but I just think they refuse to have any failures. The bloke said to me when he announced that I got my degree, he said, "You've come closer to failing, Paul, than anyone we've ever had." But and I was, having to keep a straight face when inwardly I was elated. But I didn't fail.
University of
Leicester.
Leicester, as this time Holman plays out to Gully. Gully dives and prevents the single, and Essex will be pleased with that bit of fielding. Dan Lawrence. I saw Dan Lawrence very early doors this morning, and I was absolutely sure he was limping. I really did.
Well, he's been fielding in unusual places today. Normally you'd have him, in one of the key positions, and you've probably answered my query. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. I honestly, it was probably in the first half an hour he was at mid-off, and I was sure he was limping. Round the wicket to the left-handed Holman. Umesh Yadav is in, bowls a decent ball, played into the offside with the full face of the bat, no run.
Yeah, Leicester is a fantastic place for sport. You've got rugby union at Welford Road.
Did you go and watch it much?
Yes, you've got football at Filbert Street, as was. You've got cricket at Grace Road. You've got at the same Bellevue venue, which is now closed down very sadly, both motorcycling, speedway I should say, and greyhound racing, and then horse racing, of course, at Oadby.
Right. Don't know much about Oadby. This is played off the back foot with an open face bat by the left-handed Holman out to backward point, no run.
Yeah, it's a suburb of Leicester, and it's where my hall of residence was, and there wasn't any time for work, very sadly, when I was there with all that going on. And I used to take all the racing fixtures, get a list of what was coming up, and I hitched a lot. You could do that in those days, and went round to all the Midlands courses. So I was only free for about 2 days a week maximum.
So you were lucky to...
It was fantastic.
Yadav in bowls. This may be trapped between bat and pad. It goes into the offside. There was one or two interested people, but I think it was bat first. So end of the over, no runs, no dismissals for Middlesex there. Middlesex 6 down, but have moved on to 136, and we've had 42 overs.
And Don, the advantages were I made very good use of my time at university. As a result of getting a pass degree, I was able to teach Latin for 13 years. And as a result of my misspent youth on the racecourse, I had 25 years work in horse racing broadcasting. So, that's fantastic to get 2 different careers.
Did you come across many kids at school who said, "Sir, what's the point of Latin?" I don't mean that disrespectfully.
Oh, please do. I love being disrespected.
I know many children at my school, where I was a schoolmaster, used to say to an ebullient and charismatic Latin master, "So, what's the point?"
Yeah, the answer is yes to your question. I'll come back to that.
Harmer on the way in.
As this ball is clipped away down to long leg for a single by Holman, 21 out of 137 for 6. They're nearly there to save the follow-on mark of 155, which I don't think would be enforced. And my answer would be, they'd say, what job will he get from it? And I said, well, how many jobs do you think he's going to have in his career? He's got 9 subjects, whether he chooses Latin or not. But I said it's just... a fabulous way, as this ball is left alone outside off stump, goes through to Rossington from Harmer. There is no better way of improving your grasp of English, and it's a gateway to languages like French, Spanish, and so on.
A lot derived from Latin.
As Harmer's in bowls, and this ball has gone up off the gloves of Rossington for a bye, and that will take the score. Just waiting to see what Russell Warren... Oh, no, in fact...
Well, that's taken
a bit
us
of bat.
all, yes.
Technically, it's a miscatch.
Yeah, it's bounced off the top edge, and it's come out of Rossington's gloves and gone behind the slip for a single or 2.
I knew he played at it, but I didn't realise he just got a feather on it. 138 for 6 then, Holman to 21. Harmer's in, bowls to Holman again. That's a leave outside off stump. And in fact, correct myself, they didn't get a run from that there. So, of course, Higgins is a right-hander. I thought they'd taken a bye. I'm wrong. So, apologies there. That's why the umpire didn't make a signal. As Harmer's in, bowls, and this ball is played into the offside. Covers, no run. But a good fight back, Middlesex. Certainly their session so far after lunch.
It is. It's all very quiet at the moment. We've got Simon Harmer from one end, international off-spinner from South Africa, and Umesh Yadav bowling from the Hayes Close end.
Harmer from the River end bowls and completes the over. Ball played back to the bowler. So at 130... Well, as I say, they didn't take a bye a moment or two ago. So as you were, the score's 137 for 6. 18 more needed to save the follow-on. 42 to Higgins. 20 to Holman. I inadvertently gave him a run he didn't have. They're going to take a drinks break, which is the ideal time for me to hand over to Guy Swindles.
A gentleman has just arrived in front of us, somebody I know well, Charles Underwood. Good afternoon. He's come up from Kent. He's a gentleman I toured around India with, and he and I would have watched Umesh Yadav at Madras, as in it's now Chennai. Back in the day, in 2016, I think it was, we toured India and watched a couple of test matches after the typhoon in Chennai, and they had to try and dry out the Chennai ground. It was wonderful trip that was, going all around India watching some test cricket. I'm hoping to go for the Indian 50 over World Cup in October, maybe November. And there's some interesting places there. I think England start off at Ahmedabad in that huge 120,000 seater stadium, and they then go on to Dharamsala, where they play Bangladesh up in the mountains at that very colourful,
that would be amazing,
colourful ground where the snow-capped mountains are.
Yes.
And when we were in Chennai, it was just before Christmas in 2016, and we remember celebrating sort of Christmas with the Christmas tree in the hotel, and it was all very, very different, but it was just a great place to tour.
Well, enjoy. I hope you make it, Don.
Thank you. It's quite interesting. I don't know if I'm going to be there for 6 weeks, but I'd like to.
I was like, yes.
My constitution changes a little bit.
Yep, just keep. Okay, don't eat meat.
No, you're right.
Don't eat salads from a restaurant.
Correct, or have a bottle of water that you don't open.
Yep, and
Things
eat the
like
yogurt.
that.
The moment you arrive, eat the local yogurt.
I hadn't heard that one.
Yep.
And obviously ice is a difficult one. Just try and have drinks that are from the fridge rather than taken with ice. But yes, I hope I go there. Bangalore is on the agenda, Kolkata, Mumbai, Pune. England are playing in some terrific places. Never been to Bangalore. I mean, actually, I was due to be in Bangalore for the IPL because Reece was playing for RCB.
I remember.
Until he got injured.
Injury.
And I've still got that flight owed to me.
Oh, good.
So somewhere along the line, we'll have to wait to see if he's involved in the IPL next spring.
He was really enjoying it too, wasn't
he? If you don't mind me talking about it,
no.
He thought Virat Kohli was wonderful.
Oh, interesting.
You know, I if you don't mind me just mentioning about it, because I think he is a god. You know, he's only got the small matter of 250.
Yeah, there's
1,000 followers on Instagram. As it's going to be Sam Cook in. This time it plays off the back foot. They look for a quick single, and rightly, Luke Holman turns his partner back, Higgins. He does right there. Higgins is looking for a quick single, but it wasn't one.
No, that would have been suicide. You're absolutely right. Virat Kohli and MS Dhoni live on a different planet to nearly everybody else we know.
Well, I asked Reece, I said, come on, please tell me, what is he really like?
Yeah.
I said, you know, does he really work hard at his cricket? You know, he's not young anymore, but he's still pretty good. He said, Dad, I've got so much respect for that man. Cook is in. One slip and a gully. It's played into the leg side. They take a single as it goes out to Umesh Yadav, who is a friend of Kohli, on the square leg boundary. 1 run to Middlesex, takes them to 138. So I said, does he work hard at his game? He said, Dad, you won't believe it. He works so hard. He gives 120%. But when he's finished, he then has the best part of 20 businessmen waiting for him after practice. And he will spend a couple of hours with his business people.
Unbelievable.
He has various restaurants around India, which he chooses the menu of the day. He just said he's so much respect for him. He thought, you know, because sometimes Virat Kohli on the park can be an awkward customer. Oh, that's an LBW shout, and I'm happy with that. That looked out to me. Everything, the shape, the ball, well bowled Sam Cook. Essex needed that. That's been a really good knock, actually, by Holman, and a good partnership here, worth 38 with Ryan Higgins, but Sam Cook's got his man. Holman is LBW Cook for 20, and it's now 138 for 7.
Well, if the Middlesex fans were eyebrows slightly raised when John Simpson was given out LBW, I would have given that out at the angle we're watching here.
Yes.
That one. He didn't get forward. He was trapped back on the crease. The ball pinned him. Kept a little bit on the low side as well. And so, yes, about as plumb can be. But well batted. They're edging ever closer to avoiding that follow-on that I don't think would ever actually be enforced. But 38 more runs have been added.
Who's coming to the wicket? By the looks of it,
should be De Carey's.
It is De Carey's. Now, is he going to be classified as a genuine all-rounder? The opportunity is there.
Well, it's interesting, talking to him, he saw himself as a batter originally,
Yes, correct.
who bowls.
Yeah.
Bowled a bit. Middlesex have swung him around, almost Moeen Ali style. But he's still he's a decent bat.
Yeah,
he has first class 50s.
Yep.
Again, we were talking earlier with Paul that Middlesex's tail, they're verging on genuine all-rounders. Holman, even Toby Rowland-Jones he's got a first class 100. So yeah, it's.
But just going back to that conversation we were just having before the wicket fell, Virat Kohli is a god.
Yes.
Out there. He is, and he is a most magnificent player. He really is, and he showed that again in the T20 World Cup in Australia last autumn.
The
with some of the knocks,
semi-final against Pakistan.
Oh, he just is a very fine
How
player.
he won that match from
And,
there, I will
you
never know.
Reece thoroughly enjoyed the RCB, thought they were a magnificent group of men. Sam Cook in now, right arm over the wicket to De Carey's. De Carey's, well, he drives at it, but he probably mistimes it, and he probably just gets an inside edge, goes up to mid on for no run.
Yes, he didn't exactly pull out of that shot, though, De Carey's first up, did he? No, it's funny, watching Virat Kohli, when he'd come over here for Test series and Jimmy Anderson had worked him out a bit, it was fascinating watching Virat Kohli go away, work at it, and make himself much harder to get out, and then be able to take the attack back.
Oh, this is flayed at. It's short and wide. He's gone at it. He's got an upper edge which has gone over the slips all the way very quickly down to the river stand where we commentate from at the top. And Alistair Cook has got to go and retrieve it. So he's up and running with 4 not out. Score moves to 142 for 7. No, not just Kohli, there's another good man at RCB, which again Reece knows very well. It's Faf du Plessis.
Oh, yes.
Who's had a phenomenal autumn career.
Oh.
Just had a knee operation, hopes to be back playing soon.
He was leading run scorer for a long time in the IPL last year, wasn't he?
A lot of respect, very, very good human being. Sam Cook on his way in, slip in a gully to De Carey's. And this is pitched on a length. He comes forward, little bit of bounce from Cook. Plays with an open face bat, safely into the offside. No run, end of a successful over for Sam Cook. 142 for 7. I genuinely believe Essex now would really be unhappy, and if Middlesex had a little late resistance with their tail, because they would like to get off the park and put their feet up and probably bat again.
Yeah, and also there's only another 13 needed to avoid the follow-on with 3 wickets in hand, so you can't take anything for granted, but certainly Middlesex would be favourites to reach that, particularly with Ryan Higgins still there. Talking of still there, it's still Simon Harmer. Right arm over the wicket to Higgins, who sweeps him straight at the man at...
Did it balloon off?
I think it was off
Nick Brown? Hit Nick Brown under the lid?
It did, but I think the ball had been hit into the ground because no one has gone, oh, you've just dropped a very, very difficult chance.
No.
But again, it was middled on the sweep. He comes down the wicket this time, Higgins, and drives nicely, despite the spinner having seen him coming. Can't stop him driving up to long on for a single. You're listening to myself, Guy Swindles, Don Topley on Radio 5 Sports Extra, as well as BBC London and BBC Essex. And it is Simon Harmer in once again, and going back to play defensively on this occasion is Josh De Carey's, and plays it backward of square. There is no run. But De Carey's immediately middling things. It's just whether he can keep his attacking instincts vaguely under control, which, considering he's Michael Atherton's son, he should be able to do.
Yes.
And when he tries to play that late dab down past slips,
turn.
It did. It turned in towards him, and he ended up getting an inside edge off his glove, and it missed the stumps. But there were mild cries of anguish, and that just
happy to play on the back foot, isn't he?
Absolutely.
That's
goes
good.
back to that. Goes back to that and plays it out into the leg side.
Harmer might try and bowl a little fuller to try and drag him forward. He doesn't want him to hang back too much.
Harmer in again, and again he goes back to defend, and it's a quicker delivery, but up on his toes. He plays the ball down in front of him. I wonder if he's mentioned the fact that Simon Harmer hasn't got a wicket yet. He got 8 earlier.
When he gets down the other end, he's going to go, how many wickets you got?
Spinning, is it doing much for you?
Yes. 8 wickets. I wonder where he's going to put the ball.
Yep.
Well, because they always said Michael Atherton was a bit messy as a youngster. And will
so was Josh?
Josh be a little more tidier? I don't know.
What would you, if you got an 8 for early on in your career? I'd get a sort of wooden thing and nail the ball to it, or have it mounted, and then up on the wall. I think.
Yeah, well, yeah.
On the wall or not?
Been overtaken
Mantelpiece.
by the youngster. Cook in. This is played into the leg side. Safe. Yeah, I've got still a few balls from my career. And we've got a few of Reese's career. Most of my winning memorabilia. We won the championship 3 times. Most of that is away, actually.
Where? Do you have to keep it safe in a...
No, just it's away.
Oh, what? Just put away?
Yeah,
it's in a drawer somewhere.
Mrs. T. Yeah.
But you won the championship
3 times.
Come on.
Nat West, Benson Hedges.
You should be
John
allowed to
Player
keep
Lee.
those out.
Oh, bowled him. Look, he hasn't really gone very far forward there. I don't know if it's kept a bit low. It looked to me if it was relatively full, but he's missed it, and he's going to be, well, it's going to say in the scorebook, bowled by Cook. Higgins has finally been dismissed for a very patient, resilient, well, he's batted well for his 44, but alas, he's now had to go on. 143 for 8, and I do believe the end may be nigh.
It did keep a tad on the low side, but he went back to a ball he should have gone forward to.
Didn't really come forward.
No, he didn't. He was trapped on the crease.
Yep.
It didn't bounce quite as much, but it wasn't a shooter or anything. It was just a fraction lower than he was expected.
We were just talking about the game plan of against the spinner for Josh Shakaris, and I said to you that I thought it was quite impressive the way he's chosen to go back and play the game plan against Harmer. That's fine. Harmer has to bring him forward. You know, Harmer wants him to come forward because that's a better chance of getting the dismissal. Meanwhile, at the other end, you know, we've got 2 different ends, 2 different types of bowler. The game plan should have been for Ryan Higgins to be looking to come forward, and we both felt the ball was relatively full, that he didn't come forward far enough.
Good point.
So the game plan, you know, you always have a game plan. Whether you're a youngster, you can't really just go and fill and play on raw ability. If you can bring a game plan into it, and the right game plan, you will be more successul.
Well, Toby Rowland-Jones has a pretty basic...
Well, he's a tall man, he can get forward.
He hits it.
Yeah, good man, Toby Rowland-Jones.
He is, 1, he's a good man, but 2, he is a very good striker of a cricket ball. He hangs around less these days than perhaps he used to when he was younger, but if the ball is in the slot, it will go.
Will it? Right, slip and a gully. There's a short mid-wicket. There's a second, well, the gully's gone to second slip. Cook and Harmer. And a ring on the offside, and more or less a ring on the leg side, although mid-wicket is probably catching just 12 yards away from the bat. That's Critchley. And it's Cook into Rowland-Jones. Rowland-Jones gets an inside edge and maybe a single into the leg side. We look at the umpire, who does not signal. So 1 run to Rowland-Jones, 144 for 8.
Yeah, he averages 22 in his career. He's got 114 50s, so
very capable.
No mug at all.
Very well, his team needs it.
Doesn't he just?
I mean, Essex are probably going to bat, but the point is you just need parity, or as close to, in the first innings. First innings runs are vital because the wicket isn't going to get easier. Cook, right arm over the wicket to De Carey's, playing a miss. Good delivery there. De Carey's looks at the wicket. That's a pretty good cherry, as we say in the dressing room. Well bowled, Sam Cook.
He's a yard quicker than you expect, isn't he? And we've seen this throughout, particularly this spell, that the batters think they've got his number, and then he just suddenly is through them. Lovely delivery. To be able to crank it up like that is such a skill.
Yeah, a lot of respect, admiration. Sam Cook. Chelmsford boy, as he's on his way in, bowls right arm over the wicket. There's a bit of a leading edge there, just turns him a little square, looking to perhaps play mid-on, but it's gone to mid-off.
Though it's interesting, isn't it, that because Jamie Porter and Sam Cook haven't been picked up by England over the years, it's actually worked quite well for Essex.
Yeah, very much so.
That they've got probably the 6th and 7th best pace bowlers in England bowling for them.
Look, it's a really difficult one because I would love them to play for England as an Essex fan myself, as Cook bowls, as a play and a miss. He's gone at the ball there. It's a little bit of width, but he's gone at it, and he's played a miss as De Carey's end of the over. An eventful over for Sam Cook, 144 for 8 now. We've had 46 overs of this Middlesex innings. If I look at other bowlers around the circuit, there's someone like Ben Rain, Rushworth, who hasn't played Test cricket, a wonderful exponent of seam bowling, swing bowling, English county cricket, going back in the days years ago. I mean, we can also look at someone who didn't play any international cricket, Graham Napier. I don't think there's a better cricketer in my book. Unfortunately, lesser players have played for England than Graham Napier.
He was almost in the wrong era, wasn't he? Now he'd be in T20s.
Yeah, that's right.
He'd be stars in the 100 franchises and IPL and everything else.
Maybe for the bowlers we mentioned, Rushworth, Rain, people like that, Jamie Porter, maybe it's just a half a yard of pace they lack.
Yeah. Well, that's really nicely played by Toby Rowland-Jones. He comes down the wicket to Harmer and just flicks him away into the vacant mid-wicket area. So deep mid-wicket has to come in and stop a second, but very comfortably played by Toby Rowland-Jones, who again should have got more than, I know there were injuries, but should have got more than four
he suffered
tests.
2 stress fractures.
He did.
He did. Reverse lap.
A very good reverse lap and a very good stop too by Yadav at just trying to work out with the reverse lap. He was at deep backward point. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, no, very good fielding there from the big Indian fast bowler, who's bowled nicely today on his debut.
They still go through for a single though, and Harmer is in again, and again it's driven slightly on the up and not quite middled by Toby Rowland-Jones, but the ball bounces a yard or so in front of the man in at, well, short mid-wicket, short mid-on position, who comes over and has a bit of a chat. It is the skipper Tom Wesley who was the fielder involved in that. I think he's just asking Simon Harmer if he fancies any changes in the field, but Simon Harmer is largely saying, I don't mind, up to you, Skip, who goes back to exactly the same place he was and nobody else has moved. So Harmer won that particular debate. That's a quicker ball, spotted by Toby Rowland-Jones, who just lets it go outside off stump.
He's put a man out beneath us here, Paul Water, for the
for the
deep
big
long
shot.
on. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, well spotted, thank you, Don. I hadn't caught that.
Well, he's come down the wicket there.
He does come down the wicket. It's fired into his pads by Harmer. Clever bowling, and it just loops up off said pads to the man at short leg, where Nick Brown does the fielding, but there is no run and indeed no appeal. And that's swung away into the deep, and that's going to go all the way for 4. This is what I mean about Toby Rowland-Jones. If he middles it, it stays middled.
Well, he's got a long reach, and he's put his left pad across the line and slog swept it into the long boundary, and it went like a tracer bullet, quite square. There is no fielder. He's sort of deep mid-wicket and very much behind. So that was a calculated and a very good shot in his favour. So well played, Toby Rowland-Jones. And looking at the bowling figures then, Simon Harmer, let's look at his first. He's bowled 19 overs, 0 for 64, I believe. Sam Cook, 7 overs, 3 for 24. Porter, 12 overs, 5 for 33. And Umesh Yadav, 9 overs, 0 for 27. And I honestly would bowl a little bit of Matt Critchley. I really would.
Yep.
Harmer, look, he hasn't bowled badly. He just hasn't got a wicket. It's gone for 3 and over. And it's going to be Sam Cook to continue with 2 slips and a short mid-wicket. This is a leading edge, goes into just probably seaming now a little bit off the dry deck. That then was, he's got a little bit of a leading edge into the offside, but it was safe. Must keep playing straight.
Yep, they are closing in. They're now 5 runs away from avoiding a follow-on, but you're absolutely right. Unless you can play that slog comfortably that we saw from Toby Rowland-Jones with the levers, you must play straight.
This time he drives up the ground. That's going to go away. Wesley and Porter can't stop it. And that's a good looking shot. Nice and straight. Played by De Carey's. And he's going to pick up 4 runs.
Well, you said you got
to the bat.
You said you got to play straight, Don Topley, and it doesn't get much straighter or better than that.
His father would be very impressed. As Kevin Hand is suggesting it was Kevin Howes, my apologies. The younger Kevin Howes, who plays within
How to
the
win
V.
back. How to win back.
The plays within the V. His father would have been very proud of that. Anybody, any cricketer,
any father who saw his son
would
do
have
that
been proud of that shot. Anyone.
Well,
gorgeous shot, playing from where it comes from.
A lengthy chat this time between Tom Wesley and
you got a man
Cook
back?
as well.
No, he hasn't
No.
got a man back. I'm just wondering whether it would be the double bluff and bowl the bouncer. Cook, this time on a length, just pushes him back, and he plays nicely off the, the face, but probably the splice of the bat. He probably felt that with his gloves and his hands at the top end of the bat.
It's funny watching Josh De Carey's. At times he looks as if he's being hurried quite a lot, but I think it's just part of the way he plays. He plays it late, so...
Does he?
But that was a good shot, and these two are...
Lovely shot. Push driving down the ground, nothing better. Cook in, outside off stump. It's played with an open face bat down to Paul Water at backward point. He stops the single, and that is a genuine dot ball. And look what's happening at mid-wicket. Can you see? Critchley is loosening up. Telepathy.
Yep.
I would have brought him on a few overs ago, to be honest.
A few hours ago. You've been mentioning it for quite some time now.
Just a little change, see what happens. Just give him a break, Cook. Whether he's trying to egg the captain to give him a go. Cook is in, bowls, and this played into the leg side, of which Umesh Yadav has to move 5 yards to his left, slightly straighter to pick up the ball, but De Carey's calls his partner through for an easy single, 155 for 8.
And you might have heard a little light applause. We've got some Middlesex fans in front of us, and they have realised that this follow-on has been avoided.
Ah.
So that,
well spotted.
Hence the round of applause from the fans in front.
Yes, 2 slips waiting. Cook, what is he going to offer to Rowland-Jones? Down the leg side, and he's got a little nick on it, and it's sailed away for 4 runs. Easy runs for Toby Rowland-Jones. He now moves on to 10. De Carey's is on 10, and the score at the end of the 48th over, 159 for 8.
Yes, well played by the Middlesex. A couple of boundaries in that over, and Cook's bowled very nicely, but just perhaps a slightly tired over. Still no sign that Harmer is going to stop twirling from the river end. So if Matt Critchley is going to be coming on, maybe it is from t'other end.
Correct. I reckon so.
We'll have spin at both ends, which would certainly get us through to tea in a brisk manner. Because I think something like 36 overs had to be bowled in this particular spell, in this particular session, to leave us with 32 in the final session of the day. We're not going to have any trouble with light or anything else, because we started at 10:30.
Now, you're not here tomorrow.
No, I'm not, sadly.
as Harmer. Harmer on the way in, gives it a bit of loop, a bit of air, played off the back foot by De Carey's, and there is no run.
We need to be up. We need 40. Kevin Howells is trying to give me maths live on air, and it's failing dismally. I think he's trying to tell me it's 43.
Harmer bowls. This is played.
Right, we've got 40. I know what he's trying to say now.
Carey's off the back foot. It was a very good delivery from Harmer because it was just outside off, coming back. And to be fair to him, he did hang back to play it with an open face bat, slightly dangerous like that, but he survived. But I'll be interested to see how he plays the next delivery if it was identical.
Harmer in again, and that's reverse swept. What a lovely shot that was by De Carey's.
It was timed.
He'd seen Higgins use that shot to good effect earlier and decided that, well, I can do that too. What Kevin was trying to tell me is that there are 42.4 overs left in the day now, and so we'll have another 10 overs after this before we have
32.
So 10 overs after this before
we
tea.
go to tea at 32.
Correct. Harmer is in again, and that is up on his toes, played down in front of him nicely, and the man at short leg is there to do the fielding. I wouldn't say runs beginning to well, they are beginning to flow a bit actually in that. Again, he's playing it defensively on the back foot, which you're pleased about.
Well, Middlesex, De Carey's will be really pleased. Come on, you've got to get him coming forward. As a spin bowler, you want him coming forward. That's where he's going to be vulnerable. And at the moment, De Carey's is very happy to play. And this is mainly the reason for me. I like to see a little bit of a change. Critchley on at one end. If Harmer wants to go at the other end, fine, that's fine.
Well, it is still Harmer.
Where's he played that?
Jumps up a little, but he plays it on the back foot, down into the leg side, no run. Nicely played in the end by Josh De Carey's.
Very much so.
And Simon Harmer remains wicketless, which I must...
20 overs?
If you'd taken that bet earlier today that he'd bowl 20 overs on this wicket and not take a wicket,
was
you'd
I
got
on
good
commentary
odds.
with you when people were waiting for Harmer to bowl? And
when I walked in, everyone, and you said...
Hey, it doesn't work like that.
No, you did.
Doesn't.
We should listen to the Don. Always listen to the Don. Does anybody listen to the Don?
Mrs. T.
Does she? Or does she just look as if she is?
Yeah, does a lot of listening.
Yeah. I know, with the earphones in and nodding. I know.
Cook in, driven into the leg side. That's a good looking shot by Roland Jones, but he cannot pierce the field. Both mid-wicket and mid-on, two Essex players do the work together to ensure they don't take the cheeky single.
Yeah, thank goodness for Middlesex's supposed tail, really.
It's really important. I was talking to Kevin yesterday about, look, it's been a hard season again in many respects for Middlesex as Cook is in. Bouncer, like it, and it goes through to the keeper, no run. Look, even school sides, of which Paul Newton, BBC Essex, was a schoolmaster for many, many years, you just don't become a good side just overnight. You've got to become a difficult side to beat. How do you do that? How do you suddenly start putting an impression on the game? It just doesn't happen. You need to find your way, find your roles, find the quality of people to help have that desire to go and not lose. That's really important. This is driven out to mid-on, no run. So
that's why there have been some successes, like bringing Ryan Higgins back has worked superbly. Ethan Bamber has stepped up and is now kind of among the first names on the team sheet. So they're heading. You get the feeling that Middlesex are heading in the right direction, but they need some centuries from somewhere, and
batting's been the issue.
Batting has been the issue.
Cook, right arm over the wicket, driven into the leg side. Good shot for one. Goes out to deep backward square leg for the single. Roland Jones gets off strike. He moves to 11. De Carey's is on 14. Score 144 for 8, and we're in the 50th over. Batting for long periods without losing wickets, that's an education. It's not just luck.
No, you're absolutely right. But there are, you look and see where the runs have come from, and Toby Rowland-Jones has got 250, 300.
In comes Cook, right arm over. And this is an attempted pull. Gets himself in a little bit of a mess. Don't know if he was late on it, but it seemed to take a little bit of... He got pinned on the shoulder, maybe a bit of a bottom edge onto his shoulder maybe, but he did attack it, but he didn't execute it particularly well. Maybe there was just a little bit of movement just short of a length, which caused him a bit of inconvenience for De Carey's.
He certainly got the fast bowler's stare afterwards as well.
Youngster, you got to.
Yeah, you have. Just turn and stare for that second and a half.
Cook in down the leg side, and this is going to be 4 runs. Bit of a wasted delivery down there. It's cost him 2 boundaries in the last 2 overs for Cook. He won't be very happy. It is. If I was captain, I would have a change here. Definitely have a change. Rossington's talking to Harmer. I'm wondering whether they're going to change their lines. He's going to be bowling to Rowland-Jones, and it's either going to be Porter, or I would have a little look at Matt Critchley.
Yep, it's interesting. Cook's figures: 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 38. He's bowled plenty of wicket-taking balls, but he's also, and we were talking about this right at the beginning with Paul, that there'd been too many on the leg stump and they've been flicked away.
Yeah, he has. This spell, he was quite cheap in his 5 overs or 6 overs, but he's now bowled 9 overs, and I'm afraid he's not been expensive, but this spell
he's been going for 4 and over just about the whole time, and long levers again being looked for by Toby Rowland-Jones, but in fact after taking a big stride down to Harmer, he manages to pick out short mid-wicket.
Now that ball was bowled quite slowly and outside off.
And he goes back.
Not out.
And there is a shout for LBW decisions. Possibly if the stumps were about 5 feet tall, that would have been out, but not when they're 3 foot something.
He's bowling a little bit slower these last 2 balls, and he's certainly the first one was outside off.
In once again, big stride forward. Harmer sees him coming, and it comes off the pad. And after that, Toby Rowland-Jones almost kicks his leg away in frustration because he knew he'd done the hard work. He got to the pitch of the ball, but couldn't do anything further with it. Good defensive bowling from Harmer. He can't really keep the attack going. Perhaps we saw De Carey's, and that's swung away.
In the air.
It should be out, and is out.
Harmer's first wicket.
And it was almost one that was rather given away by Toby Rowland-Jones. There was plenty of spaces out there. You could see why he wanted to launch it leg side, but he managed to pick the one man out there, and he has to go.
9 down, 168, and to be fair, Josh De Carey is still there on 18 not out, and you know, in these circumstances, batting at 8 and 9 as De Carey's is, he wants to be the man that's not out and walk off undefeated, even if there is a little bit of a deficit for the Middlesex team. But you're always playing. And I like this, and we're talking about, you know, how you become better as a team, but you're always still playing for personal pride. Toby Rowland-Jones has gone. He was caught Critchley, bowled Harmer for 11, and I suspect Critchley won't come on now.
No, he almost did for himself as coming on for a bowl by taking that catch. But Ethan Bamber comes out, and we were talking earlier, Ethan Bamber is a proper tail ender.
Number 12 then?
Well, no, yeah,
is that unfair?
It is a bit. He's got a high score of 46 not out this season, so even he can bat, but he would say that he would be number 11 in this team.
Well, on that case, you're playing for personal pride, and never forget it. He's got an opportunity, and most bowlers love to have a bat. They love it because there's a little bit, not too much pressure. Their job is bowling, and not too much pressure. They really thoroughly enjoy batting. I know all the Essex boys do. Porter, Cook, Ben Allison, all of the Essex boys did. Going back to people like John Lever, the only one who didn't used to enjoy batting is David Ackfield.
No, I remember that.
Hide in the dressing room.
Yeah, declare, Fletch.
Declare, Fletch, please. Please declare.
I don't need to.
I don't want to go and face Wayne Daniel or Malcolm Marshall, Sylvester Clark. I have a family.
Yes, exactly. What do you want me? I'll stand at square leg. It's Harmer in again, and that is played defensively, very correctly by Ethan Bamber, into the offside, and Rossington has to sprint from behind the stumps to go and pick up the ball to stop them doing a tip and run. Oh, and he's straight through, and there's an appeal for a catch. Rossington was interested. He thought it had come off something.
Inside edge, I think they were asking for.
Could have been the top of the pad, but it certainly went through the gate, which is why the question was being asked.
Right, on that note, end of the over. I think I'm leaving.
I think you are.
We will welcome back Paul Newton of BBC Essex as the score is 168 for 9.
I'll tell you what, to make life more easy, I'm going to take over your headset and keep moving round. There we go. And what will they do? It looks as if Sam Cook, because of the match position, is going to continue. So I'll just take control until Paul has got himself settled, and then he will take over. There are things that need doing. So Cook, right arm over the wicket from the Hayes close end, and that's nicely played into the leg side by Josh De Carey's, but we're seeing a bit of protection of the number 11. There was definitely a run there, but De Carey's turned down the kind invitation, as he will keep the strike and ensure that he has to cope with the best that Cook can throw at him.
Well, he's a good cricketer, isn't he, De Carey's, because he can bat a bit, and his bowling, I mean, Harmer's just got a wicket at last. De Carey's didn't have to wait so long and took another 7 on top.
Absolutely right. And Cook has taken 3 wickets today, 5 for Jamie Porter.
In fact, after this ball.
It's Cook briskly in, and that's ramped over the top. It's a great shot in the end. It's a 1 bounce 4, and it was flicked brilliantly over the top of wicketkeeper and slipped 1 bounce 4 directly behind the stumps, and I don't think that Sam Cook was expecting that particular shot from the number 9.
Beautifully brought off. Does just make you think Toby Rowland-Jones might have played more to make sure someone could accompany De Carey's, who's not just no mug with the bat. He's got a distinct air of accomplishment about him. But just to highlight De Carey's bowling achievement, when Gloucestershire were down here, and Ed Seaborn was with them, break in here.
Again, it's bowled, and that's a nice looking drive, and again they turned down the single to the deep mid-on.
And Ed gave the fantastic stat that in all the time that Harmer's been with Essex since 2017, no visiting spin bowler had so much as got 1 fifer. And I forget his name, but the Gloucestershire spinner promptly did get a fifer, but that was only last year, and it took about 6 seasons before someone else got it. So think about De Carey's here and the magnitude of his achievement.
Yep, 8 for 106 if you're just joining us. In again, and that swung away not quite where he meant the ball to go. I think he was aiming onto the leg side, and it took a leading edge and looped over extra cover and was picked up by deep mid-on, and they do take the single now.
Yes, he certainly made sure he got the vast majority of the over in, and Bamber just have to see off the last ball or 2 here.
And as we said, Bamber is not an entire mug with the bat.
He's a good lad.
He is a very interesting young man. As Cook is in again, and Bamber allows that to sail through to the wicket-keeper. There will be 1 more ball.
To show you the depth of Bamber's character, when Middlesex were here for a 50 overs match, the Middlesex players changed beneath us and came up and sat in the seats in front, and Ethan was very taken with the bears that are here, and he went up, it was already quite high, but extremely high in my book. A man of character and discernment.
Quite so. Sam Cook is in once again, and that is a good ball that let's give Ethan Bamber the benefit of the doubt. He leaves to go through to the wicketkeeper. A little bit of extra bounce there. So we've seen the end of Toby Rowland-Jones, but the attack continues from Josh de Carey's. He's moved on to 23, and the score now 173 for 9, 127 runs behind.
So Essex will be hoping the end is nigh for Middlesex. We'll be hoping it isn't. And de Carey's looks very, very capable of adding quite a few yet if he can get Bamber to stay with him, which I thought Toby Rowland-Jones was doing well, and then he holed out to deep mid-wicket. Well, I think the better bet would have been to push a single and get de Carey's on strike. Not that Toby Rowland-Jones lacks ability to bat, but de Carey's particularly takes the eye here as he faces Simon Harmer. Off-break bowler to off-break bowler, but this time with a bat in his hand, not the ball. Reverse sweep, but straight to the man at 45 degrees. Actually, it's slightly less than that. It's about 38 degrees. Easy stop, no run. Harmer's in again. Bowls, and again he plays this shot, and this time hits it far squarer, and Longleg chasing round the boundary has to give it second best to Yadav there. I think he knew he couldn't get to it because he hardly hurtled after it. And 4 very good runs, and what I liked about that was de Carey's hit a very good shot actually, but straight to the fieldsman, the ball before, but he thought about it and thought, next time I'm going to hit it squarer, and got it beautifully. Very well played. 27 to him, 177 for 9.
Yes, he's having a very good match, Josh de Carey's. Middlesex will be delighted to take on board.
Harmer bowls and just defended by de Carey's, whose name must have been mentioned hundreds and hundreds of times in this match so far. We never really, I mean, he was bowling Harmer-like yesterday for the better part of 40 overs. It was 39 in fact. And here he's shining again with the bat as Harmer bowls to him, and he goes on the reverse sweep, and this will just be the single, and they will take it and score to 178 for 9, and de Carey's moving up to 28.
No, he's decided that's the shot of choice against Harmer, and so far he's played it really well every single time. A couple of the times straight to the fielder admittedly, but no trouble. And interesting field arrangement now for Ethan Bamber. There is no slip, but a leg slip, short leg, and 2 men in at short mid-wicket.
As this next ball is played out into the offside, the chorus, who are all trained, they're here till very late at night, some nights under the lights here, trained to keep saying, as if it was very close, but actually Bamber played it well enough, and Harmer switches around the wicket now to the right-handed Bamber. Both these batsmen right-handers, as this ball is, well, I was going to say well defended, but actually he was almost too clever there and was so anxious to get right over the ball that he played it into the ground. It spun back and didn't go by the off stump terribly far, but he lives to fight another day. 28 to de Carey's, yet to get off the mark Bamber, 178 for 9. And here's a thought actually, bearing in mind that stat I just gave, that de Carey's is only the second spinner from the opposition to take a 5-wicket haul during Simon Harmer's time since 2017, and this is the 7th season therefore, and apart from the Gloucestershire spinner who became the first last year, de Carey's is the first. He's got an 8-wicket haul, and he wouldn't be the worst tail-ender, and I'm just suggesting, without wishing to get carried away, I can think of worse ideas as a spinner in the England team before that much longer, because Moeen Ali has officially retired now. Leach has, got his injury problems. This guy is both fit, very able, and could be a MasterCard as this ball is played down to third man, and they take a single to de Carey's, who doesn't shield his partner from the strike in this over, and 29 to him. Sorry, I've taken your ball there.
No. It's an interesting one, isn't it, Paul? Because he kind of ticks quite a lot of the current England boxes as well. We're seeing him reverse sweep and...
Yeah, absolutely. I should just have pointed out Porter taking over from Cook for this over from the Hayes close end.
Looking to add, he is the second bowler to pick up at least 5 wickets in an innings in this match so far, after Josh de Carey's picked up 8 in the Essex innings. Jamie Porter has 5 so far in this Middlesex one.
Yeah, he's 5 for 34, I think, at the moment. Jamie Porter really has bowled thoroughly well.
With elbows akimbo, he comes in again, and that is played late but very well by Ethan Bamber, up to mid-on.
And you and Don, a few minutes ago, were quite rightly pointing out that as good as Cook remains, and I think always will be, and he'll always bowl wicket-taking balls, but he's just given a few more boundaries away with the odd loose delivery this year than I can remember in any of his previous 6 seasons, and I'm sure he'll put that right by next season.
I'm sure. He's just ever so occasionally straying down the leg side and being made to pay for it. But whereas Porter, I'm trying to remember him bowling on the leg side today as he bowls a beauty outside off stump that draws the interest from Bamber's bat but doesn't find the outside edge of it, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
Yeah, Porter is a sort of insight into the what can happen to bowlers. You know, if they're going to be any good at all, they usually make an impact straight away, and Porter did that. And then they gradually improve, but then they'll hit a bit of a flat spot and look slightly downcast figures. That's true in Porter's case, but he's really come bouncing back this season.
Porter in once again and hurries up Bamber a touch, but Bamber manages to get body and bat behind the ball and play it back to Porter, who does his own fielding.
Porter, I think, just needs 3 more wickets following today's 5 to, and he may do it in this match, to get to 50 wickets for the season. Cook, meanwhile, I think now is on to 40.
I think we've got... That's interesting. I think we've got 5 overs after this before tea.
Yes, I think near as damn it right, might be 1 either way.
It usually is with my maths. Oh, and that's in and that's given. And Bamber looks slightly despondent to be given out LBW. Just has a look back at his stumps, back at the umpire, but the finger is up. It is 6 wickets for Jamie Porter. What a stint he has put in for his team. And Ethan Bamber is the final wicket to fall, and Middlesex all out for 179. 124 runs behind Essex. It means that they have managed to avoid the follow-on, but they do face a massive hole in which to try and dig themselves out if they're to get anything from this game. A game they really need points from if they're to continue to take part in the fight against relegation. But for Essex, couldn't have gone much better.
I was a little bit surprised that De Carey's took a single from the first ball of that over, or it might not have been the first ball, but he took the single relatively early in the over. But anyway, he's again shown what a very talented cricketer he is. 29 not out. Well played De Carey's in both innings. 8 for 106 in 39.2 overs with 8 maidens, and now 29 not out. Big hand given to, I think, a little bit of it for De Carey's for his 29 not out, but mainly on this occasion to Essex in general and Porter in particular, with I think it's 6 for 34. We'll check that in a moment or two. Cook.
Yes, it is 6 for 34.
Thank you.
Absolutely right.
Cook, 3 wicket haul. Not at its absolute best, but still very, very good. And the balls he took the wickets with were excellent. And Hana, who'd have thought he'd just have a lone wicket and that a catch in the deep? Mind you, an off-break bowler will often bowl for those. It's unfair to say, well, that wasn't a proper wicket. But yeah, it does rather magnify the achievement of De Carey's here. But as you say, an overall lead of 125 for Essex, and it remains to be seen now. The scheduled tea interval would be starting in 10 minutes.
Yes.
I think they might combine it with the break between innings.
Has there been an announcement?
No. And I think a lot of the spectators here are ears set to try and see if there isn't an announcement. Because in some cases, 1 or 2 of the members, we're so close to town here that anyone who, like me, has forgotten something that they need for the evening meal will sort of just nip out. It only takes 3 minutes to get into town, and presumably the same back, although you'll probably be carrying something by then. But yeah, you know, they would like to know whether it's a break between innings or tea. Of course, there were a few overs to go before tea, probably 5, I think you said, Guy. But
So it would be 3 with the change, wouldn't it? So we probably are going to see 3 overs, I'd have thought.
Yes, it's a bit pedantic, but unless we hear otherwise, and we'll. I think Kevin, for the moment, has taken over behind us.
He
Kevin,
has from Radio
Kevin
5
Howells.
Sports Extra.
So maybe we'll take a bit of a break here in this hot weather and be back with you either in about 7 minutes or 17.
Bless you, Paul. We'll be back with Middlesex to bat.
What do you know, Mick? You're the expert. Oh, I know about what? Is that really yes, the last wicket falls within half an hour of the scheduled team to go back to take turns. What do you say you wish you were hoping on?
That's what I mean, Tom. Opinion is divided. We want to vote on WG, that's the last time we want to go.
Yeah, no, that's the time when you that's the sort of year when you had to stick out the ground. Wouldn't it? You only need to stick, you have to go out the ground. Not like now. You've only got to get over the road, with sticks.
I confirmed it's tea. I don't think it's been so hot up here. Confusion.
You've got a bruise. Forget that. Forget about it. You've got a bruise, so you can't tell. That'll wait. Yes, that thing is. That's sort of don't tell her what it really is. When you sit downstairs, not too much you want to underneath. It is very stressful. Yeah. So you're lucky that you breathe up there and you don't realise how hot it is. Anything tucking in and double double a bit high. I know they've given them, but it doesn't mean that they sometimes you say, oh, that's a bit dodgy. You've done it before, for sure. What's happening that one you said before the mortgage? You thought it could be interesting. You said it could be interesting.
Those of you who want to keep your scorecard up to date, there are the following figures for the Middlesex first innings. Jamie Porter, 12 overs and 5 balls, 1 maiden, 34 runs, 6 wickets. Dan Cook, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 43 runs, 3 wickets. Simon Harmer, 22 overs, 6 maidens, 73 runs, 1 wicket. Umesh Yadav, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 27 runs, no wicket. There were 6 extras, comprised of 2 leg byes and 4 no balls.
Yeah, but by the end, Palmer wasn't going that well because they were allowed to reverse kicking. Yes, but you don't. You've got to set a field for it. That's it. You set a field for it. They've got a few forwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the tea break today, we have a special presentation on the outfield, and that's just below the players' steps. We are pleased to announce that the Essex Boundary Club and Justin Edinburgh Foundation will fund the installation of 2 defibrillators, which will be permanently located at the Town County Ground. Justin Edinburgh Foundation was formed in 2019 with an aim to equip people and organisations with the skills to deal with cardiac matters through funding defibrillators and delivering CPR training. Annie Northfield from the Essex Foundry Club joins us today to present a cheque to Charlie Edinburgh and Justin Edinburgh Foundation. Thank you to both organisations for their support in providing vital life-saving equipment for the club and ground.
Guess rights going to Sussex, and the coaches, the second
and the Parkinson going to Kent.
That's the other part, that's the Lakes bit.
Yeah. Going to Kent.
Yeah, one's going to Kent, and the Lakes bit, and Callum's going to do it.
What down don't need them? They don't need batsmen.
Ready for Division One next year.
Yeah. When do we get that?
Oh, that's been 6 weeks ago. Oh, no. You've got the sun. Let's go.
Here are the latest and tea-time scores of other matches taking place around the country today. And Northamptonshire 232 all out and 88 for 3 versus Lancashire 524 all out. Northamptonshire trail by 204. Hampshire versus Somerset. Hampshire 308 all out and 323 for 3 versus Somerset 137 all out. Hampshire leading by 494. In Division 2, Yorkshire versus Derbyshire. Yorkshire 297 all out and 502 for 8. Derbyshire 247 all out. Yorkshire are leading by 552. In the match between Worcestershire and Glamorgan, Worcestershire 284 all out and 145 all out. Glamorgan 170 all out and 166 for 8, leading a further 94 to win. Durham versus Sussex, Durham 505 for 9 declared, Sussex 266 all out and 118 for 4. They are trading by 121.
Sorry, Mr. Fox will come along and oh, is he? Oh dear, I missed him. Oh, what a pity. I bet not. Okay, you like him, that's ruined your afternoon, Chris. I've got the pin there. No, I've got been watching it all afternoon. You answer this question. I'm putting you under pressure. You watch it. It's already done for. And to provoke. Provocation. See, I've just done this. Oh, well, there you go. There you go, though. You'll go slacking off and be fine. You don't understand. That's what I'm talking about. You don't understand. Now we're going to be diplomatic there. 20 years. What was where was it going on? There's always an element. Oh, yeah. Shush, we come the Middlesex Mafia. And you're very welcome. Oh, you're in the school. What a recovery. 22. Okay. He's going to win, aren't he? Did you learn anything? No.
Yeah, more than likely. I did see him, he was here. Ulysses moved, it's the team. Yeah, nice.
So the umpires are out on the field, and now for the second innings, they will be standing at
so, is it mid?
opposite ends.
What's it on Facebook?
The ones that are outside in the first game.
I'm sure I know. I know I'm on the couple. That's the best of the cricket first.
Which means the Black will be standing at the river end.
And he chose
And Russell Forest at the first end. Welcome back to the field, the Middlesex team under Captain Tony Roland.
I now remember waiting for someone to. How did you find out about? I was told. Told by another obsessive. Middlesex. What do you love about County Cricket?
And welcome back, everyone. Paul Newton here with Guy Swinbles, and also Don Topley, who will be joining us in 25 minutes' time, for those of you who like to set your watches for these events. And Kevin Howells is behind us. He of 5 Sports Extra does a fabulous job keeping us all in touch with the various machinations of the county championship, particularly as it gets exciting. At this end, with Surrey winning, Essex looking as if they may well win, it's going to be pretty much as you were, with the single exception, if Essex win this game, they will have taken 21 points, and Surrey, from their win over Warwickshire at the Oval, brilliant win, they will have taken 22, which will mean that the penultimate game for both sides will start with an 18-point gap. We're just about to get going after tea, and of course, ironically, Essex play Hampshire and Northamptonshire in their last 2 games, while Surrey play Northamptonshire and Hampshire. So it's an intriguing denouement of the fixtures for the season. And we're going to see Essex batting a second time. Guy, if you'd like to be master of ceremonies.
And it will be Ethan Bamber who gets things underway, bowling to Nick Brown from the Hayes close end, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who plays it defensively up to mid-on. And the one thing you notice about the Middlesex fielding is it's animated. They buzz around, keep the energy levels high, keep encouraging their bowlers,
Yeah, I think full credit to them. You can't really help it if Porter and Cook run amok as you go out to bat, but they fought back well, and I think their general resilience has been excellent in this game.
Bamber is in again and almost gets Brown playing on, but the ball bounces safely past the outside of the off stump.
All out for 179 25 minutes ago. Middlesex with a very good rally from the lower order. 40 Porter, Ryan Higgins, 20 Luke Holman, who impressed, and even more so to Carey's 29 not out following his 8 for 106 with the ball. And I've been saying that if England need another thought as an off spinner, I would have him on my shortlist.
As Bamber is in again, and it's up on his toes and squirts away to third slip. There are 3 slips, a gully, short, mid-wicket, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, and a fine leg.
Disappointing thing from a Middlesex point of view. Holden 30, Higgins 44, that was Holden 30. 29 not out to Carey's. It's the lack of someone making rather more.
Going on. It's been the problem all season, and that is nicely bowled by Bamber. Just hurries Brown up a little bit, but he plays it nicely defensively in the end into the offside. Bamber, who's come through this season, got his first 5 for in first class cricket, 9 for 90 the other day in a important win for Middlesex.
Yeah, that was absolutely crucial. It turned them from being probable favourites as against Kent to go down to now Kent, who've played a game more behind starting this game.
Up on his toes, it's defensively played out onto the leg side this time, but Bamber banging the ball in just short of a length, on or around off stump to the left-hander. Not making scoring easy, that's for sure. But at the moment Brown is coping pretty manfully with everything that is being thrown at him.
The disappointing thing from a Middlesex point of view is that if they lose this game, they'll only have taken 3 points from it.
Yep. Just got bowling points from this one. Right arm round the wicket again, and just cranks up the pace a little, but that's allowed to sail past the outside of the off stump by Nick Brown. It's a maiden to start with by Ethan Bamber, even if it wasn't particularly threatening as far as Nick Brown was concerned. It was certainly very tidy, and the Essex second innings still waiting for the first run.
Yes, I think Jamie Porter 6 for 34 and Cook 3 for 43. Now, from memory, Porter, I think, of almost identical figures at Lord's in the first match of the season, first innings of the season. I think he got 6 for 33. Maybe wrong about that, but what I'm not wrong about is that he got 6 for 34 here and he's having a terrific season.
I think the big surprise is Josh de Carey's is opening the bowling for Middlesex.
Yeah, and yet, having said that,
he took 8 wickets.
Yes, it may be no surprise in the lack of that, in the light of that, I meant to say, and certainly, I think Essex, given the choice, would rather have been facing anyone else.
Yeah, but you've got Toby Rowland-Jones who's bowled for England.
True. But this guy got both openers out in the first innings.
Yes, and because he didn't bowl at the beginning, they put on 125 before he had a go at them.
Yes, that's right. I mean, admittedly, he was into the attack not that far into the innings, but he wasn't there at the start. Spin bowlers can handle a new ball. He's in now, around the wicket from the river end. Bowls, and this is very nicely cut past slip, almost certainly for 4. The fieldsman is in hot but vain pursuit as it goes down to the vacant third man boundary. 4 for no wicket.
A lovely shot that was by Alistair Cook, wasn't it? He waited for it and timed it beautifully. Slip stayed interested for a second or two, but really nice start from Cook.
This boy can play.
Yeah, not a bad record when I was going through his career.
It's all the practice he gets when he's herding the sheep. I don't know if that's the right verb. This one goes through. It's a leave from Cook, and there's no run there. Of course, Cook is a very fine player of spin. Didn't alter the fact that de Carey's got him out, though, in the first innings. De Carey's up again. Bowls, Cook forward. Gingerly turns it round the corner for a single. Fielded it backward square leg. 5 for no wicket.
Yes, he's got over 26,500 runs at an average of over 46, which is, well, that's kind of, we won't see his like again numbers.
It is, yeah. I mean, he and his mentor Graham Gooch have been two phenomena for Essex in the two different generations. So it's Nick Brown facing De Carey's, a lead outside off stump, well judged, it didn't miss by all that much. I'll just see in a minute if I can tackle a few of the emails now that I can read my screen again for the first time. This very bright sunlight in here makes it impossible. Brown a single into the onside, just leaning on a ball and letting the ball hit the bat more than anything. And 6 for no wicket, 5 Cook, 1 Brown.
Yes, they've started confidently against the spin, but you could see why Middlesex decided that this was worth, I wouldn't call it a gamble, worth the try.
Well, Essex have often done it with Harmer, and this ball is played straight into Silly Point. There's no run there.
And that's the end of the second over. First runs have come from it. We're 6 without loss as Paul ploughs through the emails that have been pottering over to the Radio Essex email address. 6 not out. Cook has 5 and Brown has 1, and it will be Ethan Bamber to continue to bowl from the Hayes close end.
Yes, John Bush is very fond of reminding us that the female side of the game should be referred to as women, not ladies.
When did we make that mistake?
Well, I think 1 yesterday and 1 today.
Right. Bamber round the wicket to the left-handed, well, as both of the batters are left-handed, I imagine he'll stay round the wicket, but on this occasion it was to Nick Brown, who mistimes a drive but still plays it perfectly pleasantly up to mid-off, and there is no run.
And we've heard from Michael Biswell, a man with a terrific sense of humour. He says, afternoon, congratulations to Paul Walter on getting his ticket to Brisbane and the Big Bash. He's getting noticed internationally. Yesterday I enjoyed the grilling of Mr. Hands by Mr. Topley over their different opinions of the county structure. More of that in a moment.
And might have to find that on iPlayer, as that is flicked up to mid-on and there is no run.
And he continues, but was surprised at the level of financial support given to the counties by the E and WCB of $4.5 million each. If the governing body wished to reduce the number of first-class counties or reduce the number of games, this is a huge stick to beat the counties with. If it was withdrawn from some counties, they would not survive, and what would the county scene look like? Always enjoying the commentary. Thank you for your points, Michael.
As Bamber comes in again, and that's allowed to sail through, outside of stump through to the keeper, no run.
But you're quite right, Michael. That handout, 4.7 million, is rather essential to the survival of the 18-county setup. And personally, I hope it goes on, because as Richard Thompson, big wheel at the ECB, I was delighted to hear him say it matters to him that all 18 counties survive.
As Ethan Bamber comes in again and squares Brown up, and I think beats him on this occasion. As it goes outside off stump, again just short of a length, on or around off. This goes through to John Simpson. No run. No, it is an interesting one, because the flip side of the $4.5 million coming the counties' way is if the counties didn't produce international cricketers, then there wouldn't be any money anyway, because that's where the ECB make all their cash.
Yes, we've had a nice email from an email signed off with the tag, the Metronomes.
And that is flicked out into the leg side this time by Brown, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, Luke Holman. No run.
And the email reads, loving the coverage, hopefully an Essex win to enjoy in this lovely weather. The Metronomes Cricket Club have their final game of the season on the 17th of September at St Albans Cricket Club, starting at 1 p.m. A final push for fundraising for autistic charities alongside our online auction. So far we have raised £1,500. Well, very well done there, and good luck on the 17th.
Yeah, terrific stuff. As Ethan Bamber comes in again, and that's played back to the bowler. And Ethan Bamber on the money again. 2 overs, 2 maidens, the score remains 6 without loss. Alistair Cook, who has yet to face Ethan Bamber, is 5 not out, and Nick Brown has the solitary single to show for his efforts so far.
Yes, we have an email from Tony Ellis, a dissenting voice with our commentary. He says, as much as I always enjoy your commentary, I am puzzled and annoyed while you are talking about what number Dan will bat for Surrey. Who really cares? Not sure why you are romanticising about Lawrence. Essex should not be picking him when he has turned his back on Essex because Surrey will improve his England chances. What nonsense. So playing for Essex will not help getting into the England team. What message does that give future young Essex players? We have the likes of Cushy wasting his career in the seconds, but we pick someone who is leaving us. We'll appreciate your response, please.
Interesting.
As is it me? I think it is. De Carey's is up from the river end, and this ball is blocked by Alistair Cook into the covers for no run.
No, I remember being here for the Ireland-Essex match, after this.
De Carey's round the wicket bowls. Cook plays it stoically into the offside for no run.
And you telling me, Paul, that the pathway is difficult for the talented young players at the moment to get into the first 11 as far as Essex is concerned, and there is a generation of good players there.
As next ball will produce a run out to deep mid wicket, and score moving up to 7 for no wicket, and Cook has 6 of those. Nick Brown just calling for some work on possibly his helmet, which gives me the time just to reply to Tony's email. You raised some good points. My own take on it is I'm not romanticising about Dan Lawrence, but I think it's a good move for both himself, for Essex themselves, and for potentially his chance of England. Not that I think for a moment that he had to leave Essex, because people playing for Essex don't get into the England team. Alistair Cook found no difficulty in spite of Essex being a second division team at the time that he was selected. But what I do think is, I felt for some seasons that Lawrence only getting 100 a season for the last 5 years or so, his career was flattening out, and I began to take the view that from his own point of view, he would only really improve if he went to fresh pastures, and particularly where he'll have a very stern schoolmaster looking after him in Alex Stewart. He's like Graham Goots, those two great players, great people, but you better not get the wrong side of them, and I think Lawrence could do with, he is a little bit inclined to be wayward with having that sort of stern sort of schoolmaster. Meanwhile, from the Essex point of view, I don't think it's doom and gloom they're losing Dan Lawrence, because he wasn't doing so much until this season, where he's had a very good mid-season in the previous 3 or 4 years, and it will precisely give, hopefully, the likes of Cushy, who you mentioned, Tony, and there are other. I'm very impressed with the young up-and-comer 18-year-old Charlie Allison. It will give the likes of that type of player a chance to come in, and I've got a lot of confidence if you give players their opportunity. The one thing I would say is, it's no good coming into the red ball team and hitting 2 4s and getting out, which one or two of the youngsters have done. You've got to be able to adjust your game if you've been mainly a white ball cricketer, and get your head down, and for the first hour get yourself in.
No, I was going to ask how Robin Das is getting on, because I saw him make a century against Ireland that made me think he was something special, but I haven't really seen him kick on yet.
No, he didn't kick on. He had his chance in the 50 overs competition, and on one occasion I think in the championship. This next delivery, after they've changed the ball, is played out into the offside and there's no run. Score is 7 for no wicket, and unfortunately I think he's fallen prey to playing a shot every ball.
Right.
And in red ball cricket, that's no good. You've got to last a long time to make your mark. As this next one produces a single to Nick Brown, and the 2 men in the middle at the moment are prime examples of players who, whatever their failings occasionally may have been, do set out to bat time. And particularly, if you're going to bat up the order, it's great if you've got all the shots, but it's also very important when not to play them.
Yes, absolutely right.
In Das's case, and Pepper's, for me, both hit the ball in the air unnecessarily often. And you know how you're going to get out if you do that. Here's a single to Nick Brown, who moves along to 3 and the score to 9 for no wicket. And that ends the fourth over of the innings. Essex leading by 125, are therefore now 134 in front.
I wonder how long they'll carry on with Josh De Carey's, because to be honest, at the moment, he is looking less threatening than Ethan Bamber. They're playing him very comfortably, these two. They're taking the singles when they need to. We've seen one very nice dabbed 4 as well from Alastair Cook off the off spin of Josh De Carey's, whereas Bamber has yet to give away a run and has beaten the bat on at least one occasion.
And the final email I shall come through is from our good friend Jeff Leonard, the Gloucestershire supporter, who eavesdrops on our commentaries and always seems to enjoy them. A terrific fellow, and I'll have more to say about that as we go through his very interesting email.
As Bamber, right arm round the wicket, comes in, and Alastair Cook back, punches it defensively up to mid-on. Toby Rowland-Jones does the fielding, no run.
And before I start on his email, just to ask our listener to imagine that both, and it is true, that's why I ask you to imagine it, that both Jeff and myself are passionate about steam engines in terms of steam engines on the railway line, and we've both at different times been to the same spot for our particular thrill this season. We'll come to it in a minute.
Round the wicket, right arm, Bamber goes through to the wicket-keeper.
Jeff says, not unexpectedly, Gloucestershire have lost, though to be fair, we were without our entire Premier 4 or 5 man pace attack of Tom Price, David Payne, Matt Taylor, Ajit Singh Dale and Merchant Delange, and also skipper Graham Van Buren. The injuries this season have been never ending. That's the end of his first paragraph.
The second is awaited with bated breath as Ethan Bamber comes right arm round the wicket, and Cook plays that very nicely, goes back and flicks it into the vacant spaces on the leg side. There'll certainly be 3. I think they'll probably settle for 3 with a combined age of 70, perhaps not looking to briskly sprint 4 these days, but 3 runs are taken, and it's Toby Rowland-Jones who has to run the half mile out to pick up the ball, and the score moves on to 12.
Jeff continues, so once again I'm listening to your thoroughly entertaining commentary. Thanks. And we're getting to the nitty gritty with his next paragraph. We'll just leave you on the edge there for the moment.
The tension's killing me as Ethan Bamber, right arm round the wicket, comes in again and beats. Well, the bat was taken back inside the line, having at first looked as if it was prodding outside, but it was a good ball from Bamber anyway.
He says, I wish I was able to be in Bristol tomorrow for Don's talk. And old Don moonlighting again as ever. He says, but I'm going to Dawlish, for steam train photo opportunities. Well, Jeff, I just don't remember who's going tomorrow, but I've been down to Dawlish, 650-mile round trip twice to see Sir Nigel Gresley over the Dawlish Wall on its English Riviera Express this season.
And that comes off the leg, I think. No, there was a bit of bat involved, so that will be a 4 down the leg side. Just straying ever so slightly, Ethan Bamber. I thought you were going to say you've been 654 times.
No, just the twice, but it's still quite a way. 1,300 miles put together. Both of them were on Saturdays, and I'll see if I can get the word right this time. The English Riviera Express, which goes down from various different starting points, but Sir Nigel comes on the place near Taunton and goes over the Dawlish Wall and eventually down to Paynton and on to the Dartmouth Steam Railway.
As Ethan Bamber steams in once again, but that's outside off stump.
Terminating at Kingswear, which is a delightful spot where you can get a through ticket that the steam train takes you down to Kingswear, and then in very easy reach, about a 20-yard walk, you can be on the ferry to take you to the other side of the estuary, the Dart estuary, and you can have a great time, great day out.
Now, The score is 16 without loss. Alistair Cook has 10-6 to Nick Brown. I have to say I got very excited because there's a steam railway on the Isle of Wight, and
There is indeed,
I
yes.
thought that would be nice.
Yeah.
But it's quite funny. Once you're inside the train, it's like being on any other train.
Well, that is right. See,
So
when
I like looking at them.
Yeah, that's why when I go, although I always pay for a full line fare, but I'm a photographer, you know, I want to photograph the train and watch it rather than be on it. As here's the first ball of a new De Carey's over, which Brown plays back to the bowler, and Cook rather, and there's no run there.
So do you spend time at the Chapel and Wakescombe Railway Museum?
I've been there, but really and truly, I love express engines.
Right.
And it's a small line that wouldn't have them. As De Carey's is in, bowls, and the ball is played to mid-on for no run. There's a kick in the tail from Jeff. He says, however, knowing how popular the 100 is with Gloucester followers, I trust Don will spend at least an hour talking about that.
We'll pass that on to Don.
Thanks, Jeff. Brilliant stuff as ever. De Carey's is in bowls, and the ball's played out into the covers, and 16 for no wicket. Just to finish off, if I may address a question to you, Jeff, I have an idea you might be going to the Severn Valley Railway Gala next week, and if so, and you have any idea what I look like, to make our acquaintance for the first time actually meeting. I know you've been to the Severn Valley Railway Gala before. Next ball is played up to Silly Point, and there's no run there. Sam Robson.
Will you be wearing one of your shirts?
I probably will actually, yes. There may be a pullover over it if it's much chillier weather than this. Next ball is played back to the bowler, and Essex are 16 for no wicket, leading by 125 on first innings, make that 141 in total.
Well, look out then for the most exotic shirt being worn at the
yes, good
event.
Call that. Yes, here is De Carey's in, bowls, and ball is again pushed up to Silly Point. The over ends, a decent over from De Carey's, but whereas in the first innings, from the point at which Essex had started to lose wickets, he just looked endlessly like continuing to take them. At the moment, the ball's not really turning for him, and Cook and Brown, who are both good players of spin, when Essex go to Taunton, which always takes turn, it always goes the same way. The first three, Cook, Brown and Wesley, can all play spin bowling with aplomb, and then once the second wicket falls, they're in big trouble.
Ding, 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 yes. Oh, it wasn't that dissimilar in the first innings in this match, was it? It was, apart from Matt Critchley and Adam Rossington chipping in after the first two went, 59 and 58 for Essex.
Yes, and when I interviewed Nick Brown yesterday evening at the close of play, he was saying how important that last wicket stand was that took Essex to the psychological target of 300.
And that's just slightly over-pitched by Ethan Bamber, and despite Toby Rowland-Jones diving and getting a hand on it, he can't stop it making its way to the boundary. It was a good effort, but lovely shot from Nick Brown. He was just on that over-pitch delivery so quickly, and a lovely straight drive for four.
It was, and Nick Brown, he's a very powerful man, and he hits the ball as hard as any of the Essex players, even though he's not necessarily noted for it, because he, for the most part, plays as he believes an opener should, defensively, as this ball runs a few yards down behind the wicket, which isn't for a moment to say he doesn't enjoy scoring the runs he gets, but he's not immediately going to be the player you'd sort of most associate with big hitting in the Essex side, but keeping the ball on the ground, he can give this ball a terrific amount of power, and this is evidenced by the number of times I've seen a fielder get a hand to the ball and it still goes through for four, which isn't true of all the players, regardless of which side they're playing for. Here's the next delivery from Bamber, and this is flicked off the pads nonchalantly by Brown for a single. 21 for no wicket in the 7th over. Overall lead 146. Brown has 11 and Cook 10. Welcome back to Don Topley.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Delighted to be back. Continued sunshine here. Beautiful day. Gosh, we've been exposed in the front row here.
We have, although I've found it, I don't know about you, a little bit less oppressive than yesterday. Just a little bit more of a sense of breeze.
It's because Kevin's not here.
That's right, yes. We'll bring this up with him tomorrow. Good delivery here. Play and a miss from Alistair Cook. And the ball goes through past the outside edge to wicketkeeper John Simpson. Score remaining at 21 for no wicket. So a little bit of help there for the seamers, but not the impression from the Middlesex seamers that was achieved by Porter in particular and Cook in general at the start of play this morning. Once again, Bamber rushing in from Hayes close end, and Cook, it's not where he was aiming it, but it's gone for 4 runs down to the third man boundary. He was looking to play that much squarer, but it still produces the 4 runs for him, as the applause will confirm. 25 for no wicket. Cook passes Brown, 14 plays 11.
Yeah, slightly flirting at it, but he was safe. Found a gap. 21 runs to add to their lead. They're going to bat for as long as they can, I suspect tomorrow. Maybe tea time, maybe give the opportunity to have a bowl again either side of tea. Make Middlesex pay and stay out there in the sunshine. Another decent forecast tomorrow, maybe fractionally hotter.
Yes, perish the thought. The sun actually this afternoon is a bit more hazy than it was yesterday, which helps as Cook plays the next delivery straight to square leg. Luke Holman sends a nice throw into John Simpson, and that ends the Bamber over and sees Essex looking to build on their first innings lead of 125, 21 for no wicket. Actually, just a moment, the board does say 21, but it should be 25.
Yeah.
Lead of 150.
You've read out some of the questions on...
all of them, yes.
Yes.
Do keep them coming, bbcsxcricket@gmail.com.
We've got a couple of tweets, and one in particular from Mr. Tim Spelling, who's been enjoying the commentary. He is in Wivenhoe, where he's been painting his daughter's shed, a lovely willow colour green.
What a lovely image.
In Wivenhoe.
Yeah.
Enjoying the commentary. Probably, is your shirt a willow green?
I think we could get away with that to people listening but not seeing anything.
De Carey's bowls, and this is clipped by Brown into the leg side, but well fielded at mid-wicket. No run. I should imagine he'll have a hat on.
Yes, you would think so.
Exposed to the sun for too long today. De Carey's bowls, good delivery. This is an inside edge that goes down too short. Fine leg where they take a single. Brown gets off strike, 26 without loss. Did bring back a memory of my playing career in terms of playing abroad. When he used to play in South Africa, the real strong heat and sun. As De Carey's comes round the wicket, this time to Cook, who smashes it into the Silly Point's boots or shin pads, and it ricochets off into the cover. No run. You can play one day like this, great. It's very hot, but to play 4 days in this heat, it really does zap you.
You're quite right.
And this time De Carey's bowls, and it's played a little squarer this time. Misses all the fielders, but goes out to the boundary defender in front of the pavilion on the large acreage that is the left-hander's offside. One more run to Cook.
Even for spectators.
Yes.
Sitting out in this, first day, not easy, but you get through it. And second day, you begin to toil a little bit, I think, and ever more so.
3-4 days, and players are exactly the same as this time. Brown goes back to De Carey's and plays into the leg side, no run. De Carey's, a couple of strides, passes the umpire. Bowls. This is now played into the leg side where Brown takes a single. It beats the man under the lid on the leg side, and deep square leg has to come in and collect the ball. Meanwhile, Cook has taken the single. Brown is going to keep the strike, and Essex have moved on to 28 without loss. Durban was very humid, I remember those days. Johannesburg used to get you get a day like this, but then in the Highveld you could get a thunderstorm in the afternoon. Cape Town, if there isn't much of a breeze, so, you know, you could get breeze in Cape Town, but if you didn't get breeze, gosh, it used to be stifling. But in the UK, if we get days like this, it's often humid as
You're
well,
right,
isn't it?
yeah. There is, thankfully, to be fair, a discernible breeze today, which wasn't always apparent yesterday. We get the odd sense of a breeze and the occasional real sudden gust of wind almost.
But we're not moaning.
No, but today you can sort of feel some fresh air about. So I found it less oppressive than yesterday. And let me just check the watch. Yes, in about 10 minutes' time I'll be doing an update into the BBC Essex 4 o'clock news bulletin.
Some of these bucket seats around the ground, I'm sure if you sat on them with bare legs, God, I bet they're boiling.
Yeah, no, quite right. Here's the first ball of a new over from Ethan Bamber from the Hayes close end, bowling as enthusiastically as is his trademark, but not finding this pitch anything like as agreeable to him as Jamie Porter did. I was just saying, Don, was talking to Guy, that not the least of the advantages of Essex when they're playing here, they've got a very settled side, and their bowlers sort of know every inch of the pitch, and you know, they are experts at bowling on this strip. As here's the next ball, and it goes through outside off stump. And when I say this strip, I don't mean the particular pitch here, but just pitches here. They sort of kind of have the route map to it.
Yeah, very much so, and it's a bit like Middlesex when you play at Lord's. You've got the slopes to work with at the nursery end or the pavilion end. Here the slopes are very different again. All over cricket you've got Hove. The home side get used to those Hove slopes, or Headingley, you know, and Essex here, our bowlers are used to those ends.
Bamber's in, bowls to Brown, plays it carefully back to the bowler.
And of course in Australia and South Africa you don't have slopes because all their cricket grounds are on what I call flat surfaces. It's only in England.
Yeah.
West Indies don't have them. Maybe the odd one in New Zealand, but generally speaking in England you can think of the counties that do have some slopes. But Headingley, Chelmsford, Canterbury as well has its own unique slope there.
Yeah, no, very, very true. As Bamber's in bowls, Brown turns it to mid-on for no run, 28 for no wicket, lead of 153. Yes, that's a very good point, because it's the ultimate uniqueness, I think, of county cricket, the number of different challenges you have to face, particularly in the days when there was a lot more outground cricket as well. You had to be ready to play on anything.
Yeah.
And it's good, you know, it's good education. It's why a lot of other countries have been quite pleased for their best players to be hired to come and play for counties here, because it's all improving increasing their experience. And here, a lovely shot from Nick Brown. It's as good as anything we've seen in the match so far. A glorious off drive that just beat the sprawling figure of. Just looking to see who that was.
Davies?
No, it isn't. It's Mark Stoneman. I should know by now. It was he dived to his right, almost managed to get a hand to it, but couldn't. But that was a terrific hit, beautifully timed. 32 for no wicket.
Yeah, genuine little bit of width, quite full, and he gave it the full kitchen sink there. It was a really good looking shot from Nick Brown.
Just the two slips in now. Bamber around the wicket to him. Oh, well, that's almost a bit of revenge there. That's well bowled by Bamber. No, it's nicked off the edge.
Fell short.
Brown did quite well in one way, and at the last minute he knew that he wasn't in the right place and just tried to take the bat away, which meant that the ball went to ground a little bit sooner than it might otherwise have done, and went downwards rather than upwards. So he gets away with it, but a good rally that from Bamber, having been hit for 4 gloriously from the ball before. He almost had his man. Again, the snag might have been done, even if the ball had gone in the air. It would have carried very low indeed if it carried at all. Wouldn't have been an easy catch. And Chelmsford is by and large a pitch, or the pitches here, the ball does keep low. 32 for none, and the overall lead is therefore 157.
De Kerry's, no, it's not. It's Holman, I think. Actually, let me have a look. No, De Kerry's.
No, it is De Kerry. But funny you should mention that, because I was just thinking that with De Kerry's not quite looking as dangerous as he did in the first innings, I would give Holman a few overs now, partly to give De Kerry's a rest.
De Kerry's wipes his brow. He's going to be hot. He's coming round the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook. In he comes, passes the umpire, bowls, slowish off-spinning delivery, which is smothered by Cook with a slightly open-face bat into the offside no run. Hazy sunshine, not a cloud in the sky. Sun burning down on us on the whole of the United Kingdom. Best part of sort of 26, 27 degrees. Going to get hotter during the course of this week. This time a little quicker. This time Cook comes forward and just plays the ball back towards the bowler. No run. Mid-off does the fielding.
Our email from Jeff Lennon suggests that you were going to be in Bristol tomorrow.
I am indeed. What does he say?
Well, he can't be there because he's watching a steam engine go over the Dawlish Wall.
Dawlish Wall, where's that?
It is on the south coast.
De Kerry's bowls, plays with an open-face bat, and Cook gets a quick single, goes all the way out to the boundary defender in front of the pavilion. There is one run, and Brown is now on strike.
Yeah, South Devon coast.
He's down there, gone to look at some...
If you get down to Exeter at the end of the M5, you then, if you follow the signs carefully, go past the Exeter rugby ground and get onto the Dawlish Road. Lovely area.
This time he comes forward, good delivery, which Brown respects and plays back to De Kerry's dot ball. Well, I'm down in Bristol at 11 o'clock. I have an appointment with the Walkers and Talkers, which is a group, mental well-being in particular, which has been initiated by Andy Brassington, the former Gloucestershire wicket-keeper. This ball has turned, it's gone wide of the keeper, it's in fact been parried by the keeper, courtesy of first slip, and it's gone out to backward. Really, it's gone to short third man where Essex don't play a shot and there is no single, so a dot ball, 33 without loss. So early start to Bristol tomorrow as De Kerry's bowls, clipped off his legs, goes straight to the fielder, no run, end of the over, 33 without loss. So Andy Brassington, who played in that Abbas prior to, he was the wicketkeeper before Jack Russell. He was one of my wicketkeepers actually back in my early days when I trialled at Gloucestershire. And one of the most lovely human beings on the cricket circuit. He runs a company that's in corporate hospitality at sporting events, and he has initiated this mental well-being group. So a whole group of about 100 to 200 people meet every Wednesday, and he invites guest speakers. Last week it was Bobby Gould.
Yeah,
football manager, father of Richard Gould.
I've interviewed Bobby Gould.
Have you? Why?
And the difficulty was getting him to shut up and let me ask the next question. But a great guy.
He was very popular.
Yeah.
Lots attended that meeting last Wednesday. So every Wednesday at the Seat Stadium at Bristol, the old Neville Ground at Gloucestershire, they lost today, didn't they? So maybe a few fans have gone back from the Leicester Ground. Maybe they're going to come and have a listen tomorrow. But it's I'm so looking forward to meeting the people in this group. It's all about mental well-being and making sure these people have the opportunity to listen to people from the world of sport. It's great.
As first ball of a new over, Cook has played for a single. Ryan Higgins has taken over from Ethan Bamber, and they pick up a single there. The score moves along to 34 for no wicket, and former England captain up to 17. The overall lead up to 159. Going into the BBC Essex News in just a couple of minutes.
I think I'll be probably back to normal in
Higgins, who made the top scoring 44 with the bat for Middlesex in 179 all out, meant they trailed by 125. Fair recovery though from 25 for 4 early this morning as Brown plays the next ball back to Higgins, and there's no change to the score.
To effectively file for bankruptcy, as with a number of others, including Conservative controlled Thurrock last December. It's issued a
What time did we finish last night, do you think?
Just slightly after 5:30. I think it'll be later tonight.
Called an unofficial spending freeze in June after it revealed a £760 million equal pay bill. Well, it's attempted to resolve it.
Here comes the next delivery, and Brown has played to mid-wicket, slight misfield, and they don't take a single. Never run on a misfield goes the maxim, and score remaining at 34 for no wicket. We've got an email from Andy in Selby in North Yorkshire.
Famous for the power station.
And he says, hello Paul and Don. Just on the subject of Porter and Cook for England, players that are as accurate and skilled as these two would be brilliant for England. Their skill would certainly frustrate international batters and I believe make up for a missing half yard of pace. Keep up the good commentary. We'll have a word or two to say about that in a moment. Andy, thank you for your email. Brown plays the ball into the offside for no run. We'll leave it just a minute or two because we're waiting to go into the news.
26 overs left of the evening.
Yes, it's well, I don't think we're going to be doing a lot of overtime, but a little bit. Here we go. Going into the news bulletin now. Yes, very good afternoon. Wonderful day here in Essex. I've enjoyed the better of it for sure. They didn't last long before they were bowled out for 304 this morning. Careys with a brilliant 8 for 106. But immediately Porter had 3 wickets down as Middlesex slumped to 25 for 4 before a partial recovery to 179 all out. Ryan Higgins top score with 44, but Jamie Porter, who got 6 wickets in the reverse fixture at Lord's in an innings, repeated the trick here with almost identical figures, finishing with 6 for 34. Sam Cook not quite at his best, but still pretty effective, 3 for 43. Harmer strangely had to wait to the 21st of his 22 overs finally to get a wicket, 1 for 73. At the moment Essex batting again, leading by 125, a 34 for no wicket.
And you can hear commentary on Essex versus Middlesex.
And nothing to report from the last ball of the over there. 34 for no wicket, a lead of 159, 17 Cook and 11 to Brown.
Good report that.
Thank you.
The parish of Essex, maybe just into Suffolk.
Oh yeah, a lot of supporters. People in Norfolk certainly.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, just on Andy's point with his email, I think what's delayed any international recognition for Cook and Porter is that you've already got 2 unbeatable bowlers in Anderson and Broad, over 1,200 test wickets between them.
Yep.
So you're not going to knock them out of the way, but Broad has retired, Anderson doesn't look quite what he was.
De Gary's right arm round the wicket. This time it's played by Cook with an open face bat that misses the man at Silly Point, and there is no run. Good bit of bowling.
So certainly Porter and Cook in particular, I think, will be fairly near the top of the list for those who might replace certainly Stuart Broad and eventually Jimmy Anderson.
De Gary's again. This is, well, it's come off the face of the bat, but it's gone. He's opened the face and allowed to play off. Not against the spin, but with the spin. Gone to backward point, no run. De Gary's again. This time it's left alone. Cook doesn't play the cut shot, just allows it to go through to the keeper, no run.
The England selectors love nothing more than a 90-mile-an-hour bowler, which neither Cook or Porter will ever be. But it's the medium pacers who end up with the most wickets.
And a bit of air. It's driven on the half volley out to Rocky Stoneman, as his nickname is, in the covers. No run. Yeah, I mean, who are they going to be competing with? The lad from Yorkshire, Seamer, he's played Test cricket in the West Indies recently, a couple of years ago. You've got Gus Atkinson. I know they like.
Yeah, well, quite rightly. He seems to be able to get up to 90 miles an hour with very little effort, and whereas nearly all the 90 mile an hour brigade can only stay fit for a couple of games here or there, I think Atkinson might well be able to be regularly available.
De Keris Bowles plays with an excellent forward defensive there to conclude a good over from De Keris, and indeed Sir Alistair Cook has played that nicely. He's on 17 along with his partner Nick Brown on 17, and the score without any extras in this Essex second innings, well, if you put 17 and 17 together you get 34.
What I've particularly enjoyed about Atkinson, watching him on in the 100 recently, is how laid back he is and calm.
Yes, he is.
You know, I like that. He doesn't waste an ounce of energy out there. He also fields very, very enthusiastically as well. And he's not a complete banana with the bat.
No, correct.
So he's a lot to recommend him. And you know, I watched him the other day and they said, yeah, first ball that he bowled 77 miles an hour, second ball 95. And I thought, crikey, there was no obvious difference in the action, really.
I actually know him pretty well because of Reese.
Is it me or is it you? I can't remember.
It's you.
Yeah. First ball played to mid-wicket by Nick Brown and score remaining 34 for none.
Reese has sort of kept an eye on him, mentored him, actually. It was very, very sad. He lost his mother 18 months ago in a car crash.
Oh,
but
awful.
He is a delightful lad. Quite unemotional.
Yeah.
Yeah, he takes it in his stride.
Yes, he's not a big smiler.
No, he isn't.
Not a big celebrator.
Yes, we do talk about that, funny enough.
As the next ball beautifully clipped off the pads, that's going out towards the mid-wicket boundary, and they get back for 2. Score go up to 36 for no wicket.
And what a lot of people are not aware is Gus Atkinson, he grew up playing Surrey under-14s in the pathway along with Will Jacks and Sam Curran. So it was very appropriate for England to allow Sam Curran to present Gus his England T20 cap, along with Will Jacks being there as well. It was quite a nice little moment.
It was, and of course he took 4 for 20 on debut. What a great start, and 2 wickets in his next match, as this next one is hammered away. That's another very good shot, and Brown's in very good nick, I must say. No pun intended there, sorry, that sounded awful. Brown in very good nick. I worked all night on that. Yes. But he's hit the ball with great timing and power out there, not just today but yesterday as well, when he top scored with 59, and he absolutely blasted that to the cover boundary, moves up to 23 and scored to 40 for no wicket.
Yeah, so I think as long as he can stay fit, he's about 25 years old, I think.
Yes, he's not sort of a complete youngster. He's sort of just the right sort of age, really, to start considering for international cricket. Brown plays the next ball for no run out to Holden in the offside. But as I say, what I do like about him, he doesn't look as if he's straining every sinew when he bowls at 90 miles an hour, and that's a great attribute.
It is. Other competitors for Porter and Cook will be Potts, Carse.
Carse is quite impressive.
Father was James Carse, who played for Northamptonshire back in the early 80s.
Here's the ball flicked off the pads. This is quite an expensive over from Higgins, and Brown just picks up the 1 run through long leg, scored a 41 for no wicket, and Brown moves up to 25, so Essex leading by 125, are now 167 in front.
Yeah, James Carse, father of Bryden Carse, played for Northamptonshire as an overseas player. He came from Eastern Province, Port Elizabeth. And then you also had Spook Hanley. Rupert Hanley played for Northamptonshire.
Lovely nickname, Spook, as this ball is played out into the covers.
Today's a very fine artist in South Africa.
So Josh Tongue would be another name that we haven't mentioned. Email from John Riches. He says, I was at the ground yesterday, but am enjoying your commentary today on live stream. My impression is that although Yadav is an excellent test bowler, there is a certain length to bowl at Chelmsford, bowled by Porter and Cook, which has not yet been mastered by this test bowler. A slightly fuller length, perhaps? Good point you make, actually, John.
Maybe.
That's very percipient of you.
He was an enforcer in the Indian test side, and he does bowl, you know. Yes, he would probably like to pitch it up a little bit more, but Dougie Bracewell was sort of that type of bowler as well, who would bang it in. Test cricket is a very different game to county cricket. Josh Carey's on his way in from the River End. He bowls this turns a little bit, but Brown plays it with soft hands, so it goes out into the offside, and there is no concern with that delivery. Well bowled, well played. 41 for no wicket. Slip and a back pad on the leg side. This time it's turning a little bit, then it's going to go straighter of the man at 45, or short third man. He fields well and returns the ball. Essex take a single, brings Sir Alistair Cook onto strike.
Yes, I mean, obviously in county cricket, or should we say in test cricket, you're always looking to make a fairly immediate impact. In county cricket, I think you've got to be a lot more patient and play the long game.
The Careys to Cook. Cook comes forward, plays into the leg side, takes a quick single, calls his partner through. He would be running to the danger end. Excellent calling from the former England cricket captain. And Nick Brown was very aware of the call and ran quickly too.
It's worth just noting in a generally low-scoring game that these two, between them in 2 innings, have now so far put on 166.
Very good. The Careys round the wicket now to Brown. Brown, soft hands, plays it back to the bowler, forward defensive. Yeah, so who are there other bowlers about?
Well, there's plenty of them, actually. There's no lack of nascent talent in county cricket, particularly in the bowling. I'm not quite so sure the options are that many with the batting.
Oh, this is turned, he's gone at it, and at the last minute looked to leave it, but I think it was a genuine play and miss as the ball bounced there against Brown.
That's the first time, I think, in the second innings De Careys has found a ball as good as that.
Little bit shorter, little bit quicker. Brown goes back, forces it into the offside. End of the over, 43 without loss. We've had 14 overs of this Essex second innings, and Cook has 18, Brown has 25.
Going to bring Guy back at the end of this over, if that's all right with Guy, and he will join Don Topley. Kevin Menhinnick, Cornish sounding name, but an Essex supporter, says, hello chaps, enjoying the informative and interesting commentary as always from my sunny garden on that edge of Ickworth Park near Bury St Edmunds.
Oh, good old Suffolk boy.
Yes, relay the conversation about Dan Lawrence. There is only one reason he's leaving Essex: money.
No.
Call me cynical.
No.
And Don will call you cynical if you give him the chance, Kevin.
Cynical.
But Surrey are the richest county in the country, and as a result attract the best players. I don't blame him, but let's be realistic. And he finishes, come on Essex.
Well, I certainly enjoy the last bit. I have to say, what was his first name?
Kevin.
Kevin, I'm afraid you are wrong. Honestly, you may not want to believe me, but Surrey are not paying any more than what Essex were going to.
So Cook gets a single from the first ball of a new Ryan Higgins over and takes his score along to 19. Brown has 25, scored a 44 for no wicket in the 15th over. Yes, I mean, for me, he had got a bit stale at Essex, and there are countless examples. I don't think it's fair to pick on him and say he's only going because of this, because, you know, there are countless examples of other players. Ryan Higgins, for example, Middlesex, left, had a few years with Gloucester, back to Middlesex, and as you say, it probably did him good to sort of have the break, go somewhere else for a bit, come back. You know, but lots of people will end their careers playing for more than one county.
Yes. Yes.
And you can get stale at a place. There's no two ways about that. As Higgins is in and bowls to Brown, that goes through outside off stump.
I can't remember, Paul, whether it was you or Guy, but we had a frank discussion about playing at the Oval in front of a big crowd, a modern stadium.
Yeah, it was me, I think.
Yeah, and then a decent wicket. The Oval has an enormous square that reaches across, and they play a lot of cricket in the middle. Where Essex have got 7 or 8 first team pitches across the middle, Surrey will have about 20. It's an entirely different opportunity.
And Brown takes a single as he finds enough of a gap into the offside to take the run. That will take the score up as Jack Davis was the fielder there to 45 for no wicket. Brown, who's, as I said, played very well in both innings here. He acknowledged when I interviewed him last night that he had his eyes on 100, and the reason why all the Essex players are wearing black armbands is sadly that Nick's father died recently, and I know he'd love to have 100 here. As it's Alistair Cook now facing Higgins in a bowl that goes through outside off stump. No change to the score.
Kevin, who wrote in and you read out his email, if he was asked, would you like to play in front of a modern stadium in front of 30,000, or do you want to play in a smaller stadium that needs a little bit of refurbishment here? Let's be honest. We're not a Taunton ground, are we? You know, we have to be a little bit honest.
And this ball is guided down for 4 runs, and once it went past the lone slip, there was going to be no stopping it. It was a deliberate run down by Cook. Might not have meant for it to go quite so fine, but take nothing away. He knows what he's doing, Sir Alistair, and it's 49 for no wicket. Cook up to 23, and the overall lead to 174.
Benefit system's changed, hasn't it?
Yes.
The taxman's involved,
Yeah.
which is understandable. Counties used to use the benefit system to try and keep you at the ground, keep you at the county to receive a benefit. Yet it was the paying public that contributed. It wasn't the club who paid into your benefit fund.
No.
They granted it, but it was the public who did.
Dot ball here as Cook just runs the ball into the offside. And a decent delivery, but not one that threatened to take his wicket. So Guy Swindles is now going to join Don Topway with Essex at, I thought it said 49 a moment ago. 45 for no wicket. We'll go by what it says on the board, meaning the lead is 170.
Yeah, the old benefit system really has been, it's best suggested as antiquated. Doesn't happen too often. It's rewarded for the odd person that survives 10 years as potentially a cap player. Sometimes players have the opportunity to have it earlier, but it doesn't happen as much as it used to happen. But you know, loyalty's a two-way thing, but I fully appreciate and understand that Dan Lawrence wants a new challenge in his career, and he wants to do it. We don't like to hear about it because it's Surrey allegedly poaching one of our players, but he wants to go there. He wants to have a new challenge in his career. He wants the opportunity to try and get in to the England side. Welcome back, Guy.
Thanks, Don.
I've made myself a little bit unpopular with the odd email
There'll
today.
probably be a few emails flying your way. Yeah.
This is driven into the hands of Josh Dekeris on his follow-through.
I think you're exactly right logically, except with my fans' head on.
It's the emotion, the romanticism, isn't it? He's one of ours.
Correct.
But this is played into the leg side. There is no run.
And the other thing is, unlike football, where if an England international was moving to a bigger club, you'd get a lot of cash. You don't in cricket.
No, you don't.
So again, that is more painful.
Oh, there's an LW shout. It may have been bat first, inside edge onto pad. There was a hint of an appeal, but they didn't follow through. Both keeper and bowler not out.
I think you're exactly right about the inside edge. Josh Dekeris looked around because he knew something had happened that would not make it LBW.
Nice loop there. This is played on the front foot, back into the offside where the Middlesex Silly Point is fielding. Fields well bowled. Good over so far. Nice bit of loop too. De Keres is in, driven down the ground, back to the bowler, quite full. His eyes lit up a little bit, did Brown. It was very full. Good bowling.
Now he's bowled very tidily, hasn't he, without the drama of the first innings.
De Keres in, this is driven into the offside. Brown calls his partner Cook through for a quick single, goes wide, squarer of mid-off, an easy single, end of a good over, but Brown keeps the strike, and Essex have moved on to, I think it is 50 now, with Brown 24 and 27, I think Brown, and 23 for Cook.
Absolutely, still waiting for our first extra. Just some scores elsewhere. Hampshire, of course, who can still have quite a say in where the title might go this season. They have set Somerset 502 to win. They're 27 for 1, so they require another 475 with 9 wickets remaining. So I think Hampshire might be on their way to victory there.
Cider might be off tonight.
Indeed. Northants, who are, of course, will do very well indeed now to miss being relegated straight back down. They're 232 all out. Lancashire, they made 524, and Northants 144 for 4 in their second innings, still 148 runs behind, with just 6 wickets remaining. We know that Surrey beat Warwickshire by an innings and 97 runs, and we know that here Essex lead Middlesex by 174 runs with 10 wickets in hand. We'll move on to the second division in a second.
Derbyshire was struggling at Scarborough, I think.
Toby
Roland Jones in.
Is it me or you?
It's you.
Yes,
I was taking De Keres.
That's right. And that is immediately off the leg. And I just mentioned that there hadn't been an extra, now we have 4 of them. 4 leg byes. Toby Rowland-Jones just straying onto the leg-ish side, and it comes off the pad of Nick Brown and goes all the way to the boundary for 4. Leicestershire, who still have hopes themselves of being promoted, have got a game in hand on the second place county. They've beaten Gloucestershire by 8 wickets. Set 168, they got there just for 2, the loss of 2. And that's punched on the back foot by Brown up to mid-off. There'll be no run. Worcestershire, well, they will stay in second place despite Leicestershire having that game in hand because they have beaten Glamorgan by 80 runs. Glamorgan all out for 179 in their second innings. Yorkshire and Derbyshire. Derbyshire require 552 to win this one. More. So that's quicker than we'd seen so far, and that beats the tentative prod of Nick Brown outside off stump. Yorkshire made 520 for 9 in their second innings. Derbyshire chasing that 571 they need to win, a 19 without loss. And also here on Radio 5 Sports Extra, we've got an international T20 coming your way at 5:45 this evening. It's going to be touch and go whether we finish here in time, I think, for that, but let's hope we do. So it all plays seamlessly for you here on Radio 5 Sports Extra, as well as BBC London and BBC Essex, of course, and that is played much more comfortably on this occasion by Brown up to mid-off, and there is no run.
And England, well, they're 2-1 up with 1 to play.
They are.
They played
after
very nicely for 2 games.
And then they got whooped.
Durham and Old Trafford, and then got whooped at Edgbaston and playing at Trent Bridge tonight. That's a nice facility to play.
That would be a good
cricket.
atmosphere. Yeah, that would be a cracking atmosphere as that is played again defensively up to mid-off. There is much applause and cheers from the Middlesex players on this effort from Toby Rowland-Jones.
I'm really interested in the ODIs, which start on Friday at Cardiff, Southampton, I think it's Oval, and then Lords. I'm really interested to see how many attend the ODI at Cardiff on Friday.
Yeah. Particularly with this, we're heading for the 50 over World Cup, of course, and that's played up. And in fact, yes, I'm going to be at Trent Bridge because England are playing Ireland in a 50 over match there as well on end of the month, 23rd. I think.
Ireland?
Yeah.
They are, aren't they? Now, the interesting thing is whether the World Cup players are going to be available for those Ireland games or whether they're about to fly, because I know they go and fly to India and then they play some friendlies out in India.
Yeah. Well,
So
it'd be silly if they're going into a World Cup and don't play those matches.
Yep.
So I assume that is why Ireland have been dragged in. Can we have some more practice, please? And it's a great opportunity. Trent Bridge missed out on a test this year, so a few extra one-day internationals would certainly help boost the
So
Nottinghamshire coffers.
You're there for the Ireland ODI.
I am, yeah. Which I'm looking forward to.
I think they're day games, aren't they?
Yes,
I think they
starts
are.
at 11 in the morning.
Where the games this week are 12 o'clock or 12:30.
So day-nights now.
Yes.
Yep.
This is De Carey's bowls and it's played into the offside no run. All quite quiet with Cook and Brown. 54 without loss. We're in the 18th over. De Carey's continue to bowl. What a marathon opportunity it is for him. There's a nice loop there. Not bowled particularly quick. Not to forget that he got 8 wickets in the first innings.
I know. When will he now have another chance for a 10-wicket match?
Yeah, 10-wicket
as good as this.
That's very much a stat benchmark for a bowler's career. This is played into the offside and there is no run.
Who was I looking at? Oh, it was Simon Harmers. And he has 14 10-wicket matches in his first-class career.
Incredible. This is turned. They've gone up for an appeal, but I think he's taken the bails off and gone up for the catch.
Yeah, Simpson liked something about it. You're right, or everything about it. He thought he was out in some shape or form.
Well taken. John Simpson, it's in fact, I've been reminded it's his benefit year. We were talking about benefits at Middlesex, and this played in the offside no run. The last Essex person to have a benefit was 2015, Ravi Bopara.
Ah,
yeah.
Who was an excellent servant for
He was
Essex
indeed.
for so long.
Thank you, Mr. Mutu, for that information. This is played into the offside no run. All very quiet, as we said. 54 without loss. 27 to Brown, 23 to Cook. Both these guys are not in a hurry. Essex are not in a hurry. They're going to play their way. Other players would have come in and looked to be a bit more positive, but Cook and Brown aren't like that. Essex are very happy for them to play their natural way.
They're scoring at 3 and over, exactly.
Yep.
They've got 2 days of glorious weather after this, so there's no hurry.
And most importantly, they're giving their bowlers a rest.
Yes.
A rest.
I remember the England bowlers always used to say that about if Alistair Cook had got in, then Jimmy Anderson feet up, thanks very much. As in again comes Toby Rowland-Jones, who is keeping these two very much on their toes. He started with a maiden. There were 4-leg byes, but they won't go against his total. And the skipper bringing himself on quite late in proceedings. Certainly I was surprised to see Higgins come on ahead of Toby Rowland-Jones, who has had a pretty good season. He's taken 25 wickets at 32, including 7 for 61. Was that? I think he might have even been against Essex right at the beginning of the season. Check that. Well,
I've got to announce a couple of winners in a minute. You'll be interested with this.
I am interested, always interested in winners, as that is played very late and very nicely, in fact, by Brown, but sadly for him, straight to the man at backward point, no run.
We heard from Mr. Tim Spelling, who was painting his daughter's garden shed, Willow Green, this afternoon, and he reminds me that Colchester and East Essex came second in the Essex Premier League to Hornchurch, so well done to Hornchurch. Traditionally it's been someone like Brentwood who have done very well in the Essex League, but Colchester came second and Hornchurch are crowned champions.
Toby Rowland-Jones is in again, and that is played defensively. Now there are some more cricket going on. We should also, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy today. Central Sparks all out for 189. The Blaze in pursuit 134 for 7, so they need 56 to win from just under 19 overs with 3 wickets remaining. Northern Diamonds are 162 for 3, chasing 262 against the Southern Vipers, so they need 100 from 15.3 overs with 7 wickets remaining, and that is nicely played by Cook, who just dabs the ball past the single slip, and third man, who is finally in place, Paul will be pleased about that, keeps them down to a single. And we also have 2 results in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Thunder beat the South East Stars, Northern Thunder, by 6 wickets, chased down the 146 they needed in the 26th over, so a big win for them, 147 for 4. And then the Sunrisers, who of course are very well liked and well known in these parts. They also play here at Chelmsford, playing at Radlett today, and they beat Western Storm by 4 wickets. Western Storm 143 all out, Sunrisers got to 144 in the 34th over. I'm done for the time being. We can go back to your.
I've got another big celebration actually.
Oh,
it's that time of the cricket season. Lots of winners and losers, champions, maybe the odd teams relegated.
Here is a champion of the game, and that's Toby Rowland-Jones, but that is flicked very nicely by Alastair Cook off his legs into the vast expanse that is the leg side if you're a left-hander at the ground batting at this end, and they go through for 2 very easy runs.
In the heart of club cricket, in mid-Essex, Matching Green Cricket Club. Mr. Figg contacts us by email. He says, not many teams have done this, but we have achieved in the West Essex East Hertfordshire League. They've won the treble. They got the treble on Saturday, and he's not aware of any other team that's done that.
Wow, congratulations. And that is played defensively, back underneath the trailing boot of Toby Rowland-Jones, who allows it to go up to mid-on. That is the end of Toby Rowland-Jones' second over. He has 0 for 3 so far. Brown moves on to 28. Alastair Cook, 25, though he's faced 22 balls less than Brown, and they've taken the score on to 57, keeping it at 3 and over off 19.
In mid-July, they won the Herts and Essex Border League Cup, beating Bishop Stortford, that's their rivals, in the final. In early August they won the Boardman's Davies Cup, a long-standing cup competition for village teams in and around the region, and then they this Saturday they won and retained the
and which team is this again?
Matching Green. They're actually quite a very fun social cricket team.
I'll just say they're beating Bishop Stortford.
Yeah, they did.
Who are a big town. It is
the treble, to their knowledge, has never been achieved.
Well, after
before.
congratulations to Matching Green,
Mr. Figg and Matching Green. Well done to all. There'll be a celebration.
Isn't an expression you can use when you look at Paul's Hawaiian shirts.
De Carey's bowls play with soft hands on the front foot, plays into the silly point there, quite straight. Good position that in the eye line of Nick Brown. And he goes, De Carey's. It's tried a little touch round the corner, but unfortunately it's cannoned off his pads into the leg side. No chance of a dismissal, nor no run. 57 without loss. De Carey's round the wicket to Brown, who plays a stoic, really a solid forward defensive. You're not getting through that.
I'd like to say just bowling, changing his pace quite nicely, Josh De Carey's. That was a slower delivery, just to see if he could get a bit more purchase.
And he comes, a bit shorter. It's cut through the offside. They're going to take 1. Will they come back for 2? No. It's found the fielder towards the boundary on the large offside to the left-hander. 1 run.
Yeah, no. I have to say that Nick and Sir Alistair are not in a mad hurry to turn 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s. And why not? They're batting very comfortably and very well.
Silly point's been taken out. It's been put at short fine leg. 2 men round the bat to Cook now. De Carey's bowls, nice. Cook respects it. Back to the bowler, no run.
He's bowled very tidily. This is coming to the end of the 10th over, and he's none for 17 from. That's mightily impressive.
They're now changing it again. That short fine leg has been moved and he's collected the lid and gone back in to Silly Point. Will he be as straight for Brown as for Cook? Yes, he is. Cook awaiting. Bat is aloft. This is left alone. Could have cut it, but he left it alone. As Brown signals to the pavilion, he requires a drink. I'm sure both batsmen will have a drink now. In fact, everyone's having a drink as the umpires encourages the 12th men to come on with their drinks bottles, a towel, and whatever else they have. Some people have a banana, sweets.
Banana I get, there's
high potassium,
sugar, everything you need. Keep you going.
Tennis players are famous for the banana.
They do like a banana. Greg Rosetsky used to get through bananas. Who else? Boris Becker.
Well, again, through my son, I once knew a tennis player.
Did you have a life before Reece came along?
Yeah. Lena Svitolina. They dated for a little while, and I can remember.
Was she a banana fan?
She was, and we're not missing any cricket here.
No, there's drinks going on.
About.
Oh, bless you.
Sneeze.
Bless you, John.
But interestingly, we once went to a very famous hotel north of Colchester, and I said I'd pick them up, and I was late, and so Reece and Alina were a bit disappointed. And what happened was, they decided that, well, they would go and play tennis at this very famous hotel north of Colchester. So I was a bit late. I was about 45 minutes late, and I turned up there and I said, do you know where Reece is? And they said, yeah, he's playing tennis. I went, you what, playing tennis with Alina? Yes, he's playing tennis with. And would you believe they were just playing pat over the tennis court? Not really too competitive.
Yeah.
But each time Alina Svitolina hit the ball, whether it was forehand or backhand, she would grunt, as we hear tennis players do. And this was just nice little over the net and the tennis court. So I said to her, do you know, you're grunting after every ball? And she went, am I? Really remarkable.
How long did this relationship last after your grunting intervention?
Yeah, just under 2 years.
Okay.
Lovely girl. Both Julia and I were very fond of her. But and she did very well in Wimbledon this year.
She did, didn't she?
Yeah, got to the semi-finals.
Yeah. No, that was a really good story. That was quite the story this year.
It was actually. Obviously, it comes through Ukraine.
Yeah, that's right. And she had another very good run at Wimbledon, and then had been injured or a form had gone, and then suddenly, unseeded, she'd got through to the semis.
Yes. But all very interesting. Right. The players are back.
They are
towards their positions. The umpires are
who's talking
almost.
now.
It's yours
me.
from the top end.
And it is Toby Rowland-Jones, isn't it? Doing his best Gus Fraser impression as he walks up to the top of the mark.
I'd love a drinks break. Do you think we are allowed to send Paul out? Do you think he would do that? Is he a team man?
He's a team man, but I don't know about a team man.
The umpires are waving to our scorers next door.
Yep. Letting them know we're starting again. I got told off. I was on my mobile phone too close to the scorers earlier. They quite rightly told me to be quiet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, it's fair play.
Was it to your bank manager? Hey?
Yeah. We're on first name terms, absolutely. Toby Rowland-Jones is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Nick Brown, who begun that lengthy drink break by suggesting he might need to rehydrate. And he goes back on this occasion and plays it defensively out into the covers. No run.
Essex are just happy to just slowly pile on some runs, not in any quick fashion. They've had a good day, to be fair. They've got themselves a nice lead, but the seamers did well. Harmer only got the one wicket, but listen, Essex did well. Middlesex fought hard, but Essex came out on top so far.
They really did bowl well, and I was talking to the Middlesex fans who were sitting down in front of us as that ball is left by Brown to sail through to Simpson, the wicketkeeper, and they were pleased that they'd recovered from 25 for 4, which was pretty disastrous, to get up to 179. Once again, Ryan Higgins top scoring for Middlesex for the umpteenth time this season.
Bradders, Mike Bradburn, has been a little critical of me.
Oh dear.
No.
Oh, and that's a lovely shot. That is just spanked. There was a bit of width outside off stump, and Nick Brown said thank you very much, and just threaded it through the two fielders who were out there for that very shot, and gets warmly applauded for that boundary through the covers. What's he said?
Well, he says I'm exaggerating, somewhat, when suggesting the attraction of playing at Surrey is playing in front of 30,000. Is he serious? Well, OK, my apologies. 28,000. They've increased their attendance there. 28,000 they get for their T20s, and they get a good 26,000 for the 100. So I don't think I'm exaggerating too much.
This is a quicker delivery from Toby Rowland-Jones. It just hurries Brown up a little bit, but he manages to just about get bat on top of ball and play it back to the bowler.
He suggests it's a soulless venue when Surrey play a championship match at home. To suggest they get crowds of 30,000 people is laughable. Mike, I hope you're enjoying the commentary. We're splitting hairs to a degree. I think it's very fair why Dan Lawrence is going.
And that is wide outside off stump, and is cut away again by Nick Brown. This time he hasn't quite fully middled it, and there is a man who can run out and keep them down to just the 2. But this is turning out to be a decent over for Brown and indeed for Essex. And the lead is up to 189.
Martin Strong contacts us. He says, hi chaps, really enjoying the stream and the commentary today. Went yesterday, but decided against it today because it was too hot. Read the cricket. Best thing so far has been Nick Brown's return to form for Essex.
That's very nice. Oh, and that has just seen him caught behind.
Commentators.
Can't believe what's just happened.
Oh.
Nick Brown goes for a fine 35, just dabbed a little too far outside off stump. Toby Rowland-Jones has made the breakthrough. Simpson has taken the catch, and Essex have their first wicket down. And the moment he had hit it, he knew what he had done, Nick Brown. Just had a little fence outside off, and it only just carried to Simpson.
Shall I take the
I think you better take the heat.
For that?
Yeah, definitely.
Or should Martin Strong, because he was the one who's written into us. We've announced it.
You didn't have to read it.
He's the best thing that has so far has been Nick Brown's return to form. He's just been caught at the wicket. Not an entirely good season for him, but it's nice to see him back. He gets a lot of stick on social media, and I'm pleased to see him getting the top score in the first innings.
Yeah.
And he is a most able bat pad, not an easy position to fill. Also, he goes on regarding Sir Alistair Cook, talking to folk around the ground yesterday. He felt that they felt it was a 50-50 if he's going to retire at the end of the season. If he does call it a day, I hope he announces it as the season goes on, because we can give him a good send-off during the last home game, which is technically against Hampshire next week, because the last game of the season is away at Northampton. Keep up the good work, he says, Martin. Thank you very much for that email. Lovely to hear from you. Listen, if Sir Alistair Cook did retire, and I do not know, but if he did, I sincerely hope he doesn't. But do you know what? Essex would miss him hugely at the top of the order. He's still a fantastic player at this level, and Essex need him. That's my...
You heard that from Don Topley as Josh begins his latest over. Josh De Caires. And even with that Nick Brown dismissal just after you said great to see him back to form, he still has scored 94 runs in this match, so he's had a pretty good match.
De Caires bowls, and this is lapped by Cook, who takes 2 runs. It goes down to fine leg. There's a deep backward square who has to go and collect the ball. Cook now has made 27. De Caires in his 11th over.
Bowled unchanged from this river end.
3 men round the bat, he bowls. This is driven with a little bit of passion into the offside, goes out to the boundary fielder, beneath the player's boundary square of the wicket. 1 run to Cook brings Tom Wesley on to strike. He was out bowled, I think, in the first innings to De Caires.
He was.
I think that was one of the deliveries that we thought may have turned. He didn't. There was a little bit of turn outside off, not too much straight from De Caires in the first innings. I'm going to leave you. Would you like to continue the commentary?
Why don't I? I'll carry on the spin.
Would you?
Yeah,
Paul's going to come in.
And I'll switch seats so Paul
Okay, I'll just do this one ball.
You do this ball.
And it's De Caires to Wesley. 3 men round the bat. He bowls. Played off the back foot. Bit of an edge there. Out to short third man. Well, Wesley gets off strike. 1 more run. 68 for 1.
Josh De Caires then, continuing this mammoth spell, yet to take his first wicket in this second innings. As we keep saying, he took 8 in the first, so he's ahead on points as comes around the wicket to Alastair Cook, who plays him out nicely into the covers, and they actually go through for a single. Alastair Cook hasn't taken too many quick singles, but he fancied that one. So well played. Another one is added to the score. It goes up to 68 now. As Josh De Caires waits, Wesley is ready, the right-hander, and he looks to immediately drive expansively, but doesn't quite middle it, or indeed get the ball exactly where he wanted it to. It just goes up to Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-off, who then makes his way down to the other end, the Hayes close end, where he will bowl, having made the breakthrough in his last over. And Paul Newton will be your man, taking you through Toby Rowland-Jones' next over.
Yes, good to see you, Guy. And 2 things have helped us in the commentary today. One is that the sun has been hazier than it was yesterday, so there's not quite the brutal heat that we endured yesterday. And the other is that there's a more discernible breeze, which at this very moment, we can feel on our arms in a way we couldn't yesterday. So very grateful for that. 69 for 1, Nick Brown gone for 35, but Essex building a very useful lead all the time. It's now pushing up to 200, 194 in front. And again, an eventful day's cricket, an enjoyable day's cricket. It's gone more Essex's way than Middlesex, but for all that I thought Middlesex fought back well after a disastrous start with the bat. 25 for 4, eventually 179 all out, and they have stuck resolutely to the task throughout the game. But the fact remains that unless they can produce something rather special, they're only going to take 3 points from this game. They do have the advantage that when the game started they had a game in hand on Kent with a 3-point lead, as Cook plays the ball into the offside, and with Kent not playing in the current round, on my calculations, if Essex do go on to win the game, then from a Middlesex point of view they will have a 6-point lead over Kent with even number of games played and all to play for from there on. And we talk about who will be champion, but it's also always just as interesting who goes down, who just gets away with it.
Yeah, I think whoever just gets away with it this year has a chance to build next, and that's always the important thing.
And this one off the pad, goes down leg side. There's going to be no run. And if I remember rightly from last season, in that incredible finish between Hampshire and Warwickshire, it was Warwickshire who escaped from looking like certain to go down to Division 2 and have survived, and at one point this season even threatened that they were bang there in the title race, which they were in mid-July. They've sadly completely rather lost their form since then, because it was Yorkshire who went down instead and won't be going back up anytime soon, as this ball's edged by Cook, goes to ground well before reaching Robson in the slips. But moral victory for Toby Rowland-Jones. Score is 69 for 1.
He's bowled well since he finally brought himself into the attack. As I was saying to Don, I was slightly surprised that he bowled Ryan Higgins ahead of himself.
One of the potential shortcomings of having such a player as your captain is that the captains tend to under-bowl themselves, I find.
Yep.
As Rowland-Jones is in and bowls, and this goes by outside off stump, no run.
Yes, they must have bowled. Oh, excuse me. They must have bowled at each other. This is a Toby Rowland-Jones to Alastair Cook is something that must have happened quite a lot in both men's careers, I imagine.
Yeah, you were talking about Sir Alastair Cook in glowing terms a few minutes ago. Would he continue after this season? And I have it from the horse's mouth. This particular horse is called Anthony McGrath, Essex's head coach.
Yes.
And he smiled in his ways. An absolutely charming man, Anthony. Got all the time in the world for him as Toby Jones is in bowls, and Cook, a little bit of a leading edge there, I felt. Goes to mid-wicket, but safely along the ground, 69 for 1. And Anthony McGrath sort of said, we'll do what we always do. He and I will get together at the end of the season, and I will ask him if he wants to continue, and he will tell me. So beautifully put, and I'm sure that's how it's going to be. I would think that Cook, as you were mentioning a moment or two ago, has had a good enough season to say that he certainly shouldn't retire on the basis of no longer being good enough. He's still going to be up near the top of Essex's averages, as he was last year, and I believe as he will be next year if he continues. And it's that know-how that he has that's so vital. And quite often it's the 30s and 40s that are just as valuable in the long term as some of his bigger innings. Though, as you were mentioning, Guy, a few moments ago, with considerable accuracy, as here is Rowland-Jones bowling to Cook, who plays the ball to mid-off for no run. You mentioned the issue of his averages and how he would end up with at least 90 odd from this game. And the great thing I always love about good players who average near enough 50 is that, okay, you go to a game, he's out first ball, he's out for naught, and you turn around and someone says to you, I thought you were saying this bloke could bat. And you know perfectly well to stick to your guns, because if he's out, he averages 50 and he's out for naught. Next innings he's due a century, and it may not be in his very next innings, but you know that in the end a batsman with almost unfailing regularity conforms to his average.
Yeah, and as you rightly say, once he starts not to on a regular basis, that's when he kind of knows it's time to go. But I suppose Alastair Cook will be, he's averaging 36 this season rather than his career average 46, so he may feel, but he's still got a century, 550s, and well, in fact his average has gone up after this particular match, and he's scored over 750 runs again, so he's still doing a magnificent job for his team. As, talking of magnificent jobs for his team, Josh De Carey's is now able to go over the wicket, as he actually has a right-hander to bowl at, in the shape of Tom Westley. Another man who likes playing spin, however, and he just gives that little air, but Wesley's on it very quickly and swings it out. But there is a man, Luke Holman, out at deep mid-wicket, so they can go through for a single. Certainly there was a bit of life flashing in front of him for the man in at short leg as that sweep crashed somewhere near his helmet. He's now, however, gone to the other side, where he will, for the left-handed Alastair Cook, and De Carey's is coming round the wicket. And Cook gets a thickish outside edge that squirts away past slip. Wesley, whose call it was, says come on, because I'm going to the danger end, and they get through for a nice quick single for another run.
Did like that comment from Martin a few minutes ago on his email, saying that he was here yesterday but decided it was too hot today, and I sympathise with that. I must say it really is hot, even though the sun is a bit hazy today.
That's flicked into the leg side, and there is no run. And that's Wesley.
And he can always come tomorrow, you know. Maybe today he will have felt that he's recharged his batteries.
I don't think it's going to be terribly different tomorrow, looking at the forecast. As up on his toes, that's played defensively by Wesley, just down in front of his feet, and the man at short leg does the fielding.
But after a day off, I think he will feel refreshed.
Okay. Yes, and he'll have come to terms with the heat, because that will be day 3 of this little mini heat wave that we're having at the moment. Right arm over, down the wicket comes Wesley, and he drives it up to Ethan Bamber, who was set pretty far back at mid-on, so they can go through for another single. They took 3 of them in that over, and the score just moves on to 72 now for 1. Cook is 30 not out, Wesley 3 not out. De Carey's, well, he's bowled superbly. He's bowled, I think it's 14 overs, 0 for 25.
Yeah, he still kept an absolute lid on things, and this is what he did in the first innings. He didn't immediately take wickets at all. You know, up to lunch he'd come on in, I think it was the 9th over, and bowled through till lunch. Didn't have a wicket at lunch. So we could be potentially witnessing a period where before we get to the close of play tonight, he might really come into his own. And he's done a very good job, even without taking wickets, in only going at under 2 and over. We have a minimum 13 overs left on the day.
It is going to be touch and go, though, on Radio 5 Sports Extra, because they're going over to the England-New Zealand match at 5:45, so 13 overs in the next 48 minutes.
Very doable with a spin at one end, I think. Could be close, as you say, but it is only 4:57 at the moment. Toby Rowland-Jones, Hayes close end, bowls, and leave from Tom Wesley. 72 for 1. Probably a few members of this good second day crowd would like to see a few more shots being played, but that's not Essex's game here. They want to make absolutely sure that they're in a position at some point in the second half of tomorrow to set Middlesex a target they won't reach.
Absolutely right, and it's been a pretty entertaining day. We've had 12 wickets as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely, couldn't agree more. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Rowland-Jones bowls, and this is chiselled out by Wesley because it bounced awkwardly for him. He hadn't quite got a stride in, and so he very carefully and skillfully just let the ball bounce and dropped a dead bat over the top of it to squeeze it out into the covers.
Yes, he did well. It was well bowled again by Toby Rowland-Jones, who has, as I keep saying, bowled very, very nicely since he came into the attack, rotating the seam bowlers from one end while the spinner keeps going at the river end.
Rowland-Jones in, Wesley leaves, and score remaining at 72 for 1, leading by 197, and Essex would far rather be, should we say, in these 13 remaining overs, from 72 for 1, they'd far rather be 100 for 2 at the close of play than 130 for 4.
Yep. Absolutely right, absolutely right.
Here comes Rowland-Jones again. In and bowls, and forward comes Wesley and just angles the bat into the onside. Fieldsman comes off the far boundary, although it's not all that far on this occasion because the pitch is over to one side of the square, and they get through for a single, 73 for 1.
Yes, because of Wesley's preponderance for getting the ball onto the leg side, bowlers do get excited periodically.
Yes.
Think that he's in more trouble than he actually is, because that's the way he plays.
Though in fairness to bowlers, he has been known, to hit across a straight one and be plumb LBW or even bowled. As Rowland-Jones comes into the left-handed Alistair Cook. Plays it to mid-off. No run. And I think these players play a lot of percentage cricket. Cook very much plays with the air of a man who knows that every over he's still there. He will gradually accumulate, and he lets the runs come to him. You don't often see him out to a wild stroke.
Absolutely. He is looking around again to see who is where and what is occurring.
1 or 2 field changes here, as we're seeing a short extra put in for Cook, and maybe Middlesex have a cunning plan as Rowland-Jones bowls to Cook. Well, he's beaten by the next ball, and thought occurs that one of the reasons could be for the implementation of Max Holden at short extra is just to be in the eye line of the batsman a little bit and disturb him that way. Anyway, it sort of worked but didn't, in that the batsman was beaten by the remaining delivery of the over, but he's still there. 73 for 1.
Absolutely. And the extra helmet for the close fielder, Sam Robson. Robson goes and picks it up himself. He's also got pads on because he is the man in gun alley at short leg.
Delighted to hear again from Kevin Menhinnick, if only because I said Cornish sounding name.
Yes.
And he says, yes, Paul, you are correct. Menhinnick is indeed a Cornish name. My great-grandfather came up from Cornwall to farm in Ware, Herts. I used to know Ware quite well in the early days of my life when I lived at Bishop Stortford. And my grandfather bought Newland Hall near Roxwell, Chelmsford. Know Roxwell quite well. BBC Essex team have often gone for a fixtures meeting there in January when the fixtures have come out. Here's a decent delivery from
wasn't it?
De Carey's. Had the better of a pull shot from Wesley that he missed.
Yeah, he swung across the line, but De Carey's didn't get the wicket, but he's preparing again now, and it's up to the wicket and going back this time. Wesley, having come second on the last delivery, he just takes control back a little on the second.
He continues, both my father, my son and I all grew up in Chelmsford. We all played cricket for the old Chelmsfordians. I moved to Suffolk 27 years ago. If Toppers tells me Dan Lawrence isn't moving for the money, then I believe him! Exclamation mark.
Flicked out into the leg side, but Mark Stoneman is across very quickly as it takes a detour off the boot of Sam Robson, who's in close, no run.
Yes, thanks for your emails, Kevin. Great pleasure to hear from you. You say keep up the good work. I'm glad you're enjoying the commentaries.
Josh De Carey's right arm over to Wesley, and Wesley again looking to force it away on the leg side, but the man in at short mid-wicket, short mid-on position, Mark Stoneman, he hits it straight to him. Alastair Cook has that typical lean on the bat until he makes his way, and that's swept very nicely indeed by Wesley. He has placed that superbly. It'll only be 2 because Luke Holman, 1, is very good at getting round on the boundary, and 2, has an absolutely fantastic arm. And the applause was for Essex reaching 75 and a throw that came in from distance straight into the keeper's gloves.
Yeah, lovely work there, and it is a very long boundary, a good 80 yards out to our right.
No, he's got an absolutely terrific arm, Luke Coleman. And that's given a little more air by De Carey's. He's pitched up, but Wesley takes a big stride forward and just negates any chance of too much spin. 75 for 1 at the end of the over. 6 Tom Wesley has now, and Alastair Cook, after his first innings 58, is 30 not out in the second and doing exactly what Paul says.
Yeah, I'm very hopeful that Sir Alastair will continue for another couple of years. First and foremost, because he's good enough. Secondly, I don't think he's keeping anyone out of the side who's better than he is. I know we can talk about building for the future, but it's also useful to have experience. You can't just have nothing but up-and-coming youngsters making a team, as Roland Jones is in and bowls to Cook. Plays this to mid-on, and there's no run. Score remaining at 75 for 1. And I think as well, I'm pretty sure he only retired from Test cricket when he did, because he's got a young family, and at that time the third child was just about to emerge, and you know, I think he's a conscientious sort of a man. I think he probably felt it wasn't fair to keep going away during the winter and leaving his wife with all the hard work for 6 months of the year, whereas continuing to play for Essex, as here is the next delivery, and this ball again up to mid-on for no run. Whereas for Essex, he can travel daily, and often does, from his Bedfordshire home, often be here in, shall we say, something like an hour and a half, and be back home in time to help put the kids to bed. And it just suits him, I think, down to the ground. He's doing what he's always loved doing, but it's not so time consuming because he doesn't play white ball cricket either. We're basically talking about...
So he has August off, so school holidays with the kids.
That's right. We're just basically talking about 56 days a year, and even then 2 or 3 of those the game will be over inside 3 days. So just not much more than 50 days a year. That's great. As the next ball appeal for LBW as Cook plays no shot here, but umpire, it's now Russell Warren down at the Hayes Close end, is unmoved and seemed totally disinclined to raise the digit.
I can see why Toby Rowland-Jones was interested in that one, having seen the replay.
And yet the umpire never really gave you the impression he was interested.
Oof.
Yeah,
well,
take your point.
A couple have been given, and admittedly, the 2 that were given out were by Ian Blackwell. Russell Warren obviously has to be certain.
Rowland-Jones to Cook. Pleasant drive to mid-off, no run, good over this. Nearly had the wicket of former England captain, who has 30 out of a score of 75 for 1, and the lead is exactly 200.
That's what the applause was for. The knowledgeable crowd were applauding when the score hit 75, and of course that's right.
Well, I'll tell you what, after being fried in the sun for 2 days, I heard the round of applause and I just thought, I wonder what that was for. But I'm afraid I didn't move. I just thought, oh, never mind, it'll come to light eventually as Cook. Oh, he's edged that and it's gone down. A vain attempt from John Simpson, diving to his right, and it is 4 runs off the bat, and he could easily have been strangled there.
Inside edge off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. 79 for 1, 34 to Cook.
Well, what a good over this is from Toby Rowland-Jones. No luck at all. An LBW shout that was tight. Always, of course, give the batsman the benefit of the doubt. Absolutely right. But then to see Alistair Cook get an inside edge that missed the stumps and evaded John Simpson was rubbing a little bit of salt in the Rowland-Jones wounds.
Rowland-Jones comes in again to bowl to Cook, and he turns this again. He slightly grimaces as he plays the shot there as though he found some difficulty, and he plays it perfectly safely to mid-wicket along the ground. There is no run, and 79 for 1 at the end of the over. Brown out for 35, Cook 34 not out, and there'd have been a symmetry if those decisions had gone against Cook, or the catch not so much if the catch had been taken, he'd then have been out for 30. But Brown scored 1 more run than Cook in the first innings, 59 to 58, and if Cook had succumbed, it could be, or if he does now succumb without scoring another run, it will be the same story in the second innings.
So we are having a change after that wonderful long spell from Josh de Carey's. It's going to still be spin, bit of leg spin from Luke Holman.
Yeah, I think this is a good move. I'd have made it a little bit earlier, because no offence to the brilliant de Carey's at all, but I used to have the privilege in the cricket call days of commentating with Trevor Bailey, and Trevor Bailey would always say, not that Simon Harmer would agree, spinners do get tired as well, you know.
Yes, and he would have known, so yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Luke Holman coming on for Josh de Carey's, who I'm pretty sure we will see again, but just a little bit of a change of angle, leg rather than off spin.
I like Holman as a cricketer, I have to say. I haven't really come across him before. He's bowled well in the first innings for me, without a great deal of success, but I still think he bowled quite well.
Well, he's right arm over the wicket to Wesley, and Wesley is very respectfully forward and plays it back to the bowler. There is no run. No, he played very well last season, Luke Holman. Probably hasn't quite come on in the first division, perhaps as Middlesex would have hoped, but he's still a very handy man to have. He drops that short though, as happens with leg spinners on occasion, and Wesley swings it away, but his captain had a man out for that exact shot, and there is just the 1 run that they can take.
I also like the way Holman batted. Made 20. Yes. It's a pity he couldn't have taken it on a bit further, but I think he shaped nicely. And as you have been saying, you know, he's got a terrific arm on him in the outfield. Generally a very good fieldsman. Tall, be about 6'1" or 2. And yeah, I think there is a cricketer to be had there if all were to go well.
Yeah. I think he was. I'll just double check before I just lurch into this. Yes, he's yet another of the England under-19, former England under-19 players that Middlesex have a plethora of.
I know one scandalous stat going back about 30 years was that there was all this under-19 cricket, and after Nasser Hussein's generation of players, from which in Nasser's team 6 people went on to play for England, it was a double-figured number of years before anyone else graduated through that grade.
Well, you see, it's funny, you go through and that's flicked away nicely by Alistair Cook into the leg side. He's on it very quickly, and there may have been 2 there, but after a bit of a shall we, shan't we from the 2 batters, the very good throw comes in from the boundary, and probably wisely they decided to keep at 1. Ethan Bamber just moving his shoulder a little bit. He may be called into action again from the Hayes close end. Slightly quicker ball from Luke Holman, who runs to his right and does his own fielding. Doesn't have many fielders near him, so if he wants to stop the quick single, he is the man who has to go. It's just the man in at short leg, Sam Robson, slip, wicket keeper, but then everyone else is set pretty deep. And that is just flicked up to Ethan Bamber, who's deepish mid-on, and they can stroll through for us an easy single.
Yes, we've been saying before, you know, these 2 wouldn't be interested in quick singles. And it takes me back to a feature of the schoolboy cricket I used to run, when a fellow member of staff had this habit of coming along and watching my teams. We'll come back to that.
Again, it's flicked round the corner, and it was very close to the hands of the man in at Sam Robson at short leg, but it was hit very hard indeed and has gone for 4. What a good shot that was from Alistair Cook. He moves on to 39, the score up to 86, and the lead keeps growing as far as Essex are concerned.
Yeah, 211 at the moment. Yes, this member of staff, in a very stentorian voice, would stand on the boundary at the side and yell, "Run!" And of course these lads, you know, they're sort of vaguely brought up to do what we tell them to. And he actually succeeded in running out no fewer than 3 of my batsmen in this particular game. And to try and counter this, I took the whole team out of a lunchtime and spent a week of lunchtimes with me shouting "run" in the middle, and they're refusing to respond to this call. And it did work, I'm delighted to say, but it does show you that there are unforeseen pitfalls that particularly amongst the very young can lead to problems, as Toby Rowland-Jones embarks upon a new over from the Hayes close end. Doesn't get the line right here, and a comfortable lead for Wesley. Keep these emails coming. Michael Alexander says, thing is, Paul, he's not getting in the way of the youngsters who appear to be multi-format orientated. There is still a need for the experienced in county championship. And Mike's talking there about, you know, does Sir Alistair continue? Totally agree with you there, Michael, echoing the points I was making, that Alistair has said on interview, if the day ever comes when he thinks he is keeping a talented youngster out, he will retire. Toby Rowland-Jones is in bowls, and this ball is dropped into the offside and there is no run. And it's also true to say that of Essex's potential contenders for an opening spot, a guy called Josh Rymel was brilliant in the 50 over competition 2 seasons ago, but he just couldn't follow it up last season, and he had to be dropped halfway through this season. I do hope he regains his form, I hasten to add, but he did look a good player, but even he hasn't really gone on from there. So there's nobody particularly that you could say is an obvious opening batsman who would take his place. Kushi might, but then again, Kushi is pretty good in the middle order when he gets his turn. Wesley plays the next ball down to mid-off and there's no run.
Yes, I'm intrigued by your breaking of Pavlovian responses amongst your
Pavlov's dogs.
Your school children. Did they stop listening to you though after that? If you said stop, don't do that, boy, stop running. Did they just carry on because they were broken?
We didn't get that far, actually.
Okay.
As this next ball is played, bowler is Roland Jones, the batsman Wesley, down to mid-off. There's no run. One very amusing incident once was the boys were playing the staff, and I had a bit of an injury at the time, so I was umpiring. And my cricket captain, as Kevin Hand, makes an unexpected appearance in the box here. And I'm not sure who let him in, but we'll try and sort that out. But my captain, a quite wonderful boy, Tom Flannery was his name, as here is Roland Jones passes umpire Russell Warren from the Hayes Close, and glorious evening, and the sun shining ever more strongly now. It's not as hazy as it was. This ball goes through outside off stump, and Tom, having a wonderful sense of humour that he had, he was opening the batting, and he was starting to take his guard from me, and I said to him, Tom, do you want me to wear my glasses or not wear them? And he thought for a moment, and he said, I think you'd better wear them. First ball, plumb in front, out. He did see the funny side. I said, we all make mistakes. As, the next one is pushed into the offside and goes to backward point. There is no run. Score remaining at 86 for 1. But what's so important generally, and here's where I support Don's stance totally, not necessarily in terms of favouring the 100, but trying to do all he can, and he's done a hell of a lot to try and encourage youngsters to play the game, is that I don't want to bore people with the fine details, but I had experience 25 years later than the last game I took of most members of a particular team I took having a reason to gather together. It was actually for, sadly, one of them's funerals. But I was told by my contact that they'd never talked about anything else but the cricket, and regarded it as the highlight of their school life.
Oh,
and
how fantastic.
It does, and you know, Don puts in all these hours, all staff who can put in the time are doing an invaluable job. And it is true, people never really remember school days from the point of view of, I had a wonderful sort of maths lesson one afternoon. I certainly don't. But great sporting enjoyment is priceless.
Well, we'll carry on that in a second, because Luke Holman is now continuing to bowl from the river end, right arm over the wicket, his leg spin, which is good to see so many ex-cricketers going into teaching.
Yes,
this year
absolutely.
I've talked about it with Ricky Clark, Mark Ramprakash,
yep,
who have all gone back into teaching and are trying to bring through the next generation and teach kids to love cricket as well as other sports.
Well, one of the ones
who out in the leg side, no run.
One of the ones who wasn't at the funeral, because he's a teacher in Australia now, unbeknown to me, I used to do a report on every game. He, unbeknown to me, stereocopied them all.
As that's flicked very hard but straight at the fielder at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Alistair Cook nailed that one for nothing.
Yeah, it was a good bit of fielding, I thought, actually, because it bounced awkwardly, not in terms of nearly being a catch.
This time it's a very respectful stride forward by Alistair Cook, no run.
But he'd got copies of all these reports, and he sent a whole stash of them to the funeral to be read out, all the bits that involved the deceased, as it were. And yeah, it's just lovely to think that all those years later,
yes,
they clearly really enjoyed it and valued it. And I'm sure a lot of these now first-class cricketers have got medals in their drawers from trophies they won as schoolboys, and still value them.
Luke Holman in again, and that's brisk, and he turns his back on this one, Alistair Cook, and the ball eventually fires through. It's almost as if he lost sight of it for a second there.
Well, bring Don Topley back, Guy, if it's all right at the end of this over.
I was just looking at the stopwatch thinking it must be time, as that's flicked round the corner. Not entirely, in fact that's why it looked not entirely convincing, because it came off the pad. It is 4 leg byes. Alistair Cook's pad was involved. He is on 39, Wesley is on 8, and the score is now 90 for 1. That's a lead of 215 as far as Essex are concerned, and it will be Don Topley joining Paul next.
Guy Swindle's been with us all day today, because Kevin Hand is just a little bit late. He's just come in through the door, and thanks to Guy for instinctively turning up in his place. And Kevin will be once again with us tomorrow, and always great to have the 2 wonderful guys, Kevin and Guy, one of them even called Guy, just to underline the point. Always enjoyable in Essex Middlesex encounters. People who like to enjoy their cricket while they're watching it. And this has been an enjoyable game. And I sense Don Topley is approaching. And it is going to be Toby Rowland-Jones in from the Hayes Close end.
Good evening.
Rowland-Jones bowls and flicked away by Wesley. Single, 91 for 1, 216 in front. I'm glad you've joined me actually, because I was intrigued by your description of the Matching Green Bishop Stortford final. I've seen the ground at Matching Green, delightful spot, absolutely delightful spot. It's a biscuit tin lid sort of standard, you know, it's absolutely brilliant. Amazed to hear that they've beaten quite a big team in Bishop Stortford. And they're
was their third 11.
Right, okay. Bishop Stortford was the first place I ever watched cricket. We lived in Bishop Stortford. My father was cricket master at Bishop Stortford College.
Yes.
And he took a lad called Tom Hickling, who played for the Essex second 11 at one point quite regularly. I think may have had one appearance at first team level. The ball's played up to mid-off. There was another wonderful guy called, this is going back to the 50s, Roy Wasey, who was a left-hander, superb batsman, but the most famous person who you will recognise his name was Paddy Phelan.
Oh yeah.
The off-break bowler who had a decent career at one point with Essex.
He was a popular young lad. The older cricketers of my generation remember him well.
Yeah.
And were very fondly, a very affectionate man.
Yeah, he was a good lad, Paddy.
Yep.
Played for Bishop Stortford as this ball goes through outside off stump, and no need for Sir Alistair to play a shot.
I've Matching Green and Bishop Stortford. I've spoken at both their dinners over the years.
Well, do you know, I'm sort of tempted now. I haven't heard the name Matching Green for years and years.
Yeah.
I'm tempted. I was so taken by it when I was there. When I was driving my mother around about 20 years ago around the Essex and Hertfordshire countryside, and I'm tempted to see if I can find it again.
Well, it's I'm not downplaying them. They're kind of a junior cricket club, but they are a very well-run cricket club indeed.
As here is the next delivery. It's going to produce a run as the ball just beats backward point and goes down to third man. Single, 92 for 1. Cook thereby moves along to 40, and so in this match he's got an aggregate of 98 runs.
Yeah. We were talking off air, weren't we? I sincerely hope he continues to play.
Oh, yeah, I think we all do, the Essex persuasion.
Yeah, blimey. I don't know, if he's got the drive and determination. I think he still has. I think he still enjoys it.
Yes, I do.
And I hope he has a very challenging time farming this winter, and then he may come back.
Yes, he's a class act. It's as simple as that.
If it's a miserable winter, he might go, I will still fancy playing a bit of cricket.
You know what they say, form is temporary, class is permanent.
Absolutely.
As Toby Rowland-Jones bowls, goes through outside off stump. Got an email from Paul Streamer. I think Don would like to comment on it. He says, afternoon all, wonderful commentary as always, thank you. I do enjoy your insight. I have to take exception with Mr. Topley. You're not the first to say that, Paul. I don't agree with his stance on the competition, which can't be named as a true county cricket fan. As stated yesterday by the Middlesex commentator, whose name avails me, Kevin Handy's actually in the box right now if you want to word with him.
He's in the house.
The ECB should have invested more money in the Blast rather than wasting it on franchise cricket. It wasn't needed. Don't forget it isn't played anywhere else in the world, which says it all. Here comes Toby Rowland-Jones charging in to bowl to the Essex skipper Tom Wesley. And Wesley turns this. Nice shot, but nicely fielded at short square leg. And there is no run. The over ends with the score 92 for 1. And the lead now is 217. And just finishing his email, and we'll bring Don in. Turning to Dan Lawrence, he may not be moving to Surrey for money. So yes, he's calling Surrey sorry, but I'm not convinced he will improve his England prospects if he is not playing every week. He is going from a big fish in a small pond to a small fish in a big pond. Fair point you make there. I will be at the game tomorrow, looking forward to it. Thanks again all.
Well, I would love to discuss your email in person, but sadly I can't be here. A lot in that email. Firstly, what does he call it? The 16.4 or the unmentionable, one or the other. Yeah, okay. Listen, it's here. It's been a relatively successful. It's bringing kids in. It's done what it says on the side of the tin. Yes, at an expense, but yeah. Look, we got declining numbers in participation. We got declining numbers in membership. We got declining. Cricket hasn't been relevant in today's society, and we're trying to readdress that, and we're trying to find a next generation, which is massively important. I've been involved kids cricket for 23 years before I retired in a decent cricket playing school. I know the thermometer, the barometer of what's going on in our land, and I'm worried about the game.
And you've done great work, may I say.
Thank you. There's a leg spinner here. It's the leg spinner that is Holman, Luke Holman, who's bowled that quite quickly there as it's come back to the left-handed Cook.
Cook had to make a very late adjustment there and stab the ball out of hitting his stumps. Well bowled.
He didn't lob it in the air. He gave it a bit of pace. This one is driven with the spin into the leg side, where it's fielded at mid on no run. And that gentleman that the author of your email is talking about Mr. Kevin Hand. He's actually in the house as Holman bowls. This is driven back to Holman on his follow-through no run, 92 for 1. I can't remember what else was in the email. Give me a helping hand, Paul.
Well, he was talking about his dislike for the newest of the 4 tournaments.
Okay, I fully respect that. But and this is now driven out into the wide squarer of mid-off, where they take a quick single. Good call there by Cook. He takes a single. He now moves on to 41, and Essex 93 for 1.
And his other point was on the move of Dan Lawrence. So.
Yeah, okay, we might differ with Dan Lawrence. I respect his opinion. The game is full of opinions. But the one thing I would say to him, just investing in the blast, we can't get any more in Chelmsford, Hove, Taunton, so what's his plans then? You're not going to get any more in. Nobody else is going to watch because they're full houses anyway. This is driven out into the offside, where it was a good looking shot, but a good bit of fielding by, I think it is Josh De Carey's at cover. No run. Wesley played a nice shot there. He's on 9. The ring on the offside. Holman in, over the wicket. That's a good delivery. Might have been a googly. It's gone off the inside edge. Did Wesley pick it? It's the end of an over. Quite a good over. Bowled a very quick leg spinning delivery to Alistair Cook. And I'm going to give credit to Luke Holman. Good over, 94 for 1.
Yeah, I'll give him more credit. I was only saying to Guy a few minutes ago that I think there's potentially a very good young cricketer there in Luke Holman. And did you notice the speed with which Sir Alistair, from nowhere, found an absolute bit of acceleration to go through for that last single? It was out of keeping with all his running previously in the innings. It just shows he's been keeping his powder dry on that one. 94 for 1.
I still believe, just going back to that previous email, there is plenty of cricket for all. It just may not be like the 1980s. And I want to entice, enthuse and excite and encourage the youth, because without the youth, without them playing, without them watching for the future, there won't be a future. When you're in ripe old age and you're still
I wouldn't know about
commentating on Essex County cricket, eh?
Yeah. No,
Kevin Hand will be grey.
I describe myself as in the penultimate flush of youth, as we're going to see Ethan Bamber into the attack, replacing his captain Toby Rowland-Jones from the Hayes Close end on this glorious evening here at the county ground. And this next one, Bamber very wide indeed outside off stump, eliciting no shot from Wesley. We're into the last 5 overs of the day, and Essex bowled out for 304, Carey's 8 for 106, magnificent. Middlesex 25 for 4 at one point, made a partial recovery to 179 all out. Jamie Porter almost replicating his figures in the very first game at Lords. 6 for 34. I think he got 6 for 33 at Lords. Cook for 3 for 43. Next ball played down to mid on. Only 1 wicket for Simon Harmer. And Essex leading by 125. I don't think they would have enforced the follow-on if they had the chance. And they are now 94 for 1, 219 in front.
Do you know how often Simon Harmer has taken the opposition spinner to a side, like Carson at Sussex, other off spinners around the ground, around the country? How many times he's taken them off and had a chat in the evening with them?
Yeah, I didn't know, but I'm not one bit surprised.
I wonder if Josh Takeris might have a little word with Simon Harmer.
Yeah, I'm sure he will, and they probably say to him, well, you got 1, I got 8. So the next ball's played back to the bowler.
Yes.
No, I take your point,
Lovely.
because Simon Harmer's a tremendous man.
Yes.
He's not someone who'd say, well, I'm not speaking to you because I might give you some hints that I might regret giving you eventually.
No, he's a really good human being.
Yeah, and lovely story of Mike Gatting, looking at it from a Middlesex point of view. Glamorgan, I'm told, once were playing Middlesex, and they'd a debutant spinner in the Glamorgan side. As just interrupt with this ball being bowled from Bamber, that's way down leg side, and nicely taken, not a wide, 94 for 1. And the story goes, and it's perfectly true, I'm sure, is that Mike Gatting said to the Glamorgan skipper, do you mind if I have a few words with your young spinner there? And the captain said, no, please go ahead. And Gatting spent 3/4 of an hour with him, sort of telling him how to go about the game and all this. So there's a lot of good in players helping each other.
There is. I mean, back in the day and the era I grew up in, you would spend hours in the opposition change room talking with a beer with the opposition. You learnt your cricketing education there.
Single to Tom Wesley, flicking a ball on middle stump off the pads out to deep square leg, and he will move along to 11 and the score to 95 for 1 and the lead up to 220.
Yeah, this is going well. Look, Essex they're scoring at 3 and a bit and over, maybe 3 and over. And these two are playing nicely. Brown played nicely until he was dismissed. Cook is looking good and set. 41 not out. Wesley's now moved on to 11. Look, they don't need to do anything tonight. Tomorrow they need to bat sensibly, smartly, day 3, and they can afford probably to get through to somewhere after lunch, maybe even closer to tea, to have two goes with the cherry, new cherry, either side of tea, maybe.
Yes, I think so. Cook's got exactly 100 runs in the match as he now faces Bamber and runs this one down, and he's going to pick up at least 1 run. Yes, he's just jogging it, so he's not interested in a second, especially after that spurt he put on for the previous single between the two. And he will move along to 42 and score to 96 for 1.
The other way to look upon it is, will will Essex be bowled out organically? Just by being a little bit positive in the morning. They have an array of batsmen who traditionally like to be positive in Lawrence, Critchley, etc., etc. So maybe that will happen organically. But either way, I think you'll find that Essex will be setting Middlesex a challenging total.
Yes, it'll be, my guess would be between 350 and 400.
That's right, and if they bat really well, it might be a bit more, and they try and bat them out the game completely.
Well, when I say 350 to 400, unless they're bowled out in the meantime.
Yes.
But at the moment, it doesn't look too much like it. As
no.
Here is Holman.
Holman around the wicket now to the left-handed Cook. 3 men round the bat, bowls. That's a decent ball. It's ballooned off the pad, gone into the leg side with a man under the lid, adjacent to the strip here, has taken a catch, but it's come off the pad, not out. 96 for 1, Cook 42. Will he get a 50 tonight? This time it's driven in, closes the face of the bat with the spin into the leg side, takes a single out to deep square leg, 1 run for Cook. And of course, only a few overs left tonight, but we'll be driving home tonight, probably listening to the Test Match Special Cricket, which is England's T20 side tonight. They're on show again at Trent Bridge.
Yes, the decider, in fact. It will either end in a series draw or a 3-1 win for England.
Yes. Holman in, bowls, good delivery, nice and straight. It's just turned a little bit, Cotton with the leading edge, perhaps into the leg side, into the offside no run.
Yes, 11:15 on BBC Two tonight. The highlights of this match, which starts at 6 o'clock. And
wasn't it nice to have two games on free to
oh,
air?
it was indeed. Just a shame
2.
neither was a close game.
Yeah, BBC Two and BBC One this time. The ball is bowled by Holman outside off stump, left alone by Wesley. Didn't need to play anything there. A slip and a bat pad for the right-handed Essex captain. Holman in again, bowls. This is whipped into the leg side against the spin, but safely. And Tom Wesley calls his partner through for a single, 98 for 1.
There's also a women's T20 match being screened live on one evening this week.
Is there? Great.
Yeah, on tomorrow. I'll thank you for that. On BBC Two.
So it's more or less an England men's and an England women's on sort of successive nights.
The women's is England v Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka got their revenge here at Chelmsford the other day, Sunday.
Cook comes forward, plays in front of his pad. Dead bat down the wicket. The bowler has to go and retrieve the ball. End of the over. Decent over from Holman. Quite impressed with a couple of overs I've seen tonight. 33 overs are gone. Essex are on 98 for 1. Cook on 43 and Wesley on 12.
Yes, it's at this stage with just 3 overs left. I'm the sort of captain who'd like, particularly, with wickets not generally falling, to bring on a bit of a joker. So if it were Essex in the field, I might sort of say to Dan Lawrence,
come and have a bowl.
Come and have a bowl, because they're not going to hit you very far in the circumstance. They don't want to throw their wicket away, but you might just pick a wicket up that one of the more regular bowlers might not do.
34 overs of this Essex second innings.
Thank you to all those of you who've emailed today. Always a pleasure to hear from you. And BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and do keep them humming in tomorrow.
Ethan Bamber.
As he comes in now. Bowls and shouldering of arms from Tom Wesley. These two, Cook and Wesley, be interesting to work out, not that I've any intention of doing so, the number of hours that these two specifically have spent batting together, but it would run into lots.
Oh, very much so. Probably the most senior, experienced opening pair on the circuit. I mean, Middlesex's is pretty experienced. Stoneman.
Yeah, although technically they're not an opening pair, but a 1 and 3 or a 2 and 3, as Bamber's in, bowls to Wesley.
Well, I was thinking of Brown and Cook.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, played out to wideish mid-off this ball. Nice shot, but no run. And I remember one particular game where Essex lost a wicket in the first over, whereupon Wesley joined Cook. They put on 243. I think it may have been against Hampshire. And Wesley was out in the very last over. So Essex lost the wicket in overs 1 and 96. But in the meantime, went to bed at 243 for 2 and went on to win the match. Is Bamber. Bowls. Ooh, and I tell you what, it's 4 runs. That's the first thing to tell you. But very, very streaky. It went like the proverbial rocket between a wicketkeeper John Simpson and Slip. And he's a little bit fortunate there. Applause for the Essex 100. 102 for 1, leading by 227. Wesley 16 with that boundary, and 43 to Cook.
Yeah, this wicket looks as if it's lost its pace. I know it's late in the day 2, but it's certainly devoid of much pace. Another opening batsman who no longer is an ex-Middlesex, an ex-Essex opening batsman.
Yeah,
is moving on to new pastures. It's Billy Godalming.
Oh, indeed, yes.
He's going on loan for the remainder of the 3 matches left for Warwickshire. Judging by their performance at the Oval, we might get a game.
Yes,
because he can't get a game at Derbyshire, where he captained them for I think 5 or 6 years, and now he's going to go and play at Edgbaston for the remainder of this summer.
Got a break here because the ball has been, I think, don't think they want to change it. I think nobody's managed to find it yet. From that edge off Wesley's bat, it's disappeared. There's a little gap in the fencing beneath us, and it looks as if it's disappeared down there somewhere and can't be found.
We've lost the ball.
Yes, they're looking for it there. Middlesex fieldsmen who've gone to try and retrieve it are looking round like people who can't find it. And so far they haven't. Yeah, we are going to sort of end up, I think, about somewhere between a quarter of an hour and 20 minutes overtime here, and only then if they find it, but they have. Good news is that, not sure who it is, it might be Sam Robson who gets the prize for finding it, or is it Luke Holman?
I hope both of us get home in the light tonight. I didn't last night, and I wasn't able to water the vegetables or the hanging baskets.
Well, I'd love to be sympathetic, but I did mark your card for you and warn you of the dangers ahead, and even gave you details of the route you should take.
I know.
Through,
I didn't listen to you.
Yeah, no, nobody ever does actually. I'm like Cassandra, who prophesied things correctly, but nobody took any notice of her. So disasters happened, whatever she said. So we're still waiting. Still some reason why they're not happy to continue. Bamber and Roland Jones are chatting with each other, but I think we are eventually going to get the continuation of this over. The anti-penultimate of the day. 2.3 overs remain. And Bamber rushes in, holds to Wesley. Wesley, a late adjustment, digs it out, plays it out into the offside, no run, 102 for 1.
Yeah, been a good day for Essex. They only added the 1 run to the overnight total, and then quickly got some wickets. I think it was 24 for 4 Middlesex. They were in a spot of bother, but they showed a bit of grit and determination with some decent, pugnacious partnerships before Porter took a 6-er.
Bamber in, bowls, Wesley stretches forward, plays it back to the bowler. 2.2 overs left, 14 deliveries to go, assuming none is a wide or a no ball. And yes, it's been another very enjoyable day's county cricket.
It has.
Essex doubtless would have enjoyed it a bit more than Middlesex, though Middlesex, I don't think by any means have been disgraced in this game.
Nope.
But Essex have benefited from winning a useful toss.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
That 100 partnership for the first wicket, from which Middlesex fought back splendidly, with De Carey's taking 8 for 106. And then that early onslaught from Jamie Porter in particular. Here's Wesley playing the ball back to the bowler once more. One ball. Now I was going to say 1 ball left of this over. That is apparently the end of the over. So it was quite a long over because the ball was lost for a while, but 102 for 1 on the board represents a lead of 227. So in the end, Middlesex rallied to 179 all out after Porter's early incursions. Lead of 125, and Essex have just done what I've seen them do so often, and you have done, where in this situation I think they'd have batted again regardless of whether they could have enforced the follow-on. It was academic as it happened, but they've just played very sensibly. They haven't gone after the bowling. They've just accumulated at sort of roughly 3 runs and over.
Proper cricket.
Yep.
From 2 proper batsmen, as in Cook and Brown, and now Cook and Wesley. Cook to face as Luke Holman. He's got 3 men round the bat. Leg slip, bat pad on the leg side, and a conventional slip. Luke Holman on his way in. Leg spinner over the wicket. This is cut into the offside, where Cook will take a single. All change as the right-handed Wesley is on strike. In a sad way, Paul, this is my last commentary at home of the season. I'm not doing Hampshire next week, but I've got 2 days at Northampton. And it's always a shame to say my last commentary stint here at Chelmsford. Outside off stump, a ball moves away, spins away to the right-handed Wesley, who leaves it alone.
Yes, although I'm doing all of this game, but at the end of it, that will also be me for the season.
And in comes Holman. Wesley drives to De Carey's. It was a good-looking shot into the offside, and it's fielded well by De Carey's, the man who got 8 wickets in the first innings. Holman in, right arm over. Looked to me like it could have been a googly. That's a bit of a calculated guess. It's driven back to the bowler, no run.
My colleague Dick Davis who's also in the penultimate flush of youth, will be joining me tomorrow, and Kevin Hann will once again be back with us.
This is a decent ball, bowled on a length, and he really does come forward there, Wesley, and plays an immaculate forward defensive.
And just waiting for this, and one further over. This is the last ball of the over coming up, and then there's one over left of the day's play.
Holman on his way in bright sunshine, and this is driven into the offside, and it goes always all the way out to the cover boundary where it's fielded, and Wesley takes a single. He will retain the strike for the last over, and the score has moved to 104 for 1. Wesley has 16, Alistair Cook has 44, and really that's the end of me, Paul.
Well, we've still got one over to go.
Well, we'll enjoy it in the sunshine.
Yeah, I mean, you're still here. You can't leave until this over is completed.
One more over.
Yeah.
What will Essex get? There's no way Wesley will take on any too aggressive shots here in this situation, nor will Cook. Cook will be delighted to walk out with his captain tomorrow morning.
Yes, Cook just leaning on his bat, as he so often does at the non-striker's end, probably very much hoping that he can remain in that position for the rest of today's play. And so we see the final of the day, final over of the day I should say, on its way. It's a pretty decent delivery from Bamber, and Wesley comes down late on it but keeps it out of his stumps, which is all that would really matter to him. He's made patient 17. Cook is on 44.
We often see at Chelmsford such a used wicket starts to become a little bit uneven, and the message there is to keep bowling straight wicket to wicket, make him play, go for LBs, bowled. It does move away, a nick. So Essex won't be unhappy to see a little bit of uneven movement.
Bamber rushing in again, player of great enthusiasm, bowls, and that's down leg side, nicely taken by John Simpson. And the second day running, we haven't seen a cloud in the sky all day, but the sun has been hazier today, and whereas I was saying half an hour ago that the haziness had vanished and it was very strong again, but it's quickly become distinctly hazy as we reach the end of the day's play. If a wicket were to fall, that would make it the last ball of the day. 4 balls remain. Wesley remaining on strike to face the third delivery of the over. Bamber bowls to him, and again this slightly cramps him for room. Wesley plays it to mid-wicket. Higgins, and once again there will be no run. Great to have 5 Sports Extra taking our commentary today, but
yes,
you can, as soon as we're done here, switch straight over again to 5 Sports Extra, because the T20 commentary on the deciding T20 match, which you can see the highlights of 11:15 BBC 2 tonight, that starts at 6 o'clock. Bamber's in bowls, a long way outside off stump, bit of a wasted delivery that one, and now there are only 2 deliveries left of the day's play.
I must get this in because we did talk about 1 or 2 winners and runners up, and I've just been tweeted, well done to my second favourite county, and it's Richie from Straight Talk on Twitter. Buckinghamshire, minor county champions, they defeat Devon by a lot of runs. Well done, Buckinghamshire.
And the reason why they're your second favourite county?
No, that's Richie, I don't know,
sorry,
that's his second favourite.
Right.
He's a Thurrock lad and an Essex fan, and he plays for Horndon on the Hill, which is out towards Basildon, but well done to Buckinghamshire on winning the National Counties champions for 2023.
Yeah, maybe this man was in Buckinghamshire one day when he won 1,500 quid on the horses. We never know, but he'll have his reason. And it's only a smallish county, Buckinghamshire, but well done to them winning the title. Very well done. Bamber's in, penultimate ball of the day. Wesley stretches forward, plays it into the covers, no run. And Sir Alistair will be all contentment at the non-striker's end, knowing that his day's work is done. I suppose in an ideal world, remember he never takes first ball in an innings. He will be quite happy to take a single off this last ball.
Yeah.
And remain not on strike.
Superstition, is that?
Yeah, I think that's partly it. Although you can't really see what reason he's got to be superstitious.
No, he's a great player.
He is, yeah. So probably not superstition, probably cunning tactics. So he always has a look at the pitch first before having to face a ball. Well, he doesn't get the single there. He will have to face first ball tomorrow. Wesley's blocked it to mid-on. Well done to Bamber for the way he's kept going in extreme heat. Cook 44 not out of 87 deliveries. Wesley 17 off 57. Cook much the quicker scorer of the two. And at the close, a score of 104 for 1 means that Essex, with 9 second innings wickets in hand, lead by 229.
Oh, good lead that. And they can build on it as long as nothing daft happens in the morning, and I suspect it's going to be a nice day for Essex. They're not going to motor. I don't think they're going to throw caution to the wind and attack the bowling. They're just going to grind Middlesex into the dirt, I suspect, and probably look at somewhere mid-afternoon, maybe either side of tea, depending how quickly they score, when they'll look to have 2 bites at the cherry. I'll be very surprised, Paul, if it's any earlier than lunch. It won't be either side of lunch, it'll be probably either side of tea. But Paul, it's been delightful to have your company for 2 days.
Me to have yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and I look forward to seeing you in the coming weeks, I'm sure, before the winter sets in. But to all our listeners, from my personal thanks, thank you for the banter, the fun, and indeed all the emails and the correspondence on Twitter. I will say good night and leave you for Paul to say good night.
Yep. Good night. I'll just add many thanks to not only yourself and Guy Swindles, but also Kevin Howells, our good friend from 5 Sports Extra, and he will be here tomorrow. Kevin, always great to have his company, does a fantastic job. We will be joined tomorrow by Dick Davis replacing Don, and by Kevin Hand replacing Guy, but thanks to one and all, looking forward to your company from 25 past 10 onwards in the morning.
I'm going to have to go through my